And he said that our diplomats, no matter what India does, what the action is going to be, India has enough capability to ensure that it convinces the world as to why it carried out the actions that it did. In this case, it's much easier for India to convince the world because they've only hit out at terrorist camps and targets that have worked against India, those anti-India elements that work, thrive, live in Pakistan. So the messaging over here, Dr. Jaishankar will be leading the team to have those conversations with various world leaders, his counterparts in various parts of the world, telling them exactly what India did, why India did what it did. Expect a lot of meetings. Remember, after Pahalgam, there was a series of meetings where Dr. Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and division secretaries met with envoys, foreign envoys based out of Delhi, and briefed them on what happened in Pahalgam and why India has the right to defend itself and right to respond. Today, India has responded. So there could be a series of meetings with very important countries, partner countries and allies. Their high commissioners and ambassadors based out of New Delhi. And those meetings again will be to brief them on what it is that India did, why it did what it did. The message has come from none other than the man who will be leading the diplomatic front, that is Dr. Jaishankar, saying zero tolerance to terrorism.
You know, Geeta, you're bang on because India has proved its mettle by going in, attacking Pakistan where it really needed to, and now it's over to the External Affairs Minister as well, because this will need hardcore, muscular diplomacy to, of course, India has made its point, its stand very clear on why its hands was forced and how it had to dismantle the terror operations in Pakistan. And now to speak to global leaders to try and build pressure on Pakistan, because technically the ball is now in Pakistan's court. Will Pakistan be foolish enough to escalate the tensions from where they stand right now, viewers? We're going to continue to get you minute by minute verified correct information. 14 days after Pahalgam terror attack, India has struck back on Pakistani terror. India strikes 9 terror attacks in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the province of Punjab in mainland Pakistan. Here are the visuals of the Indian strike, of India striking back in Uri in 2016, Pulwama in 2019, and now a reply for Pahalgam. And this goes far beyond, viewers, of what was earlier. This, like I said, viewers, goes far beyond of the surgical strike that India conducted earlier, because last night history was made, etched, when India responded in the manner of which it did to Pakistan, dismantling one by one 9 terror launch pads. We're going to get you all the details coming in, the latest news breaks, our reporters on ground. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. India avenges Pahalgam. India hits Pakistan terror targets. Indian forces carry out Operation Sindoor in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 targets hit, joint operation by all 3 forces. India hits top terror kingpins, Hafiz Saeed's training camps and mosque complex in Muridke destroyed. Jaish headquarters struck in Bahawalpur and another terror camp in POK destroyed. Operation Sindoor to avenge Pahalgam attack. Inside details of how precision weapons were used, scalp, hammer, rafale and drones used. Prime Minister monitoring operations throughout the night. Pakistan struck and spooked. Pakistan Prime Minister confirms India's retaliation. Shehbaz Sharif says will respond soon. Srinagar airport shut for civilians. Airlines cancel or stall flights to and from Srinagar, Jammu, Jodhpur, Amritsar and even other cities. India briefs global powers, US, UK, Russia and other countries on attacks. Donald Trump says he knew the response was coming, hopeful for tensions to ease soon. Last night was a night that India will remember, and so will Pakistan, viewers. We're going to take you through some of the defining images of Operation Sindoor, the irony of that. India carried out Operation Sindoor, avenging Pahelgam terror attacks. Here are some of the defining images of it. 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were hit in the strikes, and videos emerging soon after showed the impact of the massive explosion in several locations. The night sky was lit by explosions as locals captured the moment of the strikes on camera. Amongst the 9 locations struck across the LOC in retaliatory action by the Indian forces, one of the most important was Muridke. The city in Pakistan is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Oh, beta, baat hai vich karna yaar. Karna. Ji paye na.
India's big hit on terror kingpins. India struck LET headquarters, a mosque run by Hafiz Saeed in Muridke, where the terror training was given to terrorists. The visuals show the mosque up in flames after India's response. Massive chaos was witnessed across several hospitals in Pakistan after India carried out strikes against at terror launch pads. Pakistan has claimed 8 people died in the strike. Pakistani army resorted to heavy mortar shelling on forward villages along the LOC in Punch, Rajouri, Kupwara. Indian army also retaliated by firing at Pakistan. The cowardly Pakistan army has now resorted to even targeting civilians along the border. Because one thing is clear, last night was a watershed moment for India's retaliation when it comes down to dismantling Pakistan-sponsored terrorism on Pakistan soil. 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attacks, Indian army has taken, if you want to call it revenge, retribution or closure for families of those 26 victims of terror. The Indian armed forces, as part of Operation Sindoor, struck terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The attacks were in response to the terror attacks in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent lives on April 22nd. The precision strike hit a total of 9 locations, including Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Sialkot. Muridke, the headquarters of terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is run by Hafiz Saeed, and Markaz Subhanallah, Jaish-e-Mohammed's nerve center, that's the headquarter in Bahawalpur. An outfit run by Masood Azhar was also struck. In a statement, the Indian Army said that its actions were focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. And that, viewers, is the most important line of India's press release, adding that no Pakistani military facility was targeted in the strike and that India only struck terror camps. Sources also told India today that Prime Minister Modi was constantly monitoring Operation Sindoor from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and NSA Ajit Doval constantly briefed him about the situation through the course of the night. In just about an hour, viewers, we're going to, or an hour and a half, we're going to hear the final details, the fine print. And I want to bring in my colleague Shivani on what has been a spectacularly successful Operation Sindoor, Shivani. And what's not just commendable, but one could say historic, is how the tri-services came together to successfully mount, launch and execute this attack.
Preeti, this is unprecedented. This has happened for the first time that airstrikes of this measure being taken on in Pakistan. 9 specific targets, focused strikes without touching the infrastructure of military or the civil infrastructure. And what the sources also reveal that more than 90 terrorists have been neutralized in these 9 attacks on these 9 locations. And this happened with the coordinated efforts of the armed forces, not only the army, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy, the Indian, all these security agencies that were providing inputs. They were all coordinating. They were all preparing for this strategic act against terror that has actually created history and given a loud and clear message to Pakistan that you need to mend your ways. Either you hit your terror targets or then otherwise we'll come and hit them hard. And that's what India has done, Preeti. So this is a big success to the Operation Sindoor that has avenged the deaths of 26 innocent people. And Operation Sindoor is a very significant name, Preeti, the way young married women lost their husbands.
Shivani, I'm sorry I'm coming in and I'm cutting you short. And the reason you stay on with me, Shivani, because I'm going to come right back to you after I take our viewers through this news break. The video proof, viewers, of Operation Sindhu. There have been multiple, but another clip that has come to fore. On camera, missile hitting, devastating Pakistani terror camp. You're going to play that video out. Because viewers, I'll tell you what's the real difference from what were the surgical strikes where Balakot was concerned and what is the main difference here. 2 very big differences, viewers. At that point of time, it was Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This time, India's hit hard. It's hit the terror launch pads, dismantled them in the province of Punjab, mainland Pakistan. On the other hand, there was only satellite imagery at the time. This time around, you have visual proof. Not 1 clip, not 2 clips, multiple clips. And these are the latest visuals, the aftermath of India hitting with precision one of the key terror installations in Pakistan, now reduced to rubble. This is Muridke. These visuals coming in. I want to cut across right now to Shivani. Shivani, you know, one of the main reasons why India took so much time for 2 weeks was to curate exactly the terror launch pads it would attack. Now, these visuals, in fact, are coming in from Muzaffarabad, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the aftermath of India's night of retribution. You can see it on your television screen, viewers. And this is not one video clip. There are multiple video clips filtering in, going viral on social media through the course of last night. And like I said, you can see evidence, hardcore evidence of India's night of retribution on your television screen. These visuals coming in from this morning, Muzaffarabad, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And Shivani, this is the reason why India has made it very, very clear, even in that press note, that we used, ammunition, weapons that were precision weapons, struck exactly what we needed to strike. We decided over 2 weeks after the Pahelgam attack on what exactly were the terror launch pads that India had to dismantle, and all of that now with proof, Shivani, because Balakot, many would suggest there was only satellite imagery. How can anyone deny these visuals? And there's not one, there are multiple clips.
Yes, Preeti, after Balakot strikes, there were many, not only in Pakistan, but also in India, they were seeking proof. But this time, India has hit Pakistan with evident proof, and these visuals that we are playing for our viewers are of the same strike that happened in the middle of the night in Pakistan, 9 specific locations. And the press brief that was shared with the media at 1:44 a.m. specifically said that this was a measured and a focused strike, and it did not target any other target except these 9 terror outfits, the launch pads specifically, that have been pushing terrorists inside India. So this is a precise strike that needed a lot of deliberation, coordination between the forces, the best of all arms. They were together in this operation. There were loitering munitions that were used by the army. There were hammer missiles that were used by the Air Force. So this was a coordinated act, and the Navy was also deployed. It was in action. It was there with its assets for surveillance purposes, coordinating and associated with all these heroes of India, in fact, who were involved in this strike, Preeti. So this was a well-coordinated strike with a lot of evidence this time, and also an acceptance, acknowledgement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan right after the strikes happened that yes, we have been hit hard in these locations. The locations were also named, and there was another statement in that particular readout from the MOFA that Pakistan reserves its rights to retaliation. So we have to see, and we are all prepared, the Indian Army, the Air Force and the Indian Navy, they are all set for any kind of retaliatory act from Pakistan, right from the airspace to the borders, and also in Jammu and Kashmir, where we see heavy shelling happening at multiple locations from Pakistan. Pakistan is getting a befitting response in terms of heavy artillery shelling by India, in which we've been told that Pakistan has inflicted heavy damages.
Just stay on with me, Shivani. I want to give our viewers, a brief of what they're really seeing on our television screen. I also want to bring in my colleague Akshata, who's joining me on this broadcast. What you see on your television screen, viewers, is Muzaffarabad POK. This is the Bilal Mosque. It's a terror camp that is run by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And what you see, of course, is after last night's strike. All right, we're getting in big news coming in. The Prime Minister has reacted. Mega Operation Sindoor scoop on India today. Modi chose the name Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor name to avenge Pahelgam widows. This was a name that was chosen by the Prime Minister himself, and I would reckon, Shivani, that you were speaking of it earlier as well. This is how ironic it is and how befitting in a very sad way. Operation Sindoor, there were so many women who had gone there with their husbands, newlyweds, and just after their wedding, and for their honeymoon to the Baisaran meadow in Pahalgam, and their husbands were killed days after their wedding because they were Hindus, profiled communally. The Prime Minister now had chosen, the word coming in, himself, the name of Operation Sindoor. This was the retribution he sought for the widows of Pahalgam, and it's reverberating. I want to bring in my colleague. All right, I want to cut across to Shivani first, and then we'll get an Akshata into this conversation. Shivani, you were speaking of the choice of the name of Operation Sindoor, and word coming in, the Prime Minister chose it. Very sensitive here, because this was retribution, it was revenge. You might call it closure for all those women who lost their husbands, but this was revenge served as Operation Sindoor, that you will not be able to get away with what you did in Pahalgam.
Certainly, Preeti, the name that sources suggest has been chosen by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. Operation Sindoor signifies the revenge of all those young women who were accompanied by their husband, and their husbands were killed brutally by these terrorists point blank. And to avenge that killing of their husbands, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose this name, Operation Sindoor. And this gives a very clear message that the public emotion was high. Every Indian wanted action against this act of terror. They all were seeing those heart-wrenching images of young women, including Himani, or young women from Kanpur who lost their husbands, newlyweds who were there for their time out in Pahalgam and in Baisaran, where their husbands were killed. So this was the name chosen purposely to give a strong message that the deaths of their husbands has been avenged, as Operation Sindoor is the biggest successful operation of the recent times, where India has killed more than 90 terrorists as they avenge the deaths of 26 innocent people. Preeti.
Well, you're right there, Shivani. Never again. That's the message. And like I said, there's so much melancholy attached to it with Operation Sindoor because, Akshata, so many of these women lost their husbands. But this is a befitting, I would reckon, if there is anything called closure, for these women or families, hopefully this serves as some solace.
What sources are telling us is the Prime Minister, in all of the meetings that he's been conducting over the last 1 week, gave a free hand to our forces, of course, but also sent across a very clear message that these terrorists targeted men, wanted to ensure that all the women in Pahalgam who were there as tourists on their honeymoon, on family vacations, were widowed, and that's why Operation Sindoor. But I want you to listen to the message that came in from the Prime Minister after the Pahalgam terror attack, how he vowed that there will be revenge, that we will crack down on these terrorists.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us.
The Prime Minister in Bihar vowing vengeance, revenge for all those who lost their lives in Pahalgam. And word now coming in, viewers, that it was the Prime Minister who himself chose the name of retribution for this operation, Operation Sindoor, to avenge all the young women who lost their husbands to terror in Pahalgam. I want to cut across to Simar Chawla, who is Shubham Dwivedi's wife, widow now. Simar, thank you for taking the time out and speaking to us. I want to ask you one question, Simar, with all humility. I don't think there will ever be closure, Simar, of...
Yeah, Simar is talking to Aishanya Dwivedi.
Okay.
So, Simar, if you could just put forth the question that Preeti was, in fact, raising to Aishanya about what a difficult time it's been and how she feels about the operation now that's happened.
Well, yes, Akshita, I'm being joined by Aishanya, the wife of Shubham, who was the first victim in this whole terror attack, who took the first bullet to his forehead. Aishanya, what we have got to know that it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who gave the name of Operation Sindoor. It is supposed to connect with, the women. In fact, you have been telling your ordeal in this whole operation, that how you felt like. How do you feel, and do you think that by giving the name Operation Sindoor, the justice has been done?
As I was saying this before, only and only Narendra Modi is the one who can connect with all the females in a way that he is the one who will give the name like this. Because emotions, he understands the emotions. He understands what we women are going through. He understands us. He understands the emotions. He understands the cries. So I don't know if anybody else would have been giving the name, it would have been anyone else. It can be anything. Sindoor Rakhna wasn't कि सिंदूर ही रखना चाहिए, but the way he gave this name, it's very personal, it's very connecting. I feel like he was actually acting on a personal level. He was actually acting कि ये मेरी बेटी है, मैं अपनी बेटी का बदला लेके आया हूँ.
How difficult was it the whole time? We have been seeing that, it was a very difficult time. You have been sharing your experiences, the horrific experience. How was this time when you thought that, the revenge will be taken? We have been waiting for this. You said that we want to take the revenge, but enough was not done. You think that enough is done now? And how do you recall your experience in this matter?
The families will get impatient. Everybody was getting impatient. किसी के घर का, किसी के husband ऐसे जाएगा तो impatient होना लाजमी है. I was also getting impatient. But right now, when I see that this has happened, we are at peace. Shubham must be at peace. And I'm really thankful to whatever happened. I'm really thank you so much. Thank you for everyone whosoever is a part of Operation Sindoor.
So there you heard from Aishanya, Akshita. She thanked
Ask her one
PM
more
Modi obviously,
question.
and she says that
Would you ask
the personal
Simar?
connect has been made.
Simar, would you ask Aishanya one more question?
Yes, please,
Does
go
she
ahead.
somewhere down the line feel that there is closure now?
Aishanya, one question is from the studio. Ranker Preeti asked that, do you think that it is a closure now? The closure has been given to all this, the act which has happened. Do you think finally it's done?
ये 9 hideouts थे, इनके 900 hideouts भी हो सकते हैं. When all the terrorists end, when the terrorism will end, that will be the closure. Our fight is with the terrorism. It was 9. I know कि they will not stop. The Indian government will not stop. The Indian army will not stop. They will finish terrorism. And our fight is with terrorism. I've been telling it. कि this is against terrorism. We need to fight against terrorism. And this is just the starting. This is just starting of it.
You said that the terrorists should be shot down. They should not be brought here. The same has been done by the Indian government and the armed forces. What do you think?
Somewhere I am little in peace because they died like that. They were just killed. I'm seriously really in relief. They were not being questioned. They were not being fed. They finished. The way they finished us, they finished like that. I'm happy.
Sense of satisfaction in you.
It is. I'm satisfied.
Thank you so much for speaking to India today and being so brave in this whole incident. So there you heard from Aishanya. She said that I'm satisfied, and there is a sense of satisfaction that they were shot dead and not brought, and not a trial was being done, as she was raising her request through our channel, in the past. So yes, she feels somewhere that the closure has been done in this very particular matter, and a sense of satisfaction is there in Aishanya and her whole family.
It's a tough road ahead for so many of these families. Thank you, Simar, for joining us. But Preeti, tough road ahead for so many of these families who've, lost their husbands, lost their fathers. You look at brave Aishanya there, you look at Himanshi Narwal. They've gone through so much in the last 2 weeks. And you hear Aishanya saying that I feel Shubham must be in peace now with what's happened. It gives you goosebumps, really. And I think the name Operation Sindoor is essentially to recognize also what each of these women have had to endure in the last 2 weeks, seeing their loved ones, their husband falling right before their eyes, then having to endure that pain with the nation, of course, standing with them. But there is a sense of closure, clearly, that they are feeling with this particular operation.
Well, you are right there, because what could be more personal in a way than Operation Sindoor, because somewhere down the line it's connected directly to those who matter most. And those who matter most are on our television screens today. In whatever way, if this gives them solace, then there couldn't be a befitting name for this operation. It was a military strike, it was strategic, it was tactical, but the emotional context to it can be seen with what this young woman just told us, Akshita. Meanwhile, lots of reactions coming in. India hitting back at Pakistan after the Pahelgam attack. Lots of reactions coming in from the families of the 26 innocent lives that were lost.
When this incident happened after 22nd of April, the day when I lost my father, and many of the women lost their husbands. So I think the name Sindoor is given for the same reason, because the women lost their husbands, and whatever revenge is taken by our through airstrike, the revenge that is taken by our government is the best thing that has happened in the last 15 days with all of our families that we lost our loved ones. I think we should not stop until the terrorism is over.
असली मुख्य जो ठिकाना है और असली जो गुनाहगार थे जिनने बंदूक चलाई थी, उनको बंदूक से उड़ानी चाहिए, उनके सामने उड़ानी चाहिए। जब बेगुनाहों को जान लेते थे, कोई डर नहीं था, कोई खौफ नहीं था, उन्हें कुछ भी डरा था, कुछ भी नहीं। एक शिकन नहीं थी उनके चेहरे पे।
Minutes from now, there's going to be a briefing by the Indian Army. All details of Operation Sindoor will be put out for the nation to know about how this operation was planned, what are the details of the 9 locations that have been struck. And not just that, you're going to be seeing back-to-back cabinet meets that will be happening today. The cabinet meet on security, the CCS, will be meeting at 11 a.m. to take stock of really the operation and the aftermath of the same, with Pakistan also resorting to ceasefire violations along the border. But the time to watch out for, Preeti, will be 10 a.m. because that's when the Indian Army will be coming out with their first briefing, detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor.
So what we do know till now, viewers, because what we will get is the micro detailing, the fine print of how Operation Sindoor was executed, planned and met with a super success. But I'll take you through and I'll bring in Shivani Sharma into this on what we do know right now, that this was a tri-service operation. Both Army, Air Force and the Navy were involved. They executed it to precision, which in effect is historic because that has never really happened, where all 3 services have come together. And now you can build context to it, viewers, because those multiple meetings that the Prime Minister held with all the 3 chiefs of Army, Navy and the Air Force, and then met them one by one each. So it all tied in together with this tri-service strike where Pakistan is concerned. Number 1. Number 2, weapons of high precision were actually used. So to cause 0 civilian casualties, to hit exactly the target that needed to be struck, and that is that. Number 3, for the first time, the importance of it, and it cannot be lost on anyone, Akshata, is that there were 2 parts to this terror strike. One, the strike on Pakistan on terror. 1, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. There are 4 terror outfits, terror launch pads there that India bombed. On the other hand, for the first time, India hit deep in mainland Pakistan, province of Punjab, Muridke, the nerve center of terror. And to get there, to hit that, requires fair amount of gumption and grit, and to execute it the way India has is, a salute to all 3 forces.
At 10 a.m. is when we're getting the briefing by the Indian Army, where details, as Preeti pointed out, of Operation Sindoor will be out. But as Preeti also highlighted, these were clear precision strikes planned, plotted over the last 2 weeks. I'll bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for more details really on what's lined up through the day. Aishwarya, 10 a.m. is the Army briefing, and then we're going to be seeing back-to-back cabinet meetings to take stock perhaps of the situation along the border, the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. Just run us through what's scheduled for today.
Well, the most important briefing, Akshata, that we will see taking place today is the 10 a.m. briefing, which will be done by the Army. What has happened, what went behind it, and what's the future. All these things will be told to us in that very important briefing. After that, the cabinet briefing scheduled at 11 a.m. The government knew exactly what was about to happen. When was it about to happen? We still just have to see whether the mock drills that were scheduled for today, will they be taking place or not? Just waiting, Akshata, for a little bit of clarity on that. The government will also assess the damage that has been done, the ramifications that, Pakistan will have for this, what they need to tell the world. Already we know that the top government officials have made those phone calls, and earlier also we saw how on the day of the attack, 22nd, the attack happened on 23rd. It was the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. He met with almost all the envoys and told them that what India was planning to do. So all those things are in place, and assessment really is something that we will see taking place, and we should also be expecting an official statement coming out from the Bharatiya Janata Party. A press conference perhaps by the party is also something, Akshata, that we should be expecting through the course of the day today.
So we'll watch out for that. Aishwarya also telling us that we're expecting some communication in the hours to come about the mock drills. As of now, it's scheduled to take place as planned this evening. So we're going to be getting you those details of those meetings. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. 10 a.m. Preeti, is when we're going to be seeing the Army briefing, then the Cabinet Committee on Security huddle, which will be meeting for the 3rd time, if I'm not wrong, since the Pahalgam attacks. That's happening at 11 today.
So, all eyes peeled at 10 a.m. That is when we will know the micro details, the fine print on how Operation Sindoor was planned, plotted, executed to perfection, viewers, with precision. The tri-services coming in together to script what could be history. what happened last night. I want to just quickly cut across to our guests this morning. We are joined, Akshata and I, by Group Captain V.N. Jha, former fighter pilot, defense analyst. Let's cut across to him first. Captain Jha, 3 services coming together, executing an operation with the kind of precision that at least we have seen. How historic is that? How would you rate this operation?
Well, I compliment the Government of India, Ministry of Defence, as well as the 3 services that they have carried out the operation with the absolute precision. It was worth watching the entire operation, even in the clips that we have seen on your channel. But more than that, we had been expecting it last night itself after the notam was issued. And as a diversionary tactics, most probably, operation, the mock-up drills, what was planned today, I was having a feeling that possibly something will happen in the night, and that did happen. But, all said, most of us, we had been expecting that it would be more than the Balakot. In Balakot, only one terrorist organization was the one who was responsible at Pulwama. This time, it is not only the Pathankot. It has been a series of attacks on our people. And there we must be, be sympathetic with many others. It was not only the Pahalgam. Think of Kishtwar, what happened in April, 9th April, I think it was there. Katwa in March, Sundarbani, February. Series of attacks last year in the October at Anantnag, at Gulmarg, Gandarbal, and thereafter before. It was on the civilians as well as on the military personnel. Think of all those attacks which has happened, targeted killings of the Hindu in Kashmir Valley and somewhere else. It has been a series of such attacks. For long, we had been asking, the Ministry of Defense to be proactive. We knew in the last 2.5 years that there were launch pads which were full of the terrorists all those years, and we had been suggesting to the government those days also. Please be proactive. 10 of them will come this side, 9 you will kill.
No, very true. This was a long time coming. There were multiple terror launch pads, which is why you're seeing 9 targets right now in these strikes. Captain Jha, just stay with us because we'd like your expertise also on how this particular strike was carried out. Let's just talk about the targets here, Preeti. And what Captain Jha also pointed out was that there are multiple now terror launch pads. 9 targets particularly where we've seen these strikes happen. And 2 of them are prime terror hubs. What do I mean by that? These are Lashkar-e-Taiba hubs, their headquarters, if you will, where in fact many of these terror attacks like Pahalgam have been plotted. Hafiz Saeed's mosque that served as a headquarter for Lashkar has been completely destroyed in these strikes. The mosque linked to terror activities and terror planning, identified as Masjid Taiba, is a center for ideological training, which is essentially radicalization, getting more terrorists and then deploying them to target Indians. 26/11 attacker Ajmal Kasab confessed that he was also trained in Muridke, where the terror hub is located, where the strike has happened. Kasab also described the complex as key to plotting terror attacks and indoctrination. So since then to now, our forces, our agencies have been closely tracking all of the movement in this particular area. Muridke, mind you, is close to Lahore, and that tells you how sensitive an operation this was and how precise this strike was. Osama bin Laden had financed 10 million rupees for the construction of this very mosque and a guest house within the Markaz Taiba complex, all of which has now been blown up to bits, Preeti.
And we're going to take our viewers through on why exactly Muridke, viewers. How many times have you seen, heard on television, read on newspapers that possibly every terror attack in India bore the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the man Hafiz Saeed? So why Muridke is the answer there. Near Lahore, it is the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, the LET led by Hafiz Saeed, the mastermind of 26/11, viewers. So it's retribution, all right, for Pahalgam, but you can go all the way back and tie it to 26/11, before that, to the attacks on the parliament. So In that sense, this is decades in the making, and that is the enormity of what has happened last night, the destruction of Masjid Tayyaba. What is Masjid Tayyaba? The LET headquarters in Muridke, where Kasab, when he confessed, he was trained there. At any given point of time, there are at least 90 to 100 terrorists who are studying there, who are being indoctrinated, who are being trained, and then sent across the border to foment terror on Indian soil.
And Ajmal Kasab gave details of that. He confirmed meetings with Hafiz Saeed in this very complex. He described it as a complex that was key to training, planning, indoctrination, as Preeti just pointed out. So this was the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. It's been on watch of our agencies for the last many years. And now you're seeing, after the Pahalgam terror attack and a clear link to Hafiz Saeed, to this attack as well, our forces targeting this headquarters. And it's not just the LET, Preeti. You're seeing also targeted strikes against the Jaish-e-Mohammed, against Hizbul Mujahideen. And let's focus on the strikes on the Jaish terror hubs as well. Let's put out the images right now of the mosque that served as a terror training pad in Bahawalpur. This is the area. You see what it looked like previously versus now, blown to bits courtesy this precision strikes by the Indian Army. This was a training pad in Bahawalpur for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. What we've done is essentially the biggest setups of each of these terror organizations, Hizbul, Jaish and Lashkar. We've gone ahead and targeted those particularly, no matter how deep it is within Pakistan or POK. JAM terror commanders associated with their Afghan operations also visit this markers for terrorist plannings for meetings to go ahead and plot against India. Now, this is a fortified facility. It houses about 600 cadre. Imagine this. This is a terror training setup. It has a state-of-the-art gym. It has a swimming pool, luxury for terrorists, believe it or not. It's used as a recruitment center also and a training camp, which is why the need was to clearly target these launch pads and these training centers to ensure that these terrorists have no resources available to them anymore.
All right, so why Bahawalpur? Why was Bahawalpur picked? Once again, what is Bahawalpur and the exact installation? The Markaz Subhan Allah building. Why was it held? Because it was the operational hub, the headquarter of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the main training center where many were indoctrinated in this center of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, served as the terror training camp for 2019 Pulwama attack, viewers. The residence of key Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders till now, where key terrorists who have plotted terror in India continued to reside in that very building that India bombed last night. Over 600 cadres still living in this facility, which is fully equipped, gym, pool, therapy center, stables, riding grounds, all to come together only to terrorize India. That was bombed last night.
And imagine that, it sounds almost like a resort, the kind of facilities that are available in a terror training hub. So we've told you about the Lashkar-e-Taiba, we've told you about the Jaish. There's also other terror hideouts of the Hizbul Mujahideen that were targeted. Overall, 9 terror hideouts that have been destroyed by our forces. 3 mosques among them, which were used as hideouts by Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET. One of them particularly that we'll talk about is the Bilal Markaz, linked to a Jaish-e-Mohammed commander. This mosque, and we've got images also of what it looks like post the strike, this mosque served as a major transit camp for terrorists. Essentially, all of these terrorists trying to attempt to infiltrate into India would actually go ahead and make a stop at this particular point. So our agencies knew that, which is why this area was targeted. And this is what it looks like now. The aftermath of the strike, where you see the building completely blown up. Pakistani special forces were involved in training these terrorists. The facility located in Muzaffarabad of POK was on the radar of our agencies and used to, because it actively trained about 50 to 100 terrorists who then attempt to infiltrate into India. We know right now that in all of these strikes that have happened, about 90 terrorists have died. But we're waiting for official confirmation on that, Preeti. Pakistan, of course, attempting to play down that figure as well.
All right, well, as 90 terrorists have died, Pakistan attempting to play down that figure, and I'll give you the figure where Pakistan is giving out just 8 have died as per Pakistan. But viewers, there's so much disinformation in Pakistan propaganda that is floating about, and one steers clear from that. But coming back to the terror camp, the Sayyidina Bilal Markaz, which has been destroyed, located in Muzaffarabad, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the main center of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Once again, a terror camp of Jaish. The mosque used as transit camps for Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists who would come, camp there and then transfer and cut across to Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 to 100 terrorists resided in this mosque. Terrorists trained by Pakistan's special forces in this very facility. The JEM commander and POJK chief led the mosque operation. So that is why this particular installation was picked.
Okay, let's take this across to Group Captain VN Jha once again. Captain Jha, I just want you to explain, as a former fighter pilot yourself, of how these precision strikes were carried out. We know 2 missiles were used, the Scalp missile as well as hammers. How does that really help in ensuring precise strikes where the exact building, the markers that we wanted to target, is the only one that's hit?
I must correct you. I am not the fighter pilot. I'm the strategist in the defense services.
Apologies, sir. Go ahead.
However, when we are talking about the targets, what was picked up, I must tell you, in Pakistan, there are about 60 odd terror organizations, out of which there are about 9 or 10, which is absolutely India-centric. Few of them you have already named, LET, JEM, Hizbul Mujahideen, Harkatul Jihad, Harkatul Ansar, Arbad, Al-Farq. These are the ones who are absolutely India-specific, and that is where India has picked up these targets absolutely with the precision. You mentioned about Murid Ke, you mentioned about Bahalpur. Kotli has been hit badly. Muzaffarabad has been hit badly. By the way, Muzaffarabad is also the headquarters of Hizbul Mujahideen as well as of Harkatul Jihad. And I'm sure many of these jihadi organizations who have been there, they have been hit very badly. Actually, in the Muzaffarabad, more picture will emerge in the coming time as it goes. Of course, Pakistan will deny.
Captain Jha, will you stay with me, sir? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, and there's a reason I'm doing so. Apologies there, because we're getting in visuals, and we're going to come right back to you. These visuals that we're streaming live on our television screen come from Murid Ke, Pakistan. This is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. These visuals coming in, you can see ambulances going in. You can see these visuals of this masjid completely destroyed. I want to cut across back to our guest. Captain, sir, do continue. Sir, go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you that all these places which have been hit, the purpose is, it is not important how many terrorists have been killed. I'm sure many have been killed. Bahalpur is the one where at any given time, anything from 200 to 400 odd jihadists are there. The trainees, they are always there in Bahalpur. So that we know. Murid Ke, you also already mentioned that, so many have been there. But it is not important how many of these have been killed. The message was to be given to Pakistan that, look, if you commit terrorism here on the Indian territory, you are going to pay for it. Now, in this particular strike, India has very clearly shown that it was not a single isolated attack onto the jihadists. Hello. It was 9 major centers which has been hit. And in the future also, this route is open. If you commit anything here, you are going to pay. Message is very loud and clear. At this moment, it is not important who is pleased with this strike and who is displeased. Makes no difference. India is working on its own. Of course, Ministry of External Affairs himself, Minister has been visiting the Europe and many other friendly nations or the colleague nations. He has been having word. But it makes no difference who is feeling good or who is feeling bad. It is a strike on terror. If the world over today, everyone is feeling suffocated with the jihadist attacks. The world over. It is only that we are talking of this 9, 10 here in this place. There are many, who was talking of Abu Sayyaf, Al-Badr, Al-Farq, Al-Farhan, Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, Nusra Front, Boko Haram, 3 of the Iranians.
Hello.
In world, there are today about 300 odd jihadi organizations out of which only we are hitting at 8 or 9 then. So anyone to say that we are going to knock out jihadists, knock out Islamic terrorism, no, it is not possible. But on our territory, they should not feel free to come and strike. If they do so, they are going to pay for it, and there will be a very severe, very heavy price for it. That message should have gone, and I think that message has gone home with this strike. Preeti.
All right, you are right, sir, because that message has hit home, because not only will India remember this, Pakistan will remember this. Of all that we've been speaking in the studio for the last 10 days ad nauseum, that deterrence needs to be created this time. There needs to be deterrence, and I think deterrence, Group Captain Jha, has been delivered this time, Akshita.
Very true, and that's why you've seen 3 terror outfits that have been targeted, not just targeted strikes against the Lashkar-e-Taiba, whose role has been confirmed in the Pahalgam attack, but a larger message involved here, that these terrorists will pay the price. And that's why you've got these particular targeted strikes on Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, on the Jaish-e-Mohammed, on Hizbul Mujahideen as well, because these 2 terror groups also have had a role to play in terror attacks on Indian soil. So there's a larger message that our forces, that the government also is intending to send across, that if you attempt, so much so as attempt to spread terror on Indian soil, you will pay the price. And this is exactly what we've been speaking about, the need for Operation Sindoor, to send across a message to these terrorists that they can't enter into our soil, perpetrate and carry out this kind of an attack and get away with it, which is why now these 9 precise strikes have taken place, details of which, of course, we'll know at 10 a.m. when the army briefing takes place as well. But this is something that, of course, happened at about 1:44 a.m. is when these strikes happened. And I think a newsbreaker also just coming in, Preeti, on this. Right. Government sources right now on the Indian airspace being monitored.
Well, Indian airspace being monitored. This is a national emergency. Safety of passengers is paramount. DGCA is monitoring the situation. Let me give you context to it, because Indian airspace, there has been a certain amount of curtailing. Primarily, these are just standard operating procedures at the back of what has happened, which is highly unusual. So therefore, look at it not in terms of panic, but purely a standard operating procedure. What we can also add in all of this, Akshita, is that the Srinagar airport now is completely closed for civilian flights. So it will only be used as a center for the armed forces, and there will be no operation of civilian flights where, at least for now, the Srinagar airport is concerned. Air India Indigo has rescheduled, cancelled flights to Jodhpur, to certain cities in Punjab, to certain cities in Gujarat, to Chandigarh, to Srinagar. So if you are scheduled to travel this morning or this afternoon, do check in with your airline before you take that flight, because adding to it, like Akshita was pointing out earlier, news coming in that the Indian airspace is being monitored very, very closely. This is a standard operating procedure. We are in a national emergency at the back of what happened yesterday, because Pakistan has vowed to retaliate, and India needs to be ready for any such retaliation, keeping its citizens away from harm. So all of this, Akshita, is just SOPs that need to be followed with stringent measure.
That's right, and the message is very clear from sources in the government that safety of passengers is paramount. You may see a few minor inconveniences, but safety in a national emergency is paramount, and the DGCA is closely monitoring the situation. What you're seeing is flight operations being hampered, affected largely in parts of North India, and there are also several precautionary measures being taken. We can't take any chances right now, and that's the message going across from the government, which is why Indigo, SpiceJet, Air India, like Preeti was telling you, has putting out several communications about flight operations that have been hampered.
All right, Aishwarya is joining us live with more details on this developing story. Aishwarya, all of this is temporary, because right now at the back of what has happened, Indian airspace has been curtailed, emergency measures in place. What more can you add?
Well, Preeti, one thing that the government is very clearly looking at, and this is something that all the airlines also know very, very well, that it at the moment is risky, if we, especially if we look at Jammu and Kashmir and all the adjoining all the areas that are around, even if we speak about Punjab, some parts of UP, so all those airspaces at the moment are being monitored by the government. They understand the risk, and the airlines also now understand that it could be risky. That's why we are seeing massive rescheduling taking place. The government is also saying that all the airlines have been told that the rescheduling is a must. They need to do it, and also need to keep a very watchful eye on the entire airspace. So that's what the government at the moment is doing. The DGCA, which is the authority which looks at the Indian Airlines, which looks at the airspace, that also is now constantly monitoring the airspace. Government very, very vigilant, at least for the next 24 to 48 hours.
So we know that the Srinagar airport right now, Aishwarya, has been shut off, and we don't know exactly for how long. That will depend, of course, on the situation and how things progress. Is there a plan right now of the Civil Aviation Ministry of the government, Aishwarya, to possibly shut down more airports closer to the border?
West let me tell you, that is something that the government at the moment is very keenly looking at, which is why the entire airspace from north to south, east to west at the moment is being looked at. It's not just that, the government also is looking at the adjoining airspaces of the adjoining countries. That's also something that is in the vision of the government, because we need to be very, very vigilant. Government is very, very clear. We have done the precision strike. We should now wait, because there is a chance that Pakistan could hit back.
Aishwarya, could you give us details? Right now, the information that is coming in is all domestic carriers, Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet. What about international, airlines? What about international flights, people who are scheduled on that? Is that all in place right now? Any impact on international travel?
Well, there could be, Preeti. That's the reason why you are seeing one airline after the other. They are giving out emails. They are calling people and telling them that what you really need to look out for. One, before you leave your house, make sure that you check whether the timing of your flight is on or whether it has been rescheduled. So the next 48 hours, especially for people who will be traveling, they need to be they need to keep a hawk's eye on the messages, on the calls that they will be getting, because the situation at the moment is very, very fluid. They cannot take a risk. The government is very, very clear. The DGCA very, very clear. You cannot take the risk, neither the passengers nor the airlines. So that's something that everyone out there will have to keep an eye out. Do keep on looking out for the emails, the calls, messages from airlines, because there is a possibility over the next 48 hours at least, we could see a massive rescheduling taking place, not just in a particular airline, but across various airlines.
Okay, that's an important update from Aishwarya. For the next 48 hours, we could see some disruptions in flight operations. If you're flying out, have a flight to catch, ensure you check with the airline on the schedule if that's changed up, because right now, in the next few hours, flight operations in several parts of North India have been hit. We're talking about delays, diversions, cancellations as well. All of this keeping in mind passenger safety. There is certain protocol to be followed in the case of a national emergency, as the government has put it. So they're leaving nothing to chance, as should be the case, which is why you're seeing some disruptions being reported. Compare that to Pakistan. Pakistan airspace is completely empty right now. Not a single international airline is taking the chance of flying over Pakistani airspace. They've all completely cut off and ensured that they fly around Pakistan right now, keeping in mind what's happened and the tensions right now between India and Pakistan and Operation Sindoor as well. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for getting us all of those details. We will continue tracking really the impact of the strikes on flight operations across the country. But let's tell you all about the strikes. There are 9 targeted strikes that have happened in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We've accessed exclusive information on why this operation was named Sindoor. Now, sources say that this name was actually given by Prime Minister Modi. Why? Because the Prime Minister, in all of the meetings, which we've been reporting here extensively on India Today, in all of those meetings over the last 1 week, gave a very clear message that these terrorists targeted men, that many women were victimized as a result of the Pahalgam terror attack. They became and made into widows because of the Pahalgam terror attack. And that's why the befitting name of Operation Sindoor, to ensure closure for so many of these widows who saw their husbands being shot dead right before their eyes. So Operation Sindoor was a response to show that India will not let this go. We won't forget, we won't forgive. And that's why Operation Sindoor. So we've been speaking to some of the survivors of that terror attack, the widows who lost their husbands in the attack, who were shot dead before their eyes. they're now thanking Prime Minister Modi after Operation Sindoor, saying they have some sense of closure now.
Being joined by Aishanya, the wife of Shubham, who was the first victim in this whole terror attack, who took the first bullet to his forehead. Aishanya, what we have got to know that it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who gave the name Operation Sindoor. It is supposed to connect with the women. In fact, you have been telling your ordeal in this whole operation that how you felt like. How do you feel, and do you think that by giving the name Operation Sindoor, the justice has been done?
As I was saying this before, only and only Narendra Modi is the one who can connect with all the females in a way that he is the one who will give the name like this. Because emotions, he understands the emotions. He understands what we women are going through. He understands us. He understands the emotions. He understands the cries. So if I don't know if anybody else would have been giving the name, it would have been anyone else. It can be anything. Sindoor Rakhna wasn't कि सिंदूर ही रखना चाहिए, but the way he gave this name, it's very personal, it's very connecting. I feel like he was actually acting on a personal level. He was actually acting कि ये मेरी बेटी है, मैं अपनी बेटी का बदला लेके आया हूँ.
How difficult was it the whole time? We have been seeing that, it was a very difficult time. You have been sharing your experiences, the horrific experience. How was this time when you thought that, the revenge will be taken? We have been waiting for this. You said that we want to take the revenge, but enough was not done. You think that enough is done now? And how do you recall your experience in this matter?
The families will get impatient. Everybody was getting impatient. किसी के घर का, किसी के husband ऐसे जाएगा तो impatient होना लाजमी है. I was also getting impatient. But right now, when I see that this has happened, we are at peace. Shubham must be at peace. And I'm really thankful to whatever happened. I'm really thank you so much. Thank you for everyone whosoever is a part of Operation Sindoor.
So there you heard from Aishanya, Akshata. She thanked
Ask her one
PM
more
Modi, obviously,
question.
and she says that
Would you ask
the personal
Simar?
connect has been made.
Simar, would you ask Aishanya one more question?
Yes, please.
Does she somewhere down the line feel that there is closure now?
Aishanya, one.
Okay, we're cutting across now to images that are coming in from some of the targeted sites in Pakistan and POK. This is from Bahawalpur of Pakistan. You see now the impact of the strikes that's on your screens. A building completely brought down, decimated as a result of the precision strikes that were carried out at 1:45 a.m. this morning. Bahawalpur was one of the targets of this terror, of these strikes against terror groups, against terror outfits. You see one part of the mosque there completely destroyed. And also note here that all the buildings around continue to stand with no impact whatsoever. This is why we've been referring to it as precision strikes. This is exactly why we've said that the target was clear, our forces went right after the target and no one else. That's the message that came in from the Indian Army as well, when they said very clearly that, look, we have targeted only terror outfit setups. Nobody else has been harmed in this particular operation. But you see the images on your screens of what's happened in Bahawalpur. On the right is the video from the moment of impact when the strikes took place, and you saw multiple explosions taking place. On the left of your screens are those images of what exactly was the impact of those strikes. Remember that right now the information that we have is that in these 9 targeted strikes that have taken place, about 90 terrorists have perished. They were all based in these particular blocks, these buildings surrounding mosques, in madrasas, in these training camps. They had no idea what was coming. Suddenly, these explosions happening out of nowhere. Some videos captured by locals show you the extent of damage, destruction caused to these buildings, these terror launch pads, these terror training centers. And in Bahawalpur, you have a building completely destroyed, all buildings around standing tall, completely undamaged. That one building, which was our target, has been destroyed. And those who were in it also have, we understand, either been eliminated. These are terrorists, some also injured. Pakistan at this point not really giving out casualty count because it is embarrassing for them. So they won't, and we cannot really expect any real data on casualty count from Pakistan. But our sources tell us, our intel sources say that in these strikes that have taken place, about 90 terrorists have perished. These images from Bahawalpur on the right shows you the moment when the strikes took place at 1:45 a.m. There are about 5 explosions seen in this footage. You see one after another taking place in a matter of seconds there. And what you see on the left of your screens is the impact of that particular strike. In Bahawalpur, we understand that there were a couple of buildings that were targeted. This is one of those where you see it completely flattened. The roof has come crashing down as a result of these strikes. So we've been getting you these kind of images of mosques, of training centers, essentially for these terrorists that have been destroyed, completely blown to bits as a result of these precision strikes. And, you know, as now we have woken up to all of these images, details now emerging of the impact of these strikes and the importance of each of these locations that have been chosen by our forces. This is what they were planning. This is exactly what they were planning to do, viewers, for the last 2 weeks. While, of course, everyone was asking what kind of steps India will take, what are our forces planning, they were figuring out which are the sites to target. These aren't really on the outskirts of Pakistan. Some of them are really deep into Pakistan. So we've used our long-range missiles to conduct these precision strikes and ensure each of the buildings that we wanted to target, which houses the most terrorists, which help these terrorists get the necessary training, which also pushes them, acts as a setup of sorts to push these terrorists into Indian soil to attempt to infiltrate into India. Each of these buildings was identified, and then the plan was made to conduct these precision strikes. And as we get you these 2 images, stark really to show you what exactly it looked like when those explosions took place at 1:45 a.m. and now images of the impact of these particular explosions. And there are multiple such images coming in from Lashkar-e-Taiba terror launch pads, the terror headquarters of LET, to the Jaish-e-Mohammed launch pad, to the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, to Hizbul Mujahideen. These 3 terror outfits that have carried out multiple terror attacks in the country have all been targeted as a part of Operation Sindoor. So no, it wasn't just limited to the Pahalgam terror attack. There's a larger message that essentially India is sending across, that anyone who chooses to bleed the country, anyone who resorts to carrying out terror strikes, who perpetrates terror attacks and who shields terrorists will face the music. And that's what you're seeing right now, which is why it wasn't limited to one strike like we've seen previously. What we're seeing instead is in fact these images that are coming in right now of 9 different targets spread across Pakistan, spread across POK, all of that being targeted. So we showed you Bahawalpur. Let's show you Muridke. Muridke is near Lahore. This is the mosque where Hafiz Saeed used to, in fact, recruit terrorists, used to go ahead with his indoctrination techniques and whatnot, and even train these terrorists. What you see on the right here, which I'm highlighting, is when the explosions took place, when the strikes happened. This is again from about 1:45 a.m. You see also the flames that burst out right after the explosion happened. What was the impact of that strike? That's on the left of your screens. You see now how the building was damaged. There were people, we understand, in these buildings. These were terrorists who were getting training, who were part of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. They were the target. And so these missiles and these particular strikes targeted these very buildings. So on the right of your screens, you have the moment when the explosion took place. On the left, the aftermath. Bits you see of the building thrown all over the place, strewn all over the ground. There are ambulances going in and out from that particular spot. That huge, massive ground you see there, that surrounds this entire training area. And this is considered to be, viewers, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. And just imagine, for our forces who've been tracking, by the way, our agencies have been tracking that very location for the last many years, because it was Ajmal Kasab who gave details of how he was trained in this very building. And that's why they've been keeping their eye out on this particular building, waiting for the right moment to strike. post the Pahalgam terror attack, with the LET's role being crystal clear in carrying out that particular strike, our forces have gone ahead and targeted the very core of the LET, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. What remains right now is just a whole bunch of rubble. You see ambulances moving in and out right now from that very spot, from Muridke. So Bahawalpur, you see the kind of impact of the strikes and the aftermath, where you see buildings being blown to bits, the targets which were these terror training sites, and Muridke, the LET headquarters, where again, beyond this fence, barbed wire fence, this kind of protection, multi-layered protection that usually terrorists enjoy in Pakistan, our forces ensured a strike directly into the building. So there's no protection that could have been provided to these terrorists. There's nowhere they could hide. They didn't see this coming. They didn't know what happened. Before that, the explosion took place. And there were multiple such explosions to ensure maximum damage to these buildings, to these terror training grounds, which is what we've seen in Muridke as well. The images on your screens on the right, that's just come in from moments ago, where you see the impact of the strike. There's just rubble there, you see on the grass. There are ambulances moving in and out. All this while Pakistan remains completely mum on the casualties that it suffered, on the terrorists who have died, have been neutralized, have been eliminated as a result of this strike. So there's a reason each one of these locations were targeted, each one of these locations were identified as the spot for these precision strikes. And I'll run you through some of those. For example, Muridke, which I just showed you images of. Why exactly was this location chosen? Not because, it's close to Lahore, but because this is where the LET is based. Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters is right here. And remember, we've shown you here on India Today how Hafiz Saeed is enjoying the good life in Lahore. So a very clear message being sent across to the terror mastermind as well. This is the LET headquarters, where Hafiz Saeed also very often would visit, considering that he leads the Lashkar-e-Taiba. He's the 2611 mastermind. He was involved in the 2001 parliament attacks, involved in the Pahalgam terror attacks as well. So he has a long list of terror credentials. It was about time we struck right at him. The location we're talking about in Muridke is the Masjid Taiba. And this mosque was hit because of the fact that it's been linked to LET terror activities. We have evidence also to back that, because terrorist Ajmal Kasab, while in custody, did confess that he was trained exactly here in Muridke, in that very building that I showed you moments ago. Kasab confirmed that he met with Hafiz Saeed also in this very building, in this mosque, and he described the complex as a key structure that provides training, that helps in planning of terror activities and in indoctrination activities of youngsters to then brainwash them and push them into Indian soil to carry out the kind of terror strikes that we've seen in Pahalgam as well, which is why it was so crucial to kind of target them where it hurts the most, where essentially for the LET to limp back becomes very, very hard. Now let's talk about Bahawalpur. I showed you those images as well. Why was Bahawalpur on the target list right now for our forces? The location that was targeted in Bahawalpur is the Markaz Subhan Allah. This is the Jaish-e-Mohammed hub. Not just the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed also has suffered because of our strikes. This is the operational hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So much like the LET being based in Muridke, Jaish is based in Bahawalpur. This is the main training center, the main indoctrination center of the JEM. It's also a terror training base. So imagine this, what we've done is essentially also crack down on the perpetrators of the 2019 Pulwama attack, because this was the center in Bahawalpur where you had terror training being given to terrorists for the 2019 Pulwama attack. Several of the top JAM terrorists actually reside in this particular building. Over 600 cadre live in this building, and I've shown you the impact of the strikes. The building is completely collapsed. It actually had a gym, a swimming pool, therapy center, stables, riding ground. So essentially a resort for terrorists. Only in Pakistan is that possible. And that's why this resort for terrorists really has been the target of our agencies, of our forces with these precision strikes. The idea is to ensure that these terror outfits are crippled so badly by these strikes, they can't come back and hit us again. Let's cut across to breaking news coming in. And we've been showing you the footage of how our strikes have turned Pakistan terror launch pads into nothing but rubble and debris. Video proof now on your screens of what the Jaish terror headquarters looks like in Bahawalpur. The mosque, the seminary, which is where you had all of these terrorists and cadre living together, has been destroyed, brought down, blown up to bits by the Indian strikes. This was the mission. This is what Operation Sindoor was all about. You see these images on the extreme right of your screens of the rubble that's been left behind after the strikes. One particular building, you see buildings all around, but one particular building was the target because it is here that you had terrorists being trained. It is here that terrorists were living the good life, getting training, and then being pushed into India to carry out terror strikes. So that's why this particular building was the only target, and it's been completely blown up. You can see that the roof has come crashing down. There's nothing left of that building. So when you see that footage of the strike, how exactly was it made possible? Let's tell you the details we have right now of Operation Sindoor. Mind you, 10 a.m. is when there's a briefing by the Indian Army, so more details will come out then. This is what we know right now. Precision strike weapons were used. This is what I've been talking about. Buildings that were identified as the target were the only ones that were hit in these strikes. And this was, in fact, an exercise, an operation in which all three services were involved. The Army, Navy, IAF, all these strike weapons were used to carry out these precision strikes. You even had seaborne strikes that were carried out. We will, of course, await details from the Army briefing at 10 a.m. on exactly how this was carried out and which targets were particularly pulled off by the seaborne strikes. Drones were also used. Besides long-range cruise missiles, drones were also used to hit some of the terror targets based on really proximity and how far we had to really go into Pakistan. The Lashkar headquarters, Hafiz Said's hideout, madrasas, these were the targets. The messaging was very clear: to target the terror bosses and ensure that they are now running scared. This was courtesy the RAW, which had identified these 9 target locations and then handed over all of that intel to our forces, to the Army, Navy and IAF to carry out these strikes right after. How did we carry out these precision strikes? You had Rafale jets equipped with the Scalp missiles. These are long-range cruise missiles that were used. And it wasn't just the Scalp missiles. You had the Hammer precision guided missiles also being used. So different targets, different kind of strikes, different kind of missiles that were used based on what was really needed. But let me break that down further for you. What do I mean when I refer to the Scalp missile and the Hammer precision guided missile? Let's talk about Hammer first. It's highly agile. It is, in fact, something that's used also for extended range targets as well, which is why it was perfect for this kind of an operation. It's a precision guided bomb kit. So you kind of ensure that the location you want to bomb, only that is targeted, which is why the Hammer was used. It can be fitted, the warhead type, if you look at that, it can be fitted up into standard bombs up to 1,000 kgs. The range of the hammer is about 60 to 70 kilometers. So there are specific targets which our forces identified and said, look, this is a target that the hammer can strike with a range of 60 to 70 kilometers. Now, let's also talk about how it's guided. It has GPS, it has the INS, it has infrared imaging also, which is laser guidance essentially, which is why precision strikes are possible with the hammer. As far as the launch platform goes, this is integrated with the Dassault Rafale fighters, and we know that the scalp hammer was fired from the Rafale in this particular case. Also, as far as its special capabilities go, what makes this particular missile particularly handy is its high precision, all-weather capability. It doesn't matter, rain, sunshine, whatever it is, this particular missile ensures it hits the target intended. It's also got stealth features. It can actually correct its trajectory mid-flight as well, which is what makes the hammer missile so capable of what it did. Rafale, of course, is involved in carrying out this particular operation, Operation Sindoor. We understand Rafales were used to fire the scalp, fire the hammer as well. Now, the range of the Rafales is a meteor beyond visual range, which is amazing, which is why we're calling it a game changer, which is why it was used here too. Now, it also outclasses several AMRAAMs that are used by Pak F-16s, and that's why the Rafale ensures that we have a 100% clear edge over Pakistan. Now, as far as stealth features go, it's got better target tracking. It's also got a better engagement range than Pakistan's F-16s and J-17. So there's no comparison, really. Rafale ensures that we have an edge in every feature, including on stealth features. It's also got advanced electronic warfare, which means it's tech-loaded. It helps us also carry forward with these strikes because, very importantly, these systems can jam Pakistan radar and missile threats. And that's why the Rafale was used in Operation Sindoor. Let's also talk about the special capability of the Rafale. It can be equipped with the Scalp missile. The Scalp missile has a 500-kilometer range, which is why this was used. The Scalp missile with the Rafale is what was used for Operation Sindoor. It's capable of hitting high-value targets deep inside Pakistan. You need proof of that. We've seen what happened just a few hours ago with the precision strikes. So we've spoken about hammer, we've spoken about Rafale. Let's talk about the Scalp cruise missile, which, as I told you, was also used to carry out these strikes. These are long-range, air-launched cruise missiles. In this particular case, it was launched from the Rafale. The range of a Scalp cruise missile, why was the Scalp chosen? Because its range is 500 kilometers. Let me just juxtapose that for you with the hammer, which has about 50 to 60 kilometers range. The Scalp has a range of over 500 kilometers. Warheads, really, if we look at the Scalp missile, it is a 450 kg broach warhead. As far as guidance goes, it has GPS. It also has an inertial navigation system. So not really laser guided, but an inertial navigation system that this has. It's compatible with the Rafale. As I highlighted for you, you had the Scalp missile being launched off from the Rafale. So that was a launch platform. This was clearly planned, which is why we've in fact have Scalp in our arsenal, because it's compatible with the Rafale. As far as special capabilities go, it can penetrate hardened underground bunkers as well. So if some of these terrorists try to hide in bunkers in the buildings that were on target, that too would be completely blown up, decimated, courtesy the Scalp missile. As far as stealth features go, the Scalp missile also avoids radar detection. Keep in mind here that these particular strikes caught Pakistan completely by surprise. I want to highlight how Pakistan claimed that they were on a state of high alert, saying strikes are going to happen anytime now in the next 24 hours, 36 hours and whatnot. And you've been hearing this for the last 1 week, which means they were at the state of highest possible alert. And yet they just didn't see this coming at all. And that's because of the stealth features. So what you're seeing on your screens right now is going by the details that we have of Operation Sindoor. We've generated an AI video to give you a sense of exactly how these precision strikes were carried out. You had in the dead of the night these jets firing missiles, targeting our terror launch pads, targeting terror sites across Pakistan. 9 spots that have been targeted. So these videos kind of give you a sense of how this operation was carried out. It also gives you a sense of how complex an operation this actually was. And I want to bring in our reporters. We've got Mir Farid joining us live. We've also got Piyush Mishra right now getting us the latest updates. Piyush, I'm going to quickly come across to you for an update on that press conference that's expected at 10 a.m., which is when the army briefing is slated to happen.
Well, certainly, Akshita, but now what we are hearing is that there is some sort of delay in this press conference, and this press conference could take place by 10:30 a.m. and this is what we are right now learning. Initially, we were told that the press conference was supposed to take place at 10 a.m., but there is slight delay in that press conference. But whenever it happens, we will be able to know about the all details of this operation which has been carried out by Indian Army. Remember that PM Narendra Modi himself is monitoring each and every development, and throughout the night of the Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister was keeping a tight vigil on each and every development.
Can I just mention the update, Piyush? My apologies for interrupting, but let me just mention what we're putting out on our screens right now. What Piyush is telling us, that the army briefing is now pushed by about 30 minutes. 10:30 a.m. dot is when you can expect that press conference. But besides that, Prime Minister Modi, as Piyush was telling you there, has been monitoring the situation throughout. Through the night from 1:45 a.m. when the strike took place, the Prime Minister has been monitoring the situation, the impact, the success of Operation Sindoor. We also understand that the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, has been constantly giving the Prime Minister information on what's happening. Now, remember that in a few hours from now, you're also going to be seeing the CCS, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting happening. That's later to happen at around 11 a.m. Piyush is getting us those details. Piyush, my apologies for interrupting, but the information we have is at 10:30 is when the briefing will happen. The Prime Minister is getting in all information on the impact of Operation Sindoor from NSA Ajit Doval.
Absolutely, NSA Ajit Doval is constantly providing all the updates to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, Ashita, that yesterday also at around 10:15, Ajit Doval had met with PM Narendra Modi, and later in the day also. So we had seen 2 times Doval meeting Prime Minister, and today what we are told is that National Security Advisor after the Operation Sindoor is also briefing Prime Minister about each and every development. Minute-to-minute updates is being given to Prime Minister. At 11 o'clock, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting will also take place, and most likely National Security Advisor Ajit Doval will also be present in that meet, along with all the top 4 mantris of the Modi government, including Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And after that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, the Cabinet meeting will take place, in which all the Cabinet leaders will be present. So that's what the schedule which we have got. And before that meeting, we will have a very important press conference that will be addressed by Ministry of Defence. Indian Army is going to tell us about the entire Operation Sindoor, the 9 targets, those have successfully been achieved. That will be the main focus, and all the details
is the need of the hour, because there's a certain attempt, and I have Gaurav Samant with me also here on this broadcast, who's been getting us all the latest updates from 1:45 this morning when the strikes took place. The need of the hour, Gaurav, is for this kind of a briefing to take place. There are a lot of narratives being created, a lot of fake news doing the rounds. So this will be the army giving us all the details we need to know about the success of Operation Sindoor.
So some details will filter out, but only some, because it's a live operation. There is still clear and present danger of Pakistan wanting to retaliate, and Pakistan attempting to retaliate even as we speak. So there is a live warlike situation that's currently underway at the line of control. Pakistan has been slammed. It's absolute slam when it comes to Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. And this, from the name of the operation, Akshita, Operation Sindoor, it's a very big symbolic message that goes out. Remember what those radical Islamist terrorists in Pakistan had done. They had wiped out the Sindoor of Indian Hindu women when they killed their husbands after learning their religion. The Prime Minister aptly ensured that this operation is called Sindoor, and there is clearly hard action against Pakistan state-sponsored terror in Bahawalpur and in Muridke, in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province, to teach Pakistan's radical Islamists a lesson. You cannot do this. Some information will come out, but we are still holding a lot back because the operations are still underway, Akshita.
We're still kind of understanding the impact, the success of Operation Sindoor, and perhaps how Pakistan could react as well. I'll just get in an update also from Mir Fareed on the kind of reactions, Mir, that have come in from Pakistan. First of all, as expected, of course, we don't know the casualty count from Pakistan. They're attempting to play down the figures. God alone knows why, because these are terrorists who have died. So ideally, Pakistan should be kind of giving out the details of terrorists who've been killed in their soil. But so far, give us a sense of how the Pakistan Prime Minister, how the leadership has responded to what's happened.
Well, Pakistan is responding at multiple levels. You have the DGISPR saying that Pakistan reserves the right of basically firing, or should I say retaliating at their time and at their place of choosing. So that is something that they have said, and that is why, as Gaurav said, this is still a live situation. This is a war-like situation, because already, if you talk of line of control areas, they have been pummeled. There has been very heavy artillery fire from the Pakistan side. Indian Army is retaliating in equal measure, but a lot of damage there. At least 6 to 7 casualties of civilians, I can confirm to you. Dozens have been injured. Lot of damage to property, but still, Pakistan, in fact, in its correspondence with the UN, has also said that they reserve the right to retaliate. So it still is a live situation. While India has done with it what it had to do, but there could be retaliation, and for that, all the army formation, air force bases, everyone is on the highest alert.
Yeah.
I am right now outside the Srinagar airport. As you can see, civilian airport traffic has been shut. Air force has taken over the airport, and no one is being allowed beyond the point behind me, which is the outpost that has been created. So things happening at multiple levels, but still we are not done. There could be retaliation from the Pakistani side, and that's why everyone.
You know, but one thing that needs to be kept in mind, sure, Pakistan may try to retaliate, but India is on top of that escalation ladder, and that every Indian must know. Pakistan, with all its weapons and its exercises and everything that was on, it could not stop these 9 targets, these 9 missiles that India fired.
Pakistan was on its highest alert,
and they could do nothing. So let's know about the strength of the adversary. We are not underplaying it. Pakistan is a professional army, which is unfortunately run by radical Islamists, but a professional army all the same with the nuclear button. But if I may, India has decided that after Pahalgam, those radical Islamists will be punished, whether they're in uniform or they're wearing their salwar kameez the way Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen does. And if I may, Akshita, all 3 headquarters, Sialkot, Hizbul Mujahideen, Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed, 3 headquarters of 3 radical Islamist terrorist organizations that has bled India since 1990.
Yep.
It's been targeted and devastated. That's just a signal from India. The real devastation will follow unless Pakistan mends its ways.
This is beyond Pahalgam. From what you're telling me, Gaurav, this is beyond Pahalgam. We knew of the role of LET in Pahalgam. But our forces, our agencies decided that, look, we're not just going to send across a message to Hafiz Saeed and to Lashkar-e-Taiba, but to every terror outfit out there in Pakistan who dares to bleed India. So this was beyond Pahalgam. You're seeing terror-targeted sites of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, of Hizbul as well, who've been involved in multiple terror strikes on Indian soil. So it's a larger message that's going across to these terror bosses who think they're sitting comfortably, safely in Pakistan. That no, that's not the case. You have to be wary of what India will do if you dare to bleed us as a country.
No part of Pakistan is safe, whether it's Muridke or it's Bahawalpur. You know, because the Pakistani Punjabi Musalman mindset is that no Indian Hindu Baniya, as they call us, as they call all Indians, no Indian Hindu Baniya will target them in Muridke and in Bahawalpur. But that Pakistani Punjabi Musalman gets that message when these precision-guided munition, whether it's the Scalp or the Hammer missiles, have hammered them at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. And Kamal, this is something that Pakistan should understand, whether it was the Parliament attack in 2001, whether it was IC-814 hijack, whether it was Raghunath Temple attack, whether it was 2006 attack when 200 people died in Mumbai trains, 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, and a whole litany of attacks. Finally, retribution at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. Kamal.
Well, absolutely. Precision strikes being carried out, as you're mentioning, in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, and yes, even the Hizbul Mujahideen camps in the Sialkot. Now, what is important and significant is that this particular precision firing was done from the Indian territory itself. And this is where India said enough is enough, especially after Pahelgam. And we've seen retribution coming in post the Uri attack, after Pulwama attack, and now thereafter after Pahelgam attack. And there is obviously these terror targets which were actually chosen by both the RAW as well as international, by the IB itself. And this is obviously across the line of control. Even though there seems to be a heightened alert at the IB, what we've seen is Pakistan thereafter having a sort of attack on the civilians, and that is why what we see is in Kupwara, in Puj, innocent civilians being targeted, and thereafter what we've seen is a heavy response coming in from the Indian artillery. And remember, post 2003, the ceasefire which holds currently lies shattered. But clearly, as far as action is concerned, India had been preparing for quite some time, and that is why they were able to carry out multiple precision strikes. This is across 9 sites, targeting 3 terror organizations: Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen. Now, they've had safe havens in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for a very long time. And this is a message loud and clear and loud as far as the Indian security grid is concerned, the Indian army is concerned.
Let's just talk about that for a moment. Gaurav, you know, there are a lot of comparisons between Operation Sindoor, what happened after Pulwama, what happened after Uri. If you look at those strikes and compare it to this one, why is there a lot of chatter that this is much bigger than any of those strikes that we conducted?
So the post-Uri surgical strike was a shallow incursion inside Pakistan. It was big because that was a big step that was taken. But at the same time, it wasn't like, going deeper inside Pakistan. So it was a shallow incursion. Some terrorist launch pads and training camps were targeted. Again, not the Pakistan army. But when Pakistan still did a Pulwama, the next attack was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. That is where Indian Air Force fighter jets crossed the line of control and hit across the international border. That was a very significant message that was going out to Pakistan, that no part of Pakistan, it's a very narrow country, as you see in the map, and we'll play that out for you. Pakistan is a very narrow country, and that is why it has always sought strategic depth in Afghanistan. So India diplomatically became friends with Afghanistan. Even the Taliban in Afghanistan gave them, a lot of resources. And then, once the Pakistan's strategic depth was taken away, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa was targeted, Balakot, Jappakot. Very important. What is extremely significant, even that did not deter Pakistan beyond 5 years. So when Asim Munir took that big risk of targeting Pahelgam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi decided one strong message had to be given, which he said was unimaginable. And unimaginable, even for people like me who've covered terrorism for 25 years plus, was hitting Muridke. Remember all the conversations you and I have had that Pakistan has to be hit, terror has to be hit at roots, that we kill terrorists in our own country and we say we've done a good job, but that's like pruning branches of the terror tree. With roots in Pakistan, this is the first time roots have been targeted in Muridke and in Bahawalpur. That is why this targeted attack at Muridke and Bahawalpur and in Kotli and in Muzaffarabad is very significant, along with Sialkot. I want to bring in Colonel Rohit Dev. Colonel Rohit Dev was a part of a division at the line of control in North Kashmir at a time when situation with Pakistan was extremely tense. And Colonel Dev, I want to understand from you the targets. Muzaffarabad, 2 targets. Kotli, Gulpur, Bimbar. I'll come to the targets south of Pir Panjal and then along the international border in just a moment. How significant are the targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, sir?
Right. Gaurav, 3 quick points. When you see these strikes going, which are deep strikes, missile strikes from the Navy and the Air Force primarily, and designation given by the troops on ground and the SF. I think the northern targets are the targets which are more to hit the terror outfits which were mobilizing for this summer incursion. So definite intelligence was there, and they've been struck very, very well. It also dissipates Pakistan's intent to cover its troops towards the eastern part of Pakistan, because the neglect on the Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is going to be much more significant. The southern targets are particularly very, very important. See, you can strike buildings, you can kill terrorists, but the ideological radicalization of this country and its military cannot be changed. So this is a signaling today that that entire enclave which you see from Muridke to Chakamru to coming up to Sialkot, that and also the Bahawalpur area is where they started mobilizing like headless chicken. The strike goes at the very pretext of our calling. And I think for the last 1 week plus, they have been trying to tell us that they are anticipating attack. It's actually in Pakistan's interest to have a skirmish going on across the border or the LC, which India is not keen. India has drawn out a very, very long-term plan. We have hit the terror camps. We have told it's non-escalatory. And one extra word we have added beyond Balakot this time is to say that we have not hit your military installations. This is a geopolitical signaling. You will hear it in the MEA briefing as well, with a joint briefing. To the some friends and lackeys of Pakistan, and also some earlier supporters like US and who try to play preachers to say that we have done this. Now you tell your lackey back in Pakistan that what should be the escalation ladder to climb. So the first casus belli was killing of innocents, and the operation, like you rightly pointed out, is a messaging to the Islamist radicalization state of Pakistan that it's not going to be tolerated. The second casus belli is rising today. So what's going to happen is Pakistan is going to turn it around to say that we have hit their civilian targets and collateral damage, blah, blah, blah. They're going to come ahead in Jammu area, Ratnochar, Kaluchar area, and strike our civilian locations and habitats. That is going to give rise to a lot of indirect fire and retaliation from India, both from air, sea, and ground. And I hope Pakistan is ready for that, because we are playing it absolutely by the playbook. They made noises about they made noise about the dam. They said we will strike. Where is the strike? I mean, they talked to Russia today.
No, but it's still early hours. It's still early hours. They may strike.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yes, it will happen.
But see,
what if they target a brigade headquarters, Akshita? That's one of our apprehensions. They may target one of our military locations, and that is the message that India sent out. We've targeted terrorists. We haven't targeted your military. If you target our military, that's the signaling. There'll be consequences for Pakistan, Akshita.
No, and we're leaving nothing to chance right now. As Gaurav said, this is a live operation, so you're seeing maximum security preparedness right now by India as well for any eventuality. And that's the way it should be, which is why you're seeing also a lot of movement happening along the border. This is at this point, as the government has put it, a live operation which they're tracking the latest on. Colonel Rohit, they've also, just a quick point really on these precision strikes that we've seen. Just for the layman to understand, Colonel, how challenging is this kind of an operation when you have Pakistan saying that, look, we're going to see a strike in the next 24 hours anytime now, which means they were anticipating something like this would happen, and yet just didn't see this one coming.
See, anticipation is okay, but what is the capability? The day Rafale was coming, I think I remember Shivarur and Gaurav were on the show, and I was with them. And we made a sort of a point. I also said that let's get that version M asset for the Indian Navy from the aircraft carriers, right? You have today acquired capabilities and striking mechanisms today, both by ground, by air, and also by sea, which are very, very pertinent capabilities. Pakistan does not have it. So its ability to even discern such kind of an attack, I mean, they can scramble their jets, they can burn their fuel, they can mobilize, they can ruin their economy. That's what we have achieved for the last 11 years. Right, so we fire one bullet on the LC, they open up the entire arsenal what they have on the LC. They're wasting their economy, right? So it suits us. But they don't have the capability to gauge. No, they can gauge our intent, but they can't gauge the delivery mechanism today of the Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, and the Indian Army.
And that's the point we've been making constantly. And Colonel Dev, stay with me as I bring into this conversation my colleague and senior journalist Sandeep Unnithan, as we also bring into this conversation Air Marshal Anil Khosla, an aviator par excellence. And Sandeep, quickly to you first, India's response and the manner in which it came. 9 targets, multiple precision strikes, the hammers, the scalps. lots more used, but a little information that's still being kept from the general public till the time the operation is live. Textbook precision, or is there something we need to beware? Sandeep.
Well, absolutely. Textbook precision, Gaurav. This is possibly the largest strikes that India has conducted on what we call the infrastructure of terrorism inside Pakistan. You and me were talking about this yesterday. What is this infrastructure of terrorism in Pakistan? It is that entire mechanism that Pakistan's army has created over 4 decades to recruit terrorists, to equip them, and then push them across the border to conduct the horrific kind of attacks that we've seen in Mumbai 26/11 and in Pahalgam just last month. And these strikes, unprecedented strikes, where the aircraft stood on our side of the border, we hear, and launched these precision weapons, these hammers and scalps at these Pakistan terrorist training camps, their infrastructure, sends out a very, very big political message to Pakistan, Gaurav. It says that India has all its options on the table, and what we're going to look at in the coming days is going to be more of this escalation dominance from our side to ensure that Pakistan does not carry out a strike like they did in 2019. It will be to control the escalation ladder from spiraling up.
Absolutely.
Gaurav,
and Akshita, you're absolutely right, Sandeep. The fact that Sandeep pointed out a very important aspect that you may like to take with Air Marshal Khosla also, Akshita, the fact that Indian Air Force fighter jets in Balakot, they crossed the line of control and hit across the international border. This time it was within our territory, but you had missiles, you had the weapons and systems deep inside our territory. They can hit deep inside Pakistan. Pakistan has nothing of that nature. That shows how India's air power is coming of age.
Air Marshal Khosla, good morning, sir. Thank you for your time here on India Today. Can you just explain to us how this kind of an operation was possible, the missiles that were used, whether it was the scalp or hammer, how that's actually helped India carry out this kind of a precision strike, sir?
Yeah, so as far as the weapons used and how the strike was carried out, I'm not privy to the exact planning which the Indian Air Force must have done, but I can give you general information and exact weapons used. Maybe it will come out in case the Indian Air Force and the government of India thinks fit enough for it to be brought out in the open media. Yeah, from Balakot strike onwards in the 6 years, we have acquired new weapons, new platforms, new systems, which are much more capable as compared to Balakot time. The ranges are much more, the standoff ranges I'm talking about with the scalp and with almost 250 to 300 and the hammer, which is a closer range standoff weapon. And they both weapons are very, very precise. So unlike Balakot, where you had to go closer to the target, here you could target you could engage the target from far away, staying well within your own territory. So there are quite a few differences from Balakot time to this time. Balakot, only one target was utilized. This time 9 have been targeted. And also the distance of these targets from the IB or LOC are quite high because of good standoff capabilities which we acquired in the last 6 years.
You know what Pakistan is also resorting to, Colonel Dev and Sandeep, I want all our guests to weigh in on this. Now, very important aspect of war is information warfare and disinformation warfare. And Colonel Rohit Dev, quite like post-Balakot, there is an information vacuum. Now, because we're a democracy, we wait for information to be fructified before it's given out to the media. Does Pakistan capitalize on that information warfare with all its canards and false claims or half-truths and absolute lies, where we lose out on that information warfare narrative? Colonel Dev. Okay, Colonel Dev, apparently you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself. Piyush, stay on. I'm coming to you in a moment.
What I'm saying was that you are 100% correct on that kind of a narrative which you have just said. Pakistan, since 2 a.m. in the morning, they've had the DAG, ISPR, their Prime Minister, and many lackeys, including people sitting in the United States, have already approached many congressmen and people and tried to create. So you'll see one funny tweet where one congressman today says that, India has not given evidence before launching. So I also asked him that what was the evidence? You had Pakistan sponsoring Osama bin Laden, the most wanted. You went to 15 more countries. So I think the narrative building is very important. The Minister for External Affairs made it very clear. We don't want partners, we want preachers. So I think we are taking our
don't
own
want
call.
preachers, we want partners. Yeah, go on, sir.
So we want partners, not preachers. And that statement is out to the West today, and also the countries, some of them in the European Union, that, come what may, India is going to take its next steps. But
Colonel,
Pakistan is very clever.
Stay with me for a moment. I want these pictures to play out full frame for a moment. I want our viewers to see the extent of destruction in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Watch this image of Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. The bombing at night on one side of your screen and the completely destroyed Masjid on the other side, or the Markaz, the Masjid Subhanallah on the other side. Or in Muzaffarabad, look at the two images on your television screen. It has to be clear for the world to see what India has been capable of achieving. Very, very significant message going out there. I want to once again bring in Air Marshal Khosla into this conversation. Air Marshal Khosla, the destruction, the choice of targets like Muridke, for example, Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Air Marshal, why would a target which is known for the past maybe 25 years, 30 years, not be acquired earlier and be acquired this time? What, according to you, since you were Vice Chief of the Air Staff, what is the thinking that goes on in the minds of military planners when they zero in on a target, Air Marshal?
Yeah, so, the Air Force, any Air Force is all about targeting, hitting the targets, and these target lists are already always ready and refined continuously. And the very important aspect is the kind of response which you want to give depends on a lot of factors. The Air Force gives you to the planners the flexibility of rap on the knuckle to punch on the nose. That's what I call, 9 or 15 odd shades of response. And that depends on what target you are choosing, where is it located, how much of destruction you're causing it, a number of targets which you're choosing. So all these factors combined, make your response, the degree of response which you are trying to generate. Like if you compare to Balakot was one target, one camp, and this time 9 have been targeted, and the destruction is much more. So that is what flexibility the Indian Air Force or that any Air Force gives the planners and the decision makers.
Okay. Piyush, if you're with me, and I also want to bring into this conversation my colleague Sandeep Punithan. Sandeep, when you look at the information warfare and disinformation warfare, the kind of canards Pakistan has been spreading from the DG ISPR to the Prime Minister to the Information Minister to the absolute silence on the Indian side, except that one statement that was made by the Ministry of Defense. Are we losing the narrative war and winning the war on ground?
Well, I'd like to say that, I think we've learned some lessons from Balakot in 2019, 6 years ago, Gaurav, when, there was an information vacuum after an Abhinandan's jet was downed inside POK. It was almost more than 24 hours before a proper statement could come out, before that tri-services briefing on South Block could be made. So I think lessons have been learned from there. And today the briefing is going to happen in real quick time. In 10:30 is when it begins. So less than 12 hours after those strikes against POK terror infrastructure, India, the Defense Ministry is going to come out with a joint statement.
But 5 hours of narrative. I mean, they are saying the number of fighters they are saying are down. The number of drones they say are down. The number of brigades they say have been targeted. And sadly, Air Marshal Khosla, a section of the Western media that preaches to the world does not practice what it preaches. It's been just taking the Pakistani narrative hook, line and sinker without cross-checking facts with India. It just goes on to indicate that they are a part of that narrative building, Air Marshal.
Yeah, so not only West, West and Pakistan is very, very active in this narrative building and misinformation, I will call, not narrative building. And they say that even in Balakot time, they retracted on quite a few issues, which statements they made, and within hours they had to go back on them. So जो बोलते हैं कि नकल के लिए भी अकल चाहिए होती है. So their credibility goes down because they did nakal without akal. And yeah, you're right. So what happens is, moment any such event happens, a lot of misinformation starts. And actually, there's two ways of looking at it. One is countering it in a mature way, that is should be done. The second is, if you jump into it, like a unplanned this thing, you may be adding fire to it and creating more of a fog of war and misinformation, and which can be damaging also. So these are the two ways of looking at it. In my opinion, a balanced approach should be followed, and a mature approach should be followed.
Fair enough. In about 39 minutes from now, we will have the first basic information. But one fact remains, Sandeep, that the moment an airstrike has happened, or the moment tri-services strike happened from India, Pakistan is saying there will be retaliation from their side. All sorts of disinformation and misinformation once again, where they talk about military targets, because we don't have terrorists in our country, we don't have terrorists on our land. So what will they target? They'll either kill our civilians or they'll target a military installation, and that would be escalation.
Absolutely, Gaurav. That is going to be critical. The kind of targets that Pakistan chooses, if it plans to retaliate, for what we've struck at their terrorist targets. We have no terrorist camps on Indian soil. So what it remains to be seen, the kind of targets that they choose will decide the next course of action over the next couple of days, Gaurav. Whether we climb that escalation ladder, or whether Pakistan takes that message and keeps the situation where it is right now, which is that terrorist camps on Pakistani soil have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces.
There are 44 levels of that escalation ladder, 44 levels. And there has been significant climbing of that escalation ladder, and we'll explain the escalation ladder to you, whether it's a disagreement between neighbors, diplomatic words that are exchanged, to political words that are exchanged, to the use of non-state actors, because that is serious escalation. Pahalgam was serious escalation by Pakistan, where they used radical Islamist terrorists to bleed India. That was serious escalation. Line of control, ceasefire violations, that's taking it one notch higher. That's also escalation, but that's small arms. The use of area weapons, whether it's mortars, whether it's infantry mortars, or it's, a section or a platoon or a company strength mortars, that's escalation. The use of medium artillery, that's 155 howitzers. The use of Bofors, for example, that's another level of escalation, because that is where you target longer distances, up to 45 to 50 kilometers. The 155 52 bore weapon can target, and that's serious escalation, which is just now happening.
Yes. It's definitely one level of escalation up, Gaurav, and I think, like you pointed out, it's the caliber, the bore of the weapons that is going to be, used to retaliate. That will actually decide how how many notches up the escalation ladder we are climbing. But it's very clearly all eyes are on Pakistan, the Pakistan military, and the Pakistan deep state to see what they will do next.
Can they go up that escalation ladder? I'll come to Air Marshal Khosla in just a moment. There's breaking news that's just coming in. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is to brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the latest developments in just a short while from now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has already briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there are various aspects of this briefing, from the intelligence inputs that are coming in, the internal security situation, so inputs that come in from the Intelligence Bureau, inputs that come in from the Research and Analysis Wing. There are multiple intelligence agencies that give their inputs at the multi-agency center, or at the level of the state at SMAC, or the state multi-agency center. And then, of course, there are inputs that come in from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. When we talk about multi-domain operations, do keep in mind that this is a war that's being fought at multiple levels, or a war-like situation. Army, Navy, Air Force have already been deployed and employed in combat, but then there's also your cyber security network that's there. There are your strategic assets that are there, and the Prime Minister will be given a briefing. The full spectrum briefing will be made for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But I want to bring in Air Marshal Khosla on the escalation ladder. And Air Marshal, when you see 155 howitzers being used perhaps for the first time since that Ramzan ceasefire along the line of control, how serious is that escalation, and do you see this escalation go even higher, and how much higher, Air Marshal?
Yeah, you listed out, you said 44 levels of escalation out of the, I'm not sure how is that calculated, but, those are military escalation, smaller rungs. But if you take a broader picture, escalation involves a lot of things. There's a multi-domain, as you said, warfare, and it's not only military, it is economic as well as, diplomatic. So all sort of efforts. The escalation ladder, when you take, it becomes a much bigger ladder. And the bottom line is, this time the civilians were attacked in the terrorist attack at Pahalgam. So India's patience has totally run out. And this time, to my mind, the country is ready to escalate to whatever level the adversary wants to go. And we'll not only match it, we'll go maybe 1 or 2 notches higher. That's the sentiments at the moment. So as far as escalation is concerned, I think if it is required, so be it. That is the attitude I think will be there, because these things are continuing. Even after a lot of repeated warnings and repeated attacks, there's still those support to the terrorists are continuing. So escalation, if required, I think the country and the countrymen are ready for it to whatever extent adversary wants.
Absolutely. These 44 levels of escalation is that Herman Khan's 44 level of escalation in thermonuclear warfare. And now that we've reached a stage, Sandeep, where you've come to area weapons, or you've come to 155mm howitzers being used, but you've also seen employment of air power, and not just employment of air power. You've actually seen MDO already at a level, multi-domain operations. Your army, your navy, your air force, your P8Is, your AVACs, all of them have already been employed. Perhaps even your satellites to keep an eye on the adversary.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this is what we're talking about here. Escalation dominance is the buzzword right now, because India wants to establish completely encircle Pakistan to ensure that it has no options to climb up that escalation ladder, to ensure that we are fully prepared for whatever Pakistan throws at us next. We will tell them that whatever they throw at us, we can go one step above that. And that is for Pakistan. That is for GHQ Rawalpindi to understand. It is for them to digest that message that escalation dominance has been established. And it is for them to, whether they want to climb up that ladder, go up 1 or 2 notches high, or just keep it at where it is right now, Gaurav.
Because the Prime Minister, the name Operation Sindoor, it has a deep meaning, significance and resonance. Because what the Pakistanis were doing was striking at the core of our belief. If there are people who are Hindus and they are singled out and targeted and killed because they are Hindus in 21st century India by radical Islamist terrorists who've come from across the line of control. Are they trying to send across that message that radical Islamists will target us in our own country? And that is why the name Air Marshal Khosla, the name Operation Sindoor, that will protect the honor of that Sindoor, will hit back, will hit hard, and will hit to deter a retaliation. There may still be a retaliation, but this is also striking at the core of the Pakistani radical Islamist ideology, Air Marshal Khosla, when you target them at Muridke and Bahawalpur.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're talking about the name. The Balakot time, the operation name was Operation Bandar, and there's a difference between that operation and this. The surprise, the tactical, in spite of being alert, the surprise was achieved by total secrecy and doing normal things, which we continue doing. And that is why a very name which was given was very, which cannot be connected with what we are going to do. But this time it's a different story. This time the Operation Sindoor indicates that yes, what the terrorists did, we are taking revenge for that, and openly. And also the difference is last time, it was total tactical surprise by not letting anyone know. This time the whole country announced that we are going to do civil defense on 7th. So that was actually a sort of announcement that, yeah, we are going to do something. So that is a big difference. Just 30 seconds on escalation ladder we talked about earlier. So what I'm trying to say is that our war endurance, our economic endurance is much higher. In case they want to go on the escalation ladder, so be it. I think we will outlast them in every aspect, and it will be detrimental to both the countries, but much more harmful to Pakistan than India.
That's a very significant point you're making. Air Marshal Khosla, stay with me. Sandeep, stay with me. Major General Sanjay Mestun will join us on the other side of this big story that we're tracking here on India Today as we wait for the government's official statement on Operation Sindoor. Let me quickly take you through the headlines at 10. India avenges the Pahelgam terror attack. India hits Pakistan terror targets. Between 80 to 90 terrorists have been killed so far. There are many other bodies that are still buried in the debris. Images of destroyed Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir surface. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose the name Operation Sindoor. Op Sindoor named to avenge the Pahelgam ladies whose husbands had been killed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message will avenge every death. Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitors the situation from his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed the Prime Minister on the ground situation. India hits the headquarters of top terror kingpins. Hafiz Saeed's main Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters and mosque complex in Muridke near Lahore destroyed. Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters targeted in Bahawalpur, southern Punjab province of Pakistan. Multiple terror camps destroyed in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Operation Sindoor is to avenge the Pahelgam attack. Inside details of how precision-guided munition was used. The scalp and hammer from Rafale Omni-Roll fighter jets to drones used. Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitored the operation through the night. Pakistan stuck and spooked. Pakistan's Prime Minister confirms India's actions. Shehbaz Sharif concedes 5 places targeted, threatens to respond. Good morning, I'm Gaurav Sawant. If you're tuning in, the big story on India today, India has struck Pakistan and hit hard. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 9 targets hit, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but in what Pakistan's ruling elite call proper Pakistan, that is Pakistan's Punjab province. And in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province, barely a couple of kilometers away from Lahore at Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, that UN-designated global terrorist Hafiz Mohammed Saeed's headquarters has been devastated. But that's just one strike. The second strike was at Bahawalpur. Remember that Maulana of terror India was forced to release after IC-814 was hijacked in December 1999? India has finally targeted Bahawalpur headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Jaish-e-Mohammed, that radical Islamist terrorist organization, has targeted India multiple times, from Parliament to Mumbai to Pathankot to Pulwama. And now, finally, there's retribution. There's breaking news coming in. The Indian Army's official briefing on Operation Sindoor is to take place in a short while from now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has hailed the armed forces for Operation Sindoor. We are getting you those live images that the cameras are all set up for that meeting. The Bahawalpur headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed has been destroyed. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has just said, proud of our armed forces. It was our resolve to give a befitting reply to terror, committed to eradicating terror at roots. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is to brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi shortly. I want to show you that middle image. It's perhaps one of the most compelling images that we've seen. That is proof of Muridke headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba being destroyed, being decimated. And we are told a large number of radical Islamist terrorists are still buried in the debris. The second picture that you see in that middle picture is the Bahawalpur headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed destroyed. I want to quickly bring in our guests on this special broadcast. Sandeep Unnithan, Major General Sanjay Meston, Air Marshal Anil Khosla with me. Sandeep, you and I have covered multiple Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror attacks on our soil, from the Parliament attack, IC-814 hijack, Mumbai 2006 train disaster where Pakistani terrorists, of course through Indian Mujahideen, put bombs on trains, 200 people died, 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, 166 people died. Finally, retribution comes in 2025, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. That 15-year reign of terror that you mentioned, where the city of Mumbai was targeted, citizens were shot to pieces, they were blown up between 1993 and 2008. Over 700 Mumbaikars were attacked, foreign tourists were attacked. Systematically, this campaign was waged from these centers, these terror centers that have been struck today, Gaurav. Muridke and the Bahawalpur headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. These two names have been etched in our memories for more than 3 decades, ever since the Jaish-e-Mohammed was launched, and before that the LET. These two terror headquarters, this is from where the Pakistan Army's deep state launched terror attacks against India. It's over 4 decades now, this war on terror that has been launched by India has now borne fruit. We have seen the results of that today. Those 9 strikes against those terror training camps, the infrastructure, the headquarters at Bahawalpur and Muridke is a very, very, very big message, Gaurav. It is after nearly 3 decades of Pak-sponsored, state-sponsored terrorism, India has finally struck back, and it has said enough is enough.
Absolutely, enough is enough. 30 years we've bled. 30 years we have reported India bleeding. 30 years we've seen dead bodies of Indians killed by these radical Islamist terrorists. First image from inside Bahawalpur, that Masjid-e-Subhanallah that has been destroyed in the Indian missile attack. This is that grand terror infrastructure in Pakistan, in South Punjab. And look at what the Scalp missile is capable of doing. It's a 2-stage missile. It penetrates first and then it bursts. But in this case, it's penetrated more than once, and it goes on to indicate this 2-stage missile. Air Marshal Khosla, as we look at these images, it's penetrated through the dome and it's penetrated through the floor, because terrorists like rats hide underground. They've been neutralized, it seems, underground, Air Marshal Khosla. When you look at these first images, exclusive on India Today. Amazing images of Markaz-e-Subhanallah. This is that mosque where that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, used to preach, and he used to preach terror. He brought a bad name to the holy structure where he preached terror. And it's not just India that is saying so. Look at the testimony of David Coleman Headley when he talks about how Lashkar-e-Taiba at Muridke was the headquarters of a terrorist organization. But these are images from Bahawalpur in South Punjab, southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. The first images from inside. The dome has been blown away. Sandeep, the dome blown. The Scalp missile, the 2-stage detonation, it penetrates and then bursts. Here, it has also gone through the flooring, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And these are very, very important visuals because, after the Balakot attack, in 2019, the biggest criticism, one of the biggest criticisms of that strike was that there was no visible proof of the kind of damage that had been done. And there was a lot of debate, there was a lot of social media chatter around that, whether did we hit the target, did we not hit the target. Of course, we struck the target, but today we have very, very visible proof, Gaurav, of that target being struck, that Jaish center in Bahawalpur. It's a very, very important center of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. It is literally from where Maulana Masood Azhar has preached hatred. It's launched attacks against India for more than 2.5 decades, and that target has been struck. We're looking at those visuals right now, Gaurav, and I'm sure in the next couple of hours we will see more such visuals of the Air Force jets. From you will see missilery images, you will see bomb camera footage, bomb damage assessment of those missiles actually raining down upon all those terrorist training camps, that terror infrastructure. So I'm really waiting to see the kind of footage that our Air Force jets have got back.
Absolutely, Sandeep. And Jill Meston, stay with me for a moment. My colleague Ankit joins me on this big story. The point is, those who used to say, where is the proof? Where is the proof? Give us proof. This is proof for the world to see, Ankit.
No further proof needed, Gaurav. You can see the central dome, and in moments from now, we will show satellite pictures confirming how much damage. We can visually confirm, independently sourced pictures tell how much damage actually has been seen. In satellite pictures, what we can confirm is that the central dome, the central hall of Jamia Subhanallah has been completely damaged. It has been completely taken out. At least 3 explosions were reported from this location. Unlike Balakot, unlike Post Uri, no further sabut needed. No further footage is needed. You know, the central part, the core of JEM headquarters stands evaporated. There's nothing to be left. There's nothing for any terror chief, any terror operative, any terror commander to stand on ground. There's visually no ground is available. In moments from now, we will show satellite pictures confirming, showing the entire overview of the area, and we'll show you that this time, no further sabut is needed. The target has been hit 100%. The target has been achieved 100%. The central dome of Jamia Subhanallah at the outskirts of Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the den of Masood Azhar has been completely taken out in these airstrikes, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. All those who said after Balakot, sabut kahan hai? All those who said after the 2016 surgical strike, where is the proof? Here is proof, not of one strike, but of 9 different strikes, and each proof will be there, General Meston. This is proof for people across the border, and of course some who may want to still see proof. We are putting it out in public domain. General Meston.
Yeah. Gaurav, firstly, I think it is a most historic day for India. There is no doubt. And India's national resolve is emerging out very, very clearly under the firm leadership of our Prime Minister and the Indian Armed Forces. They have done a marvelous job. What targeting? The visuals which are being shown here, fantastic targeting. No collateral damage. That is another beauty. And the kind of targeting we have done, the impact on the target end is colossal. Lots of, so many lives would have been there. So many people, these terrorists would have been killed over there, and they cannot deny. The best part is, you know, the pilots who would have gone for this operation, what a great, marvelous feeling they would be having. They have done a great job for Mother India. And Operation Sindoor, these Pakistanis have now been given a clear message that India shall and will not accept terrorism at any cost. We have a national resolve to wipe out terrorism from the soil of Pakistan, and the terrorists, the Pakistan army who are the terrorists in uniform, they will also be sorted out if they dare attack on India.
Significant point you make there. Significant point you make there. I want to stay on these images and you know, Ankit, if you're still with me, and I want to also bring in Sandeep into this conversation. It's extremely significant. The proof that's coming out from Bahawalpur, the proof that's coming out from Muridke, this is something that was unimaginable, Sandeep. You and I have covered counter-terror operations for close to 3 decades, and hitting Bahawalpur, hitting Muridke, we would always say that fine, when you kill a terrorist in our own country, it's like pruning the branches of the terror tree or striking the leaves or the branches. You need to strike at roots. This perhaps is targeting 9 roots of the terror tree. Perhaps the only one remaining is Appara, but government's made it very clear, no military target, at least from what sources say, as of now.
Absolutely, Gaurav. You know, so far, all we have done, as you pointed out, we've only been killing the foot soldiers who've been sent into India. We've been hitting the launch pads. We're conducting shallow raids just across the line of control. But today, I think we've demonstrated our resolve by going deep inside Pakistan to hit terror camps like the masjid that we just saw at Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur, Gaurav, is 100 kilometers away from the international border. It is deep inside Pakistan. It is in southern Punjab. It's a very important cantonment town, a garrison town. It's also where Jaish chose to make its headquarters, establish itself more than 25 years back. And that is from where Masood Azhar launched several attacks against India. He preached hatred. He launched and recruited the Jaish cadres from Bahawalpur. It's literally the center of the Jaish-e-Mohammed's entire being. So literally with these attacks, Gaurav, you have actually taken the battle into the enemy's home, into his backyard. You have actually demonstrated for the first time that targets like Muridke and Bahawalpur that were always mentioned whenever we covered terrorism, whenever we spoke about terrorists, all of them coming out of these terror training camps and these masjids, these infrastructure of terror. For the first time, we have actually, crossed that red line, gone in and hit their terror headquarters deep inside Pakistan territory, Gaurav.
We have the best team of reporters on ground. We have the best analysts here on India Today to get you a 360-degree perspective of what's happening. Because we want our nation to know that if Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror bleeds India, there are costs that will be imposed on Pakistan and not just military costs. These, of course, are military costs that are being imposed on Pakistan because the reputation of the Pakistan army that was already in mud. It was mud because Asim Munir had put the Sharif brothers in power, even though Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and Imran Khan had won elections. Instead of Imran Khan being Prime Minister, you have Shehbaz Sharif as Prime Minister. So Asim Munir is hugely unpopular, and Asim Munir and Imran Khan both cannot coexist. So there is internal dynamics there. I want to bring in Piyush Mishra. Piyush, just about 13 minutes to go for the government briefing. The government likely to make significant points, and especially on the misinformation and disinformation campaign that's been launched by Pakistan and not non-state actors, by their information minister, defense minister and prime minister, along with DGISPR.
Well, absolutely. All the lies those are being peddled by Pakistan will be busted, and a proper response will be given. All the clear details will be given by the government, Gaurav. In a few minutes from now, the government is going to do a press conference, and what we are told is that officials from Ministry of Defense and also officials from Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be the part of this briefing. They are going to brief about the operations, the targets, and the achievement which the government has achieved after carrying out these operations. What we are also learning from our sources, Gaurav, is that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, who is all set to reach here at 7 local landmark to meet Prime Minister for the cabinet meeting. Before that, he is there at Ministry of Defense, where he is being briefed by Chief of Defense Staff. So there are multiple developments those are now taking place after the retaliation carried out by Indian Armed Forces, and at 10:30 press conference will be done, and at 11 a.m. the cabinet meeting will take place. Before that, we can expect cabinet committee on security also to take place. Remember that PM Narendra Modi has also been monitoring each and every development. Throughout the night, he was keeping a close watch on Operation Sindoor. He was also being briefed by officials about minute-to-minute updates. National Security Advisor is also briefing him. So all the developments are taking place. Parallel meetings are underway, and India is very much ready to react back to any kind of eventuality created by Pakistan.
Do keep in mind, Pakistan is a trained professional army. It may be headed by a radical Islamist. It may have a lot of officers currently who are radical Islamists, but it still remains a trained and a professional army. In fact, it's actually a trained terrorist organization that has access to fighter jets, to the nuclear button, to submarines, to missiles, and to tanks and armored personnel carriers. Look at this image that we've put out on your television screen. That's a satellite image of the 7th of May, and it shows you the damage on ground. And look at the difference between January 2025 and May 2025 when that building was taken down. The advantage of using PGMs or using precision-guided munition. Scalp is a subsonic two-stage cruise missile. A cruise missile is almost surface-hugging when it moves forward. It can hit a target between 300 and 500 kilometers away. Very, very difficult to detect as far as the adversary's radars is concerned. Its scalp, known as Storm Shadow in the United Kingdom, is fired off a Rafale aircraft. It's been used extensively in operations in Syria and in Lebanon, and now, of course, in Pakistan. But the use in Pakistan is there for you to see the impact in this war against radical Islamist terror. Now, the Scalp missile is a two-stage, explosive mechanism. It first penetrates...
I'm sure by now, most of us would have read the media invite, and it clearly says, and I repeat for that thing, just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
Go, 10:21 it is, 10:25 it starts. The Armed Forces briefing in just a short while from now. General Meston, as we wait for the briefing to take place, and if we were to see, this is extremely significant, the briefing that will be done, because this is where Pakistan's misinformation and disinformation will be put to rest. Okay, forces to brief on Operation Sindoor in just 3 minutes from now. Operation Sindoor, 2 women officers of the Indian Armed Forces are to brief the media on Op Sindoor. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will also be a part of this briefing. We are told Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi are to brief the media on Operation Sindoor. 2 women officers, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi, are to brief journalists on this briefing. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will also be there. So it's a statement that is being read out as of now. They're not taking questions, and there is a reason for it from what sources are telling India Today, because there's a live operation that is currently underway. Remember, it's only phase 1 of the operation when India has targeted those terror training camps, launch pads and headquarters. Pakistan is waiting to strike back. I want to bring in Piyush. Piyush, very interesting, the Foreign Secretary and 2 lady officers to be a part of this briefing.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. In few minutes from now, very shortly, we will see the press briefing to begin. The officials from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Defence, they are going to be the part of this press briefing. They are going to tell the entire nation and also to the world the kind of actions which our armed forces have carried out against the terror sponsored by Pakistan, the terror activities of Pakistan, and the 9 targets those have been hit. Remember that since beginning we have seen all these officials, all the ministries working in tandem and holding series of meetings, and after 2 weeks we are now seeing retaliatory actions are being taken against Pakistan, and it was affirmed by the government that firm and decisive actions will be taken. And any minute from now we will see the press conference to begin. The officials have almost reached there. They are going to tell us about the operations. They are going to brief how the operations were carried out and what kind of achievements we have achieved, because we have made it very clear that we have not hit any civilian. We have not crossed the airspace. Also, we have carried out these operations in our own airspace. 9 targets have been hit where there are terrorist camps, and India in the past also has made it very, very clear that Pakistan is not only sponsoring but also funding the terror activities, and these
give me a
the
moment,
camps are
Piyush. Let me
basically
also bring in Aishwarya Paliwal joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, no statement to be made, no questions. What are you picking up from your sources in the government on the next course of action?
Well, Gaurav, one thing is very, very clear. This was just phase 1. And we all know that the name Operation Sindhu, given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, is telling you the severity of what we should be expecting and what Pakistan, in fact, Gaurav, should be expecting. Because we have seen the precision with which the strikes have happened. Don't be surprised if we target the other masterminds also, because Gaurav, that is what is the need of PR. We have seen the government also speaking about it. Enough killings of the puppets, enough killings of the pawns. We now need to go after the mastermind, and that is what is now expected. In fact, if you did see, the general of the army also in a tweet, just 4 letters, picture abhi baki hai. So these are the words that he's written, tweeted it out, giving out a stern message to Pakistan that this is the new India that you have tried to provoke, and now this is just the beginning.
Oh, interesting. You should point that out. Just as we wait for those images, General Meston, do you agree this is New India and a response by New India? That statement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi that's been pretty viral. Saugandh mujhe is mitti ki, main desh nahi jhukne dunga.
Absolutely, Gaurav. I think the Prime Minister's resolve and the national resolve clearly reflects the intent of India. And I think now we are very, very clear. I totally agree with the statement that Pakistan ki to mitti ko hum bhasam karke rahenge. We cannot accept this nonsense from this damn country. We have been accepting it for 3 decades. I think now the message has gone very clear. And if Pakistani tries something again today, or maybe in a day or 2, solid response will be there. Then we will just go all hell and leather. We will not spare anything, including their dams, Karachi airport, Karachi port, anything. Nothing will be left. We will just shatter this country. And there is so much happiness in Afghanistan. I am getting calls from there. Congratulations, General. Similarly, in Balochistan, in all these Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, POK, there are celebrations. So, in essence, we are achieving a strategic, defined objective, which has been stated by the Prime Minister of India. We shall and we will wipe out terrorism from Pakistan at whatever cost it may be. We will not accept any nonsense more from this damn country. Sorry to use that word.
Okay, Sandeep. Is that the appreciation that a new template is set each time? But Pakistan also keeps upping the ante. After Pulwama, there was Pahalgam. So after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balakot, there has now been not one. Remember, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, 1 terror training camp was targeted. Here, 9 targets, including the headquarters of 3 terrorist training centers.
Absolutely, Gaurav. In fact, not only is this, are these kinetic strikes unprecedented, but also the diplomatic and the political and the economic measures preceding these kinetic strikes have been unprecedented. So this is literally a kind of retaliation against Pakistan that we have never seen before. Not since 1971, Gaurav, and certainly not after Kargil in 1999, and certainly not even after the parliament attack of 2001. So, as you rightly said, a new template has been established today in 2025, that it is not going to be, it's zero tolerance for terrorism emanating from Pakistan, especially when Indian civilians are targeted the way they were in Pahalgam, the largest loss of civilian lives in India after 26/11. This government has signaled the fact that it is not going to be business as usual when it comes with Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, Gaurav. And quickly to add to what General Meston said about the messages that he's receiving from Afghanistan, I'm sure there'll be messages pouring in from Iran as well very shortly, because Pakistan, as you know, Gaurav, has 4 neighbors. It shares borders with 4 other countries. 3 of those countries have accused Pakistan of harboring, sheltering and launching terrorists against them. Afghanistan, Iran and India. It's almost unprecedented anywhere else in the world that a country like this is addicted to terrorism as an instrument of state policy, Gaurav.
Okay, stay with me. More breaking news coming in. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has reached 7 Lok Kalyan mark. So Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will now brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has already briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, that briefing was on virtually through this operation. operation as it was on. We're told the CDS, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, has also briefed Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. A lot of inputs that are coming in from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, from IB, and also from the Intelligence Bureau and the Research and Analysis Wing. So forces are to brief on Operation Sindoor in just a short while from now. Leaves of all para forces have been put on hold for now. Big development. So which means stand by. There will be escalation because there will be a response from that radical Islamist terror state. Once there's a response from that Islamic terror state, there will be a response from India. And that escalation ladder, trust me on this, the armed forces war game, this virtually every year, every month at different levels, whether it's a level of a battalion, a brigade, a division, a corps, a command, or the entire army, and of course the whole of the nation approach, and India's on top of that escalation ladder. When some people ask, what about that mad radical Islamist general who may then detonate a nuclear weapon? It's easier said than done. There are many systems of checks and balances. Piyush Mishra joins me with more on leaves being put on hold. Piyush, that's a very clear indication that India is prepared to retaliate to an escalation.
Well, absolutely, India is very much prepared to retaliate to any kind of escalation done by Pakistan. But yes, one thing is clear, that we have given a muh-tod jawab to Pakistan, which was assured by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and PM Narendra Modi. You would remember that soon after Pahalgam terror attack, Gaurav Prime Minister had said that we will hunt, track and punish each and every terrorist and also their handlers. And after the retaliatory actions, those have been taken by India. Pakistan has also said that it will, respond back. So to retaliate back and also to, deal with the escalation that will be done by Pakistan. All leaves of paramilitary forces have now been cancelled. They have been called back, and that's a very big development which is right now taking place. Along with it, one more development. Let us tell to our viewers, Gaurav, that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, after getting brief from Chief of Defence Staff, is now here at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and he is there inside the Prime Minister's residence, and he has come here before Cabinet. So like we told our viewers that before the Cabinet meeting, which was scheduled to take place at 11 a.m., the Cabinet Committee on Security will also take place. So what we are now learning is that as the Defence Minister has reached here, other members of CCS will also come, like Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Foreign Minister, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Shankar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and other officials like NSA and from Ministry of Foreign Affairs will also be the part of this CCS. So after CCS, then Cabinet meeting will take place. But for CCS meeting, Rajnath Singh is here, and big developments are now taking place. Any minute from now, we will also hear the press conference by the Indian government telling us about the 9 targets. Those have been hit. They are in Pakistan, 5 in POK, 4 in Pakistan. So big action has been taken by the government, and the press conference is also to begin. Before that, the leaders have started arriving here at Lok Kalyan Marg, and they are also going to tell Prime Minister about the developments those have so far taken.
Oh, absolutely. And stuff that is happening on ground right now. We are aware of some of the developments that are taking place. We want to tell you those developments, but we'd rather wait till those developments are officially confirmed by Government of India. The moment they're confirmed, we will put it out in public domain. You will hear some of it from the government, or you will hear from official service. Okay, we see the lady officers, Colonel Qureshi and Winko Vyomika, they've arrived, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary. Let's listen in to the Foreign Secretary first. As they test the audio system, wait for systems to be in place, because remember, it's not just India, the world is watching. Colonel Sofia Qureshi, you see in these images.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। ये हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः ये था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट (TRF) कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। ये उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहाँ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। ये स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि ये आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। ये कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन-एस्कलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। ये आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है।
इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे। रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ, ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
A very strong statement made by Government of India giving details of this precision strike at 9 different locations to target Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. And if you saw that brief clipping, I'm sure it would have moved you too. Because for us, all of us reporters who've covered each and every one of these terrorist attacks and many on ground, whether it was an attack on the Indian Parliament, whether it was hijack of IC-814, whether it was the Akshardham temple that was attacked, whether it was 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks that we covered on ground and not just at the Taj but at Cafe Leopold and at the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus and at Ville Parle. That was Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, where terrorists came from that Murid ke camp, where 4 missiles, if we were able to understand that briefing very correctly, 4 missiles struck that one after the other, 4 missile hits there at Murid ke. And that was essential, because 30 years Pakistan terror has bled us. The camp at Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, again, a terrorist organization that has bled India for decades. And India very clearly said, you heard Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, non-escalatory, resolute, no military target, and not an effort to escalate this conflict. Sandeep, the ball very clearly is in Pakistan's court. They want to escalate. They can only target either civilians or the armed forces in India, and the consequences will be for them to bear perhaps even higher.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Very, very important words. The choice of words is extremely important in what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said. The 4 words that he used were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsive. He's argued on the basis of India striking in self-defense, and he has given a long history of terror attacks emanating from Pakistan, and the infrastructure of terror that we've been talking about since yesterday is front and center here in his briefing. And he said that India had to strike at this terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan, which has been bleeding India for several years, right from the Parliament attack, 26/11, the Pulwama attacks, Uri, Bala, all of these attacks have been traced down to this terrorist infrastructure, and he has very clinically listed the reasons. He's made the case for why India struck all of these 9 targets and what India's measures are like. Measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsive. And the ball, as you said, Gaurav, is firmly in General Asim Munir's court.
General Meston, stay with me for a moment as I quickly bring in India Today's reporters, Piyush Mishra and Mosmi Singh, who join me on this broadcast. Mosmi, extremely significant, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, when she listed out details, she's a signals officer, and a very clear signal is being sent out to Pakistan that these are the places that have been targeted, and these are the reasons why they've been targeted, from the Sawal camp in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir down to Bahawalpur in Pakistan, South Punjab province of Pakistan.
Absolutely, the presser, Gaurav, though no questions were taken, was extremely, balanced and calibrated and calculated, just like the response of the Indian forces, where 9 terrorist targets were in fact demolished. And the press briefing clearly outlined, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Vyomika Singh clearly outlined that this was a retaliatory measure. It was extremely with extreme precision, 9 terror targets. They went on to explain each and every terror target, why it was the one to be on the radar in the 9 targets, and where it had contributed to attacking India's sovereignty.
Stay with me for a moment, and for the benefit of viewers who are joining us, this is the Kotli Gulpur camp that was targeted. This is 30 kilometers from the line of control, and I want to explain these images to you very clearly for a moment. So on that map, and this is an image that's been taken from an unmanned aerial vehicle, that UAV also gives you coordinates of how the UAV is being directed on top of this camp. This is Kotli Gulpur, and Kotli Gulpur is in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's about 30 kilometers from the LC. It's opposite Rajouri. So it's south of Pir Panjal. And this was the camp where terrorists had trained before they attacked that bus in Riyasi. Remember, 9 Hindu pilgrims were targeted in this attack in Riyasi. And that Kotli Gulpur was the camp from where these terrorists had come. Watch these images very carefully. This is what it looked like earlier, and now this is the other one at Bimbar. Bimbar again is very crucial, the Barnala jungle camp. Now, this is a terrorist launchpad that we are aware of. This is a terrorist camp that incidentally is significant because in Bimbar, and again this Bimbar is south of Pir Panjal, where terrorists have been launched from here. There's a jungle warfare school for terrorists at the Bimbar camp. You're looking at the picture of that Bimbar camp before and that Bimber camp, right now, when it is being targeted, there you watch a missile fall, and there you will see it just blows up, it goes up in flames. This only requires willpower to do it, to go up the escalation ladder. And the Narendra Modi government, after that Pahalgam attack, where terrorists singled out Hindu tourists, killed the men in front of their wives, their children, and then said, "Jao, Modi ko bata dena." Words to that effect. This is the response. The one in the Saida Balal, Kotli Gulpur is the one that you see right now. And all 9 terror launch pads and training camps were listed out. And General Meston, with military precision, these camps were targeted. And General Meston, with military precision, that information has been put out in public domain. Signals officer used to send out a signal.
Absolutely, Gaurav. With military precision, everything has been done. And the fact of the matter is that the precision has also been the intelligence collected over a period of time from all possible assets, whether it is human intelligence, whether it is air surveillance, UAVs, etc. So with this precision-oriented intelligence, everything has been very precise. No collateral damage. But the best part is, we have to understand the significance of camps. And since one has operated in these areas of Kupwara, Tangdar, and of course Rajouri Poonch, I recollect, Pakistan uses these training camps for indoctrination, small arms and weapons training. Thereafter they move them to some other camps for jungle survival, and to some other camp for communication, because they have been told how to communicate, etc. So this target has been very, very precision oriented, and we have achieved our objectives, and brought out very clearly that no military targets have been attacked, and neither the population of Pakistan has been attacked. It is only the terror targets, and our intent is very clear. Just keep targeting these terrorist camps and these so-called terrorists who are...
And watch these images as I bring in Piyush for more details. Again, you see on the unmanned combat aerial vehicle, or the UAV, the unmanned aerial vehicle, you see the targeting of the Kotli Abbas camp. Again, it's 15 kilometers from the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And Piyush, the government is giving out all details, how these camps were targeted and why these camps were targeted. Each and every attack in India traced back to these camps and to the perpetrators, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed or Hizbul Mujahideen. Piyush.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. And for the benefit of our viewers, I want to read out a very important statement which has been made by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and I quote him. He says, "It was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the Pahalgam attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan against terrorist infrastructure in its area." So that's what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also stressed out, that despite giving multiple evidences, Pakistan was not acting, and it was the right of India to deal and tackle with these terrorists, and that is why these attacks have been carried out. One thing time and again has been made it very clear by the government, Gaurav, that no military facility has been attacked, no civilian has been targeted, and non-escalatory actions have been taken. But despite that, we are now seeing how Pakistan is crying foul. Now, as we are speaking, the cabinet meeting, Modi cabinet meeting is also underway, where CCS meeting has taken place, after which the official cabinet meeting is underway. More actions could be in pipeline, Gaurav, but before that, the government has also clarified the reason of carrying out these strikes against Pakistan. The biggest reason was that the terrorists tried to disrupt the normalcy which was returning back to Jammu and Kashmir. They also tried to create a sense of terror among the people, and that is why it was important to carry out such attacks. In fact, the sources in intelligence had also indicated government that more such attacks could be carried out, and that is why it was important to destroy these terror camps. And 5 terror camps in POK, 4 in Pakistan, and that's a big lesson which has now been taught to Pakistan. And the government has also clarified its intent that we will not let terror go unpunished. Every terrorist will be tracked, hunted and punished. In fact, their handlers will also be taken to the task. Gaurav.
I want our viewers now to see the image that we are getting from Sarjal. Remember, the targeting hasn't just been in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's also been in Pakistan's Punjab province. But before I come to Pakistan's, talk about Muridke and Bahawalpur, I want to show you Sarjal Sialkot, not very far from the international border. And this is where those Pakistani terrorists on the other side of the international border were targeting Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. So they would train at the Sarjal camp. Sarjal, of course, is a major camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen. And there they would infiltrate into that Samba Katua belt, come into the Jammu Riyasi area, and they targeted 4 policemen. That is why this terror training camp was launched. Now I want to come after Sarjal Sialkot to the biggest hit among the 2 biggest hits. This is Markaze Muridke. Unimaginable. Trust me, unimaginable that Markaze Muridke, the headquarters of that professor of terror, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed. Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, incidentally, is the UN designated terrorist. Lashkar-e-Taiba is a UN designated terrorist organization, part of the 1267 Sanctions Committee, and yet Pakistan took no action against it. They would keep changing their name from Lashkar-e-Taiba to Jamaat-ud-Dawa to Muli Muslim League, float a political party, contest elections, but this is where they were training terrorists. Don't take my word for it. Hear it from David Coleman Headley, that double agent, that Pakistan-born American terrorist. He gave details about how he went to this Markaze Muridke for training and for meeting that Hafiz Sahab, as some called him, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed. This is where he went for that training. Now it's been destroyed. It's been decimated. And after hit 4, so not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 hit that. Okay, I'll come back to Bimbar for a moment. After Markaze Muridke, I wanted to take you to Bahawalpur, but then we also have to get you back to Bimbar in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And then Sandeep and I will decode this in greater detail with some of our military analysts and analysts. I'll tell you why. Because this perhaps is the biggest action against Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror that's been taken. And yes, there will be consequences. But then when you are battling a radical Islamist terrorist organization, you have 2 options. Either you continue, you go down on your knees, let them shoot you at point-blank range, and you'll then accept it, like we did for decades. Or you hit back, and he will hit back, but then you hit him back harder, so that then he does not dare to hit you again. Because you are far superior. We need to just realize how strong we are, and how strong we need to become. The more you increase your power, the more he will retreat. That is the only way to deal with a bully. Remember, and I want to take you for a moment as I show you these images of Bimbar, even Maryada Purushottam Shri Ram, for 3 days, he sat in front of the ocean and said, please let me pass, with his hands folded. But the ocean didn't give him way. When he took out his bow and arrow, that's the time the ocean said, I'll tell you, Lord Ram, the way to cross. It's only through strength you make the world listen to you. And Rashtra Kavi Ramdhari Singh Dinkar has articulated this very well. This is the Sanatan philosophy of this country, and perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi is practicing what that Sanatan philosophy of this country is. Look at those images on Bimbar, how Bimbar was targeted. I want to, before I bring in Sandeep Unnithan, I want to show you Bahawalpur. Because Bahawalpur, actually, when you see the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters being targeted, Markaze Subhanallah, that's the time, that's the place where you have radical Islamist terrorists being trained, indoctrinated to target your country and mine. And not once, not twice, but repeatedly from Pathankot. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave access to Pakistan's ISI. Come to Pathankot, investigate. ISI, come, investigate. You know why? So that they would take action against these radical Islamist terrorists. But Pakistan did not. They registered an FIR in Gujranwala, but they did not take action. This action has followed. And Sandeep, very crucial action has followed, something that will have an impact for a very long time in the psyche of that Pakistani Punjabi Musalman terrorist mindset. It will have an impact whether it's in Bahawalpur or in Abpara or Islamabad Pindi.
Absolutely, Gaurav, and you actually nailed it. You know, it's one of those amazing geopolitical twists that how a supposed cause of Kashmir became a Punjabi Muslim cause over the last few decades. After the early days of insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, it became a terrorist operation operating out of Punjab. And today, I think, Gaurav, the biggest message that the government of India has sent through these airstrikes, these 9 attacks, is that 4 of these locations were inside Pakistan's Punjab province. They're in the districts of Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot and Narowal. This is the first time after the 2019 Balakot attacks that India has attacked the mainland Pakistan targets, mainland terrorist infrastructure present in territory that is outside of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is a very, very, very big symbolic messaging, Gaurav, and this actually tells you that how the Pakistan army has over the last few decades converted Punjab into this infrastructure of terror where all of the main groups, whether it's the Lashkar or the Jaish, they all have that infrastructure of terrorism. They have their training camps, they have their indoctrination camps, then they have their launch pads right there in Punjab. Let's not forget, Gaurav, that out of the 10 26/11 attackers who came to Mumbai and murdered citizens, 9 of them were from Pakistan's Punjab province. So the government of India has sent out a huge message by attacking these targets inside Pakistan's Punjab province, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to bring in India Today's Pooja Shali. And Pooja has been covering counter-terror operations for a very long time, including in the state, now Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, earlier the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Pooja, as somebody who's covered counter-terror operations, as somebody who's seen, felt, and perhaps, if I may, grown up, looking at this Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror very closely in Jammu and Kashmir, when you look at these images of the nerve center of terror, of course, barring Abpara, which is the ISI headquarters in Pakistan, when you see the nerve center being targeted, you have details of the dossier that India has prepared on Pakistani terror. Pooja.
This is the moment, Gaurav, that the whole country was waiting for and possibly for decades. I have in my hand 28 pages long dossier prepared by the government, exclusively accessed by India Today. No other channel has it. And the images that you're showing, Gaurav, I have in words and text. The research is unbelievable. This puts facts on ground about how and why did the Indian government take the decision to not attack simply Pakistan or POJK, but the route of terror from Bahawalpur, Muridke to other parts in POJK. Manjeet Negi of India Today Group has exclusively accessed this for us. And I want to show briefly, in this 28-page dossier, the research is so strong with words about, with pictures shared, Gaurav, very closely and clearly, the locations, the names and identities of the terrorists that the government has had in its dossier. Indians have known it. Indian agencies have been tracking it. Indian journalists like you and I have known it for years. But now I believe this dossier needs to go to every Indian household. Every age group needs to know precisely why did Indian government and our armed forces try to target, for example, how Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur has been the operational headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Not just any location has been hit. This is where radicalization, indoctrination in the name of Dawa was being done. There was operational training that was done. Name Pulwama attack. Name any attack that has happened in the past 20 years. It will have a Jaish-e-Mohammed imprint, especially the Pulwama attack 2019. We come to Muridke, like you have been discussing. One location that was in many ways, perhaps many across India also did not believe would happen, but very clearly tracking in this dossier. Gaurav, look at that. We have the evidence, as Manjeet Negi has brought us all details, 28 pages long, with images of these terrorists, of the locations, all of that and more, to prove to not just, of course, Indians who know it, who have suffered from it, but the world. These are proper evidence that have been put for 28 pages long. It doesn't take time to read, but the details are so precise, so clear. That's when you realize, Gaurav, about how Indian agencies have brought together. This is also to ensure the dossiers that have always been shared with Pakistan already, the world needs to watch it, whether it's Markaz Hadid Barnala in Bimber, whether it's Bahawalpur, but this dossier brings to the fact of why Indian government decided this is it. For years, since 1990s, but especially from 2000 to 2025, till when was India expected to keep suffering? India has hit the target, and look at the restraint. India ensuring only the terror launch pads will be hit. Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Lashkar-e-Taiba for Murid-ke. In other areas in POJK as well, where the launch pads have been. This perhaps is a reminder of why India took the decision. Gaurav.
Stay with me, Pooja, and I also want to bring in India Today's Mosmi Singh, because it's not just the Indian armed forces that show you Nari Shakti on display when you talk about Shakti responding to Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Even on India Today, you have Shakti that's responding. And Mosmi will join me in just a moment. But before that, I want you to listen in to Colonel Sofia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh giving details of the targets acquired and decimated.
अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जिकल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। पीछे आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट। ओके, दिस इज टुवर्ड्स द लेफ्ट लग रहा है सर।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। पीओजेके के टारगेट्स मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context.
So those are some of the highlights from the press briefing. And of course, the big headline is in the messaging also, that you had 2 women officers part of that news conference to go ahead and speak about Operation Sindoor, which is about avenging our Pahalgam widows. And so there was very fitting messaging really in that particular news conference. It speaks volumes of really why this kind of an operation was taken up and about the name Operation Sindoor itself. But as we speak about really the takeaways of that news conference and the footage that's emerged of the strikes that have taken place in the heart of Pakistan and POK, I'd like to also take this across to our reporters, Moshmi Singh, Piyush Mishra, Mir Fareed are joining us live on this broadcast. As we speak right now, Piyush, there is a cabinet meet, we understand, that's taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. So a lot of developments right now and dialogue happening within the government in New Delhi.
Absolutely, Akshita, and this is the first cabinet meeting which is underway at Prime Minister's residence, and what we are told from our sources is that just before the cabinet meeting, the cabinet committee on security meeting also took place, in which 4 top mantri of the government were present. That meet was chaired by PM Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Jai Shankar, Foreign Affairs Minister and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman were part of the CCS meet, and as we are speaking, the cabinet meeting is going on. Remember that Indian Armed Forces have carried out a retaliatory action against Pakistan, and like you rightly mentioned that yes, a great message has been sent out by requesting the 2 female officers to brief media on the operations those have been carried out. And remember that in this press conference, the officials were there from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from Ministry of Defence, and also we saw the 2 officers from Indian Army and Indian Air Force respectively. So we are now seeing how the terror attacks which have been carried out is a message that yes, we will not let terror to go unpunished, and no retaliatory action against civilians have been taken. No military establishments have been targeted. Only a group of buildings or a particular building has been targeted to wipe out the terror camps where these Pak-sponsored terrorists were getting training.
A couple of takeaways really from that conference. You've got footage now that's emerged of some of these strikes captured by drones that have gone right in and shows the exact point where, in fact, the missile drops and you have the explosion taking place. Those are the terror camps. So there's footage of each of these strikes that's been released. Secondly, we now know the exact sequence of exactly when this operation happened. It lasted just for about 25 minutes, which is why repeatedly we've called this a precision strike. That the mission was very clear. Target these 9 terror hideouts, these terror hubs, go ahead and fire at them. So it was completely planned to the T. Operation Sindoor has been a success. From 1:05 this morning to 1:30, a quick 25-minute operation. You had 9 sites being targeted in one go, decimated, demolished, and with that breaking the backbone of terror groups, the likes of LET, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen as well. So this is a message that's beyond Pahalgam, that we will no longer tolerate terror being bred on Pakistani soil to come and bleed India. And that's why you saw not just LET, but Jaish also being targeted, Hizbul Mujahideen also being targeted. Now, besides the timeline that we know of, the clear message that's come in from our forces is that not a single civilian establishment in Pakistan has been hit, which is why it's precision strikes. The buildings that they wanted to target are largely terror training sites, are launch pads, and that's exactly what was hit. All surrounding areas completely unscathed, completely untouched. So not a single Pakistan civilian casualty has been reported in these strikes. Drones have been used, missiles have been used, and those details also have been given to some extent because these are still sensitive in nature. And as Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, said, this is still an ongoing operation. And that's why it's very sensitive in nature. The information that they can give, they have handed over, including the most incriminating of it all, the evidence of videos captured by drones that shows the exact moment of, in fact, that explosion taking place. Let me bring in Maushmi Singh also, who's been getting us the latest updates on that news briefing also that took place. Maushmi, the messaging involved in that conference is something everyone's talking about. The fact that you had a name like Operation Sindoor, which sources tell us the Prime Minister had handpicked because he believed that this was about avenging the Pahelgam attack, avenging the widows of Pahalgam, and then to ensure that you have 2 women officers leading from the front, messaging and ensuring that they are the ones who describe all of the footage that emerges of each of these strikes. Very telling, really, of what really the government intends to send across as a message here.
Absolutely, Akshata. You know, it was a rock-solid, consolidated press briefing, and clearly, you know, outlining that the action taken by India was non-escalatory, very measured and calculated. These 3 words actually stuck out, and you had the Foreign Secretary who laid an overall brief of Operation Sindoor, starting with the fact that almost 600 soldiers have laid down their lives in preventing terror attacks, and hundreds of civilians have lost their lives and succumbed to terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. And then you had those firebrand officers, who detailed the 9 targets that were demolished. Interestingly, it also spoke, it was a message to the international community at large that here was a world leader who showed the patience, the precision and the perfection to carry out these attacks. It was watching Pakistan very closely. The Foreign Secretary said that for the past fortnight, Pakistan has been leveling counter allegations instead of taking actions. It spoke about how in the UN Security Council, it didn't want TRF to be named, and that actually spoke about Pakistan's intention of having havens of terror in not only POK but also inside Pakistan. And then, those 2 officers, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, they were absolutely spectacular. In fact, India, put on the evidence. There are 21 terror camps in POK and Pakistan, Akshata, and we've only targeted 9, thereby underlining that Pakistan dare not, indulge in any misadventure.
This is a message that's being sent across right now to all of these terror outfits. I just want to put the focus on all of the footage that's emerged. I will describe it one by one for you of really what this footage that's been put out by really our forces shows. Each operation, the first one on your screens is the operation that took place at, in fact, Saidna Bilal, which is in POK. Now, this was, in fact, a JM launchpad, a Jaish-e-Mohammed launchpad. You see the area that's been marked out. That is where, in fact, they wanted to conduct the precision strike. That's where they struck. Let's take this one by one, play out first for you this particular footage. This is from Bimber, where you see the satellite image showing you before, and then we show you now the entire sequence of how a drone comes right through. You even see the missile falling down, and exact target, there you have it there. It goes right down, and then boom, that building up in flames, destroyed in a matter of seconds. Mind you, again, let me remind you that this kind of a precise, extremely elaborate, difficult operation was completed at 9 locations in a matter of 25 minutes. This is Saidna Bilal, which is another camp in Muzaffarabad of POK. It's a JAM launchpad, which is why it's been targeted essentially by our forces. So this particular footage also has been put out. Let's show you also Kotli Gulpur. This is again in POK. You see that area that's been circled out. That's where, in fact, the strike was intended to take place. And then the footage that shows how really you have those unmanned drones moving closer and closer, and then finally they drop the missile when they find that we've reached the location that we wanted to target. And then you've been seeing a lot of that footage also right after of the aftermath, which was shot by locals, that showed how exactly that entire building was up in flames, completely brought down to bits and pieces. Kotli Abbas next. This is again in POK. What you see here is a glimpse into what it takes to make one of these operations a success. And there you have it, zoomed in. You can see the impact of the blast, of the explosion. This footage has been released right now by our forces. Real-time footage of exactly what this particular crackdown looked like on these terror camps. This is in Sialkot. And you can see there that big blast that takes place, again captured by our cameras when they conducted this operation between 1:05 this morning to 1:30, a 25-minute operation. This is in Sialkot, where you had a crackdown on the Hizbul Mujahideen, on their terror camps and their training centers, these hubs. Essentially, what you're seeing right now with this step by the government and the forces is that they've decided to nip it in the bud. Reach right down to the roots of these terror outfits, ensure you crack the whip on them in such an unprecedented manner that it's impossible for them to bounce back. Why are we saying that? Because all of these centers where you've seen essentially these kind of missile attacks taking place and these strikes on these terror camps, they're all training grounds, they're all recruitment grounds. And so it's been completely wiped out, headquarters, if you will, of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as Hizbul Mujahideen. This is the Markaz Taiba in Muridke. This is the LET headquarters close to Lahore. So just imagine what it took to actually pull off this particular operation. You can see there the plumes of smoke caught on the footage there, and that is right after the precision strike on the mosque, which was the LET headquarters. Hafiz Saeed would repeatedly come there. We've got confessions from Ajmal Kasab, testimonies from David Headley about how they were trained there, how they met with Hafiz Saeed there, which is why agencies have been looking to really crack down on this particular terror site for years now. And that's why I say that when we talk of Operation Sindoor, it's much beyond Pahalgam. It's India sending across a message to Pakistan that if you harbor terrorists, we will track down and capture and target every single one of them. Okay, these are more images that are coming in right now from Muzaffarabad, I'm being told, and that's on the right of your screens. We'll just fix what we're putting out on the left of our screens to show you exactly what happened in Muzaffarabad and the aftermath of those strikes as well. We've been showing you a lot of these images of what these structures, these terror hubs look like previously versus what they look like post the strike. In Muzaffarabad of POK, these are images coming in of terrorists who were neutralized, who were eliminated, also their bodies being taken out there in Muzaffarabad. So more pictures coming in of casualties. Pooja Shali is also with us. Pooja, we're hearing from reports from our agencies that there are about 80 to 90 terrorists who've been eliminated in these strikes.
Akshata, this will be a day Pakistan will find very difficult to deny. It's only been denial and allegations, but this time, not only India, Pakistan itself realizing there's been enough evidence on the ground. So we are looking at Muzaffarabad. This is Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Once beautiful valleys becoming terror launch pads for Pakistan. That's their contribution to Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. So you're looking at basically Sayyidina Bilal camp, the Shawal Nala camp of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Sayyidina Bilal camp of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Name a terror attack that happened in India in the past 20, 30 years or more. You will directly route it to Jaish-e-Mohammed, for example, the Pulwama attack, to the Lashkar-e-Taiba, to the Hizbul Mujahideen. These three terror outfits in a go this time, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, that for the first time, India has decided to go ahead after the three big terror organizations, which means from Punjab to other cities of Pakistan and POJK. Akshita, as we look at these visuals, just look at the certainty with which India has presented the confirmation. It's not just about stating that they have done it, but they have put forth satellite images, they have put forth visuals from on the ground, and then Pakistan by themselves realizing that the terror outfits can be breached by India. Akshita.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we show you these images, these are from Muzaffarabad. Two locations in POK's Muzaffarabad that have been struck. The Shawai Nala camp, which is an LET launch pad, and then you have the Sayyidina Bilal camp, which is a JAM launch pad. Both of them have been targeted in these strikes. So images coming in right now of the aftermath of those strikes. Precision strikes. So the bodies that are being pulled out, let's be very clear, are terrorists, not civilians. As our forces have said in that briefing, not a single Pakistani civilian establishment has been hit. By precision strikes, we mean exactly this, that even in a crowded area, if there are 100 buildings around, the exact building that has to be targeted, only that will fall, only that will crumble. So these bodies that are being pulled out, these are terrorists, mind you,
Akshita,
who've been eliminated.
I want to also add here, not just civilians, even military installations nearby have not been targeted. That's how precision this has been for India. It's the terror launch pads, terror outfits. Make no mistake. Remember, Pakistan will try to put out a victimhood narrative. Pakistan will try to attempt to say, look how innocents are being targeted. That is not correct. The precision strikes, I can tell you from the dossier also that India today has access of, is very direct. Look at the visuals on your screen. Look at how the government highlighting where the strike has happened. It hasn't touched a house beyond it. These are terror operatives, indoctrinated, radicalized areas where there was either Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Taiba terror camps. And when I say terror camps, remember, it's not just one house. These are 80 to 100 acres of land. There are trying to, in the disguise of dawa, so to say, but it's indoctrination, terror training, arms and ammunition, and the training that eventually results in the terror attacks in whether Jammu Kashmir or, for example, Mumbai 26/11. So remember this when you're watching it. Pakistan will try to put out a victimhood narrative, but remember that India has ensured precision strikes only on terror targets, not on either civilian, not even military installations, though they have been protecting these terror launch pads like Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed's Masood Azhar.
That's right. So a clear message going across from India that we will not tolerate terrorism. Our fight is against terror, and that's what this particular strike is also aimed at. We've seen these kind of operations previously to Pooja, post-Uri, post-Pulwama, but this one is very, very different by the sheer scale of what we're talking about, the number of targets that have been hit, and the fact that this is right into Pakistan. I mean, we're talking about locations that are close to Lahore even that have been struck.
Absolutely, and look at the name. I can't help but keep thinking about Operation Sindoor. Women widowed, 26 men targeted, and how? And not just Indian citizens, Nepalese citizens as well. Operation Sindoor in many ways, remember, is for those women, especially young married women full of dreams, went on a vacation, and our Pakistan-sponsored jihadists did not even blink once before they targeted these men. And the women have been very strong. The choice of women officers, Akshita, incredible, isn't it? It's a posturing, it's a signal of multiple levels to say that Indian women lead from the front. And while they are in grief, they are in complete support of the government's decision too. So we are looking at, again, these are, remember, for the viewer tuning in right now, all kinds of evidence that you can have on your screens. The satellite images, look at how the precision strikes are taking place, and not just still images, before and after. What happened when the missile struck? What happened when the precision strike happened? And then the fact that even Pakistan cannot deny. There are hospitals reporting the terror operatives who were in those so to say, places of worship. These were, remember, whether it was Markaz Subhanallah, whether it was Hafiz Saeed or Markaz Al-Hadid of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Markaz-e-Abbas in Kotli. These were supposed to be areas that could have turned into beautiful locations, but POJK completely ruined by Pakistan establishment.
You know, the point that you mentioned also, Pooja, about these places of worship, I see a certain narrative also on social media on this.
Yes.
Let's be very clear. If places of worship are being used by terrorists to shield themselves, if places of worship have turned into terror hideouts, then the armies made it very clear, our forces have made it very clear that terrorists, come what may, will not be spared, which is why the kind of missiles that have also been used right now is, in fact, long-range cruise missiles, missiles like the Scalp, which ensure that even if these terrorists are hiding in bunkers, this entire area, these underground bunkers too, will be completely destroyed. So our forces didn't take any chances. They ensured this is a foolproof operation. And just think of really how complicated this entire operation is, how challenging it is. The fact that, this is supposed to be Pakistan on its highest state of alertness. They kept speaking about strikes happening in the next 24 hours. They kept speaking about strikes happening anytime now. And yet when it happened right before them, they were caught completely off guard, completely unaware. And just think for a second what it took for our forces to ensure that level of a stealth operation as well.
And also remember, viewer, if you're wondering this is response only to the Pahalgam attack, let's jog your memory. Think of the 1980s when Pakistan managed to start infiltrating into the Kashmir Valley. Hundreds of thousands of Kashmiri Hindus who were targeted. Then Hindus in Jammu region, along the line of control, started with the ethnic cleansing exodus, and then how they continued to target even the Muslims in Kashmir. Then 26/11 in Mumbai. Then different attacks in Riyasi. Recently in Riyasi, about a year ago, they did not even spare two little children who were shot in the head, who were pilgrims going on a pilgrimage in Riyasi. And then comes in Pahelgam attack. And that's one of the reasons, ladies and gentlemen, the attack is not only on the Jaish-e-Mohammed or the Hizbul Mujahideen or the Lashkar-e-Taiba, but collectively all these three from whether it's in the Punjab province area, in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, or other cities as well. Bhimber, for example, in POJK, we are looking at other cities as well. Just think today, about 1999 IC-814 hijack.
Okay,
when
big breaking news that's coming in right now, Pooja. Reports suggesting that Masood Azhar's family members have also been killed in these strikes. 10 family members of Masood Azhar, the head of Jaish-e-Mohammed, have also in fact been killed in these strikes. 10 members of his family, 4 close associates. So that's the big breaking news that's coming in. The exact spot where this happened was in Bahawalpur, which is considered to be the JAM headquarters. So it's happened in Bahawalpur at the Subhana Allah Jama Masjid, which was targeted in these strikes. Precision strike that took place to exactly weed out this man, Masood Azhar, and his terror aides. So we understand 4 close associates of Masood Azhar, 10 of his family members were in that mosque. They've been eliminated and they've been killed as a result of this strike.
Akshata, also, just to reiterate to the viewer, don't think they are innocent civilians, because it is according to the government's dossier as well. They've detailed. As recently as 30th November 2024, Maulana Masood Azhar addressed the Jaish-e-Mohammed cadre at the same Markaz Subhane Allah after a gap of 2 years, in which it was attended by Maulana Talha Asif, the younger brother of Masood Azhar, Abdullah bin Masood, the son of Mahmood of Maulana Azhar. So these family members have been as involved when it comes to Jaish-e-Mohammed activities.
Very, very true. And so you've crippled the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which was our intention from the very start with these kind of operations, with this strike. And the news break that we're putting out right now on our screens is exactly that. Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar, who's involved, whose role in several terror attacks in India is well known, well documented. He's lost 10 members of his family, 4 of his closest terror aides who've helped him plotting terror attacks. They've been eliminated, neutralized too. All of Masood Azhar's family members, these 10 family members, 4 close aides, were all holed up in that mosque, which they consider to be a safe house of sorts. And those pictures on the right of your screens from Bahawalpur, this is the Jaish headquarters. You can see that the building completely blown to bits, the exact point where the missile fell in. And so everyone who was inside that mosque, terrorists, Jaish-e-Mohammed members, terror aides of Masood Azhar, all gone, all neutralized, Pooja.
Munish Pandey joins us. Munish, let's be very clear on this, isn't it? Whether it's the nephew like Talha, Rashid, Usman, Umar, Muhammad, Ismail, they've been indoctrinated. These close relatives, when we say, are not innocent civilians. They've all been a part of this cadre of the Jaish-e-Mohammed of Masood Azhar, isn't it? Tell us more details.
Well, this is big. As far as Masood Azhar is concerned, you know, the entire world knows he is a terrorist who has carried out multiple attacks, not only in India, but also in different parts of the country. And that is why he has always been a high target. Masood Azhar is someone who was born in Bahawalpur, and when in today's attack, what we have been given to understand is that at least 10 members of his family, have been killed in these precision attack which were carried out by the Indian Army. Now, as far as the reports are concerned, we have been given to understand is that the close family members of Masood Azhar has been killed. He himself, there is no clarity whether Masood Azhar is safe or not, but we have been given to understand is that as of now, the clarity is regarding the family members of Masood Azhar, and it is a big success as far as the Indian military is concerned. Now, also we have been given to understand that this evening, 4 o'clock, there are prayers which will be held by Masood Azhar's close relatives for the family members. So it is going to be, we'll get clarity on what exactly happened. But this is clear that he has lost at least 10 members of his family.
There were some reports that suggested that there were high-value targets in Bahawalpur in that particular strike that took place in the mosque. And you see those images on the right of your screens. That's the exact mosque, footage of which is on your screens, where you had Masood Azhar's terror aides, his family members, all together, chilling there, thinking they were completely safe, protected by the Pakistani army. Little did they know that all the way in Bahawalpur, in the core of the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp, you will see this kind of a strike by our forces, which is what makes this strike so successful. That when they least expected it, thinking they're safe in their hideouts, thinking they're enjoying the protection of the Pakistan army, they've been completely exposed, they've been eliminated and neutralized. And this is what I said earlier as well, Pooja. You know, what we're seeing right now, these strikes, with the news that we're putting out of 4 close aides, 10 members of Masood Azhar's family being eliminated, we've gone right down to the root of terror right now.
Absolutely.
We have made it very clear the backbone of terror will be broken.
This Markaz-e-Subhanallah and other areas, remember in Bahawalpur, please make no doubt about it, this Bahawalpur, which is the 12th largest city of Pakistan, is very crucial when it comes to a terror hub. This is where, in many ways, maximum terror operations protected, secured by Pakistan military was handled all this while. Munish Pandey continues to be with us. Munish, any details yet about the names? Because as we look at this dossier that Manjeet Negi has accessed, and I keep reading through the details which elaborates what the government has said, that when Maulana Masood Azhar would address the cadre, the event is being attended by his own younger brother. Other JM operatives who were actually part of the family members. Munish, if you can hear me, any details yet about if the names have come up? Because at this juncture, remember, Bahawalpur clearly was the big target. It was the terror hub. And this, remember, the government had kept in its radar. This was the operational headquarter, no less. It was not simply a civilian structure. This is where precisely the Pulwama attack was operated from, was organized from.
देखिए अंजना, एक बात तो साफ हो चुकी.
Okay, apologies. We'll go to Munish in just a bit also for these details. What we're breaking right now on our screens confirm what several reports did hint at, that there have been high-value targets in Bahawalpur. It is based on specific intel that each of these 9 locations were chosen for these precision strikes. And now you know why. Because what you see right now in Bahawalpur is that the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror network has gone bust, has been targeted, and several key members of Jaish-e-Mohammed's terror network eliminated and neutralized. Like I said, they thought they were safe inside this particular safe house. Clearly, they've been exposed, and how our agencies, intel agencies, knew exactly where they were. And that's why this targeted strike on 9 such locations will hopefully, Pooja, also pick up these details of the other locations too, and the casualties, the terrorists who've been eliminated there.
And imagine this, Akshita, when we talk of Jaish-e-Mohammed, even Pakistan was forced to ban this organization after the 2001 Parliament attack. That was the level of international pressure. And yet, not only Masood Azhar, but all other JM operatives have happily operated from Bahawalpur. This reflects how words are so different when it comes to the action coming. We have breaking news coming in. PM Modi chairing a meeting of the Union Cabinet.
Yeah, the Prime Minister chairing a meeting of the Union Cabinet. After this, there's also going to be a meeting of the Cabinet Committee of Security, the CCS, which will take stock of the situation currently. But here's the important headline that's emerging. In this meeting, there is in all likelihood a resolution that's going to be passed, Pooja, on the overnight operation carried out by Defence Forces. So that will be the big headline that comes from these meetings.
So there is going to be the overnight operation that happened, and we are with confirmation that's coming in. Remember, all the top ministers, especially, of course, Prime Minister Modi, was tracking it closely already. He's being briefed now by the Defence Minister. Piyush Mishra joins me. Piyush, tell me about the CCS meeting. Multiple meetings have already happened in the past few days. This will be very crucial. Tell us about what the highlight here will be out of this meeting.
Well, Pooja, as we are speaking, the cabinet meeting is underway at Prime Minister's residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marga. And before the cabinet meeting, which began at 11 a.m., at around 10:45 a.m., the meeting of a cabinet committee on security took place. So after CCS meet, the cabinet meeting is underway, and we can also see some movements also taking place as the officials continue to trickle in here as 7 Lok Kalyan Marg for the crucial meet. Remember that Prime Minister was not only being briefed about each and every development, but also he was monitoring the Operation Sindoor developments throughout the night. He was personally overviewing to all the developments those were taking place. He was being briefed by National Security Advisor. He was in constant touch with the top officials who were also part of this operation. So after monitoring the Operation Sindoor developments, now he's chairing the cabinet meeting, and this is the first cabinet meet which is underway after the successful Operation Sindoor, which has been carried out by our armed forces. So there could be some sort of decision in pipeline after this meeting comes to an end. We can know the decision or some sort of actions further taken by the
we're hearing right now, Piyush, we're hearing, and I know that there's a lot of VIP movement around you, which we could also see there. We're hearing that there will be a resolution passed in this cabinet meet on what happened overnight. What exactly are you picking up from your sources on that? What will this resolution exactly say? Is it going to be, a resolute vow to continue to fight terror?
Well, most likely the resolution would be on congratulating armed forces for successfully carrying out Operation Sindoor, because sources within the government, Akshita, told us that all 9 targets were successful. The technologies were used where buildings, a group of buildings were targeted, and only the terror camps have been hit. No civilian has been attacked. No military establishment has been attacked, and successful operations have been conducted. So most likely, the armed forces would be congratulated for carrying out the successful Operation Sindoor, but that can only be confirmed after the meeting concludes. As we are speaking, the meeting is underway, and
Piyush, tell me more. Who are present in the meeting that you say has already started? Piyush.
Well, before cabinet meeting, which began at 11 a.m. sharp, there was a meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security, Puja, and in that meeting, all top 4 mantris on Raisina Hills, they were present. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. What we're also told is that Ajit Doval was also present in CCS meet because he was making Prime Minister aware about each and every development. So CCS meeting has taken place, and after that the cabinet meeting is going on. We are expecting some sort of actions or resolutions being passed by the cabinet, and in the cabinet meeting all ministers are present, cabinet leaders are present, even the NDA ministers are also part of this cabinet meeting. So most likely the NDA leaders will also be briefed about the developments, and after this we can expect an all-party meeting also to be called out, where the government likely to brief them about the operations those have been carried out by the armed forces.
Piyush, do you hear anything about Prime Minister Modi's statement that could possibly come in the hours to come? Could it be today itself, tomorrow, or it would be after the briefings have been concluded with the topmost leaders from the armed forces and more? Tell me more about that.
Well, Pooja, we tried to find out from our sources if Prime Minister is going to speak on that. We have been told that Prime Minister is likely to make statement in a day or two, but he wants the armed forces to make their statement and also detail out about the operations those have been carried out. So after the cabinet meeting, we can expect Cabinet Minister Ashwini Vaishnav to brief media, and he is likely to tell us about the decisions those are taken in the cabinet meeting. And as far as Prime Minister addressing the nation, that has not been decided yet. That might take place in a day or two when Prime Minister tells the nation about the successful Operation Sindoor.
The Prime Minister, and we don't have those details just yet of when his statement will come, but the Prime Minister has been closely tracking every minute detail of Operation Sindoor through the night. So it's been a long, long night for the Prime Minister. He's been tracking every update that's come in. It's the Prime Minister who in the last 1 week had said very clearly, free hand to our forces to choose what manner of retaliation, from where and who the targets will be. But what we've also heard from our sources is that Operation Sindoor, Pooja, is in fact the Prime Minister's idea. He believed that because we're avenging the Pahelgam widows, this should be the term for the mission, the operation of targeting those very terror groups that dared to enter into India. That's right. So, clear message from the Prime Minister there that this was about avenging the Pahalgam attack. But let's talk about also the evidence that our forces have put forth just about an hour ago in that particular press conference.
All right, the armed forces, remember, in the special media briefing, and look at that. This is a first, a historic first for the country. 2 senior women officers and them announcing what details and, of course, the Operation Sindoor that happened. How the forces selected the targets, destroyed these 9 terror camps in a span of 25 minutes, in half an hour. 9 targets, different locations from Pakistan, Punjab to Pakistan-occupied Jammu, Kashmir and other areas. We're looking at whether it's Kotli Abbas camp in POJK, Sarjal camp in Pakistan's Sialkot, Mehmoona Joya camp in POJK, Markaz Taiba in Murid-ke. This Murid-ke, remember, was in many ways unprecedented. Many did not expect this attack could happen. India has managed with precision. Markaz Subhanallah, the most important when it comes to Masood Azhar, Bahawalpur, then again Kotli Gulpur camp in POJK. Different locations, different states where this happened. And remember, this was then followed by a briefing from 2 senior women officers. Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They gave out details of the ops. There was clearly a multiple signaling that was done by the government to choose these 2 senior officers, and how our women lead with courage, whether it's in uniform or even if Pakistan leaves them a widow.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, मेहमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एनक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। ठीक हो गया सर, इम्पैक्ट। ओके, देखो दिस साइड टुवर्ड्स द लेफ्ट लग रहा है सर। अभी राइट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। POJK के टारगेट्स मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तोयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप भिंबर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण
1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, and Indians' footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
Okay, so a video message there from the Prime Minister. No mention of Operation Sindoor, but this is the Prime Minister speaking of space journey. But the big breaking news that's coming in is that the Prime Minister was set to travel to parts of Europe next week. He was to visit Croatia, Netherlands, as well as Norway. That particular visit has now been cancelled, postponed to a later date, which hasn't been confirmed at this point. And while in the official communication, there's no exact reason given, at this point, it's safe to assume that this is keeping in mind what's happening right now, Operation Sindoor and the tensions between India and Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi was to go on an official visit next week to Croatia, Norway, and Netherlands. That particular three-nation visit stands cancelled for the moment, with no date really mentioned, no revised date really given by the PMO at this point. No reason as well, but safe to assume that this is keeping in mind all the developments domestically that's been happening and the tensions with Pakistan as well, Pooja.
Well, this was a very interesting message, nevertheless, from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and at the backdrop, remember, of the strikes that have happened, perhaps also now awaiting the world response. The world, remember, has stood out in support of India, especially nations across Europe, especially the United Kingdom, France, Italy, and more. But at this juncture, Prime Minister Modi also realizing that it would be imperative for the Prime Minister to stay back, to stay put in the country because of how the developments are still coming in. And Akshita, it's very pertinent. I look at the posturing that has been done by Prime Minister Modi, and I want to bring him in here as Piyush Mishra joins us for the latest. Piyush, you tell me, visits cancelled to Europe, our mission has been done. What do you make of why possibly Prime Minister Modi took the decision to stay back in the country, not visiting? And I'm sure that the leaders of these three countries understand fairly well about why this decision has been taken. Piyush, we'll get that audio line back on from you in just a short while. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has PMO has cancelled the visit for now to at least 3 nations. And this, remember, is in the backdrop of the developments coming in between India and Pakistan. But India has ensured that the government takes a decision not just to hit 1 target, but 9 across Pakistan. Piyush Mishra continues to be with us. Piyush, go ahead.
Well, Pooja, what we are now given to understand is that the Prime Minister has decided to postpone his visit to these 3 nations, and this visit was supposed to take place from 13th May to 18th May, and this decision has been taken amidst the ongoing situation. And like you rightly mentioned that yes, state heads of these countries know the kind of situation which is prevailing in country and the kind of action which the nation was supposed to take, which it has now taken. But at the same time, we have to be alert because we have taken a retaliatory action, and like our armed forces have also made it very clear.
It's still a very sensitive situation. We're still figuring out what Pakistan's response will be, which is why they're saying that this operation is ongoing right now. I'll bring in our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, also for more details on this. Geeta, the Prime Minister was set to visit Croatia, Netherlands and Norway next week. That visit has now been postponed indefinitely. Has there been any reason that's been communicated by the PMO?
Well, it is because of the operation that took place and India's retaliation to Pakistan and the terror attacks of Pahalgam. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was to visit the 3 countries, particularly for the India-Nordic Summit, but that is not to happen. So there is going to be it's not a rescheduling. It's for now cancelling of the trip itself, because it was part of the India-Nordic Summit that he was going to other countries as well. But that's not going to happen. Remember, Akshita, before Prime Minister Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had also cancelled his visit to Moscow that was to take place on the 9th of May for the Victory Day parade. And then post the Pahalgam terror attack, that was also cancelled. Given the situation right now in India and between India and Pakistan, it does not, and the fact that he's to leave very soon does not make sense for the Prime Minister to be out of the country at a time when what India is doing is preparing for any sort of a situation where Pakistan...
Okay. So it's still at this point a developing situation, which is why the Prime Minister right now has chosen to call off his visit to these 3 countries. More breaking news that's coming in. The cabinet huddle has ended, but the non-stop meetings at the Prime Minister's residence continues. Prime Minister Modi right now meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. This wasn't scheduled. This is essentially a pull aside after the cabinet meeting that's taken place. So that's ended. Now you have this meeting between Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. No doubt, Pooja, that this is a conversation and a meeting in which there is going to be talks of what exactly Pakistan's response will be.
Precisely, because there is, of course, going to be, remember, a briefing for Prime Minister Modi, all the details of the operations, what the government intends to do. But Pakistan, remember, will either play victimhood at this juncture. It will want to harm civilians because, remember, viewer, India does not have terror launch pads. Unlike Pakistan, we have had a positive vision for our country. Pakistan has had terror launch pads. Where will Pakistan hit? And that is why, as Piyush Mishra continues to be with us, Piyush, go ahead, heightened activity around you at 7 LKM.
Well, certainly, Pooja, what we're now learning is that the separate meeting which was going on between PM Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah, that has also come to an end. I would ask my video journalist Pavan to show you the live visuals. Those are now coming in from 7LKM. We are now seeing the ministers leaving from the 7LKM. Yes, we have Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who is now leaving from here and after that we will see Home Minister Amit Shah also coming out. So the separate meeting which was going on, that has now come to an end after the cabinet meeting which went on for more than 1 hour. There was a separate meeting, we have been told, which took place between Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and also PM Narendra Modi. And these are the live visuals which you are picking from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where the top leaders are now leaving from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And this is the first big meet also, Pooja, which is taking place after the successful Operation Sindoor, which has been carried out by our armed forces. So we are now seeing Home Minister Amit Shah also leaving. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has also left. So series of meetings are taking place. And now this meet has come to an end. What we're also told is that most likely Prime Minister could go to his office, the Prime Minister office there at Trice-Nahil, and he could meet with other officials also. So series of meetings, those were taking place, have now come to an end. More ministers are now coming out. It seems like BJP's national president JP Nadda is now coming out. Yes, JP Nadda, BJP's national president and union minister, even he is leaving from here, who was also part of this meeting which was underway at Prime Minister's residence. So after the cabinet meeting, another crucial meeting took place, and that meeting was there between PM Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and BJP's National President JP Nadda. And
so that meeting has come to an end, is what Piyush is telling us right now in that live report. As you're seeing all of the motorcades making their way out with those union ministers. Piyush also importantly highlighting that you're going to continue seeing all of these top-level huddles. The Prime Minister in all likelihood will be headed to South Block to the PMO, where there will be another round of meetings. It's been a long night, Piyush, for every minister. They've been up, they've been tracking all the updates on Operation Sindoor. But the task isn't over yet. The next few hours, I'd say the next 48 hours, is still extremely crucial, and the government recognizes that. They're leaving nothing to chance.
Absolutely, we'll have to be on alert after the successful Operation Sindoor which we have carried out, and that is why the government is preparing for that. Remember that Prime Minister was himself personally monitoring each and every development. He himself also named this Operation Sindoor. Throughout the night he was looking into all the developments, and today in the morning he chaired the Cabinet Committee on Security meet, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and after that the cabinet meeting took place, and the last meet which he chaired was between the top ministers of his cabinet. Now that meeting has also concluded. Most likely Prime Minister could head to PMO, where he is likely to meet with
Prime Minister Narendra Modi was up all night, expectedly was tracking, monitoring the situation. He also was then briefed by the NSA Ajit Doval and Home Minister Rajnath Singh, and these meetings that have concluded for now. Keep updating us, Piyush, and all that's coming in from 7 LKM. Expect more meetings in the hours to come. But here's what you need to know, if you're tuning in right now, about what precisely happened in different parts of Pakistan. I want to first begin with Murid Ke. Remember Murid Ke, close to Lahore, but importantly, right there is Hafiz Saeed's Lashkar-e-Taiba's location. On your screens, we want to put out what precisely the before and after looked like. This, remember, was the mosque compound, a place of worship, and how this had been literally misused, so to say, by Lashkar-e-Taiba. As you look at the details coming in, the Indian Armed Forces ensured that a complex area but a pivotal structure when it comes to indoctrination and operational areas for Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murid Ke was targeted. And how? This is where to ensure the precision hit directly at the target. Remember that whether it was 2008 Mumbai terror attacks, accused Ajmal Kasab and more, they have confessed to their training happening, and many like Ajmal Kasab, young men, were in those locations, brought, radicalized, given operational training to be able to then carry out attacks against innocent civilians like we've seen in Pahalgam. So that is Murid Ke, what it looked like earlier, and then how the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters stands destroyed.
Let's look at Bahawalpur as well. This is a Jaish-e-Mohammed hub. And that particular area too has seen a mosque that's been completely decimated. Let's take a look at those pictures of what really the mosque looked like previously in Bahawalpur versus the remnants now after the strike. So you see, in fact, this is again the LET. We'll change that up to put out what the JAM hub looked like in Bahawalpur and how it's been destroyed in these strikes. This essentially was another targeted strike that's happened after Murid Ke. Let's put out those images, please, of what really we've seen in Bahawalpur as well. All of these pictures from Murid Ke.
All right, so Muzaffarabad, Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. But this is where, remember how the situation has been. Another terror launch pad destroyed by the forces. And As we look at the images coming in of before and after, look closely on your screen. This was a transit camp. Jaish-e-Mohammed, remember, for Masood Azhar has been, apart from Bahawalpur, Muzaffarabad has been a terror operational hub. Look at the aftermath. These are the satellite images. This time, the Indian Armed Forces and the government ensuring that there is all sorts of evidence. This is live evidence from the satellite images. Then there is visual evidence from on the ground. As you can see, Pakistan cannot deny that the precision strike has happened in those compounds. This is Muzaffarabad area, which had sadly in many ways become the hub of terror for Pakistan.
Okay, so we've shown you what really these locations look like previously, what they look like now with these particular strikes that have taken place. And as we get to the latest update, let's put out the latest pictures of really these strikes, the footage that's been released in these news conferences as well. I was speaking about Bahawalpur earlier, and let's look at those pictures there of what the Jaish-e-Mohammed transit camp looked like earlier versus what's left of it now, the aftermath. And in Bahawalpur, as well as Muzaffarabad, we've been seeing these kind of airstrikes taking place, which has led to these mosques, which were terror hubs, terror hideouts, completely brought down to the ground, completely destroyed. So you see these pictures of the aftermath right now showing significant damage to the buildings. And again, I'll reiterate that these are precision strikes, which is why only in that pocket, in that particular building, have you seen any sort of destruction. Now, what we're also hearing, and this is very important, that in Bahawalpur, which is essentially the Jaish-e-Mohammed hub, Masood Azhar's family members, his aides, 4 terror aides, have been eliminated. They were hiding in that particular mosque, completely secure, thinking they have the protection of the Pakistan army, nothing's going to get them. And so, based in this operational hub of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is also considered to be a hideout, they were hiding in there. And so when the strike happened, and this is exactly why we hit that particular spot, because we knew that the biggest leaders of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the biggest terrorists, are all in this particular spot, which is why the strike took place here. So 10 family members of Masood Azhar have been eliminated, 4 terror raids of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And what you've done, therefore, is break down that entire terror network of Jaish, make it virtually impossible for them to kind of build up again the support that they had previously and ensure there's a deterrent, a sense of fear for anyone who decides to join any of these terror outfits, that nowhere, there's not a single place that's safe for them. So 3 terror outfits that have been targeted. Jaish-e-Mohammed, as I told you, Lashkar-e-Taiba as well, in Muridke, which is near Lahore, which Pooja, as she told you, is extremely crucial because never before have you really seen a strike happening there. And then you have Saeed Salahuddin's Hizbul Mujahideen also being targeted in places like Sialkot. So very, very crucial strikes that have taken place. And you see all of the images that have come in of these mosque roofs being blown up, craters on the floor, hanging concrete chunks, pillars reduced to rubble, windows and doors blown up. Just a sense of the impact of that blast.
And Akshita, remember, Muridke, where this has hit, is not simply one house or one location. 82 acres was the complex spread upon and comprises of a madrasa, a market, residential area for terror entities, a sports facility, an agriculture tract. Dawa, also part of the radicalization indoctrination for terror entities, was done here. Markaz Taiba, you must know from Muridke, is known as in many ways the main school when it comes to the most important training center of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke, in Punjab. So remember, whether it's Punjab, Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, Bahawalpur, it's incredible, it's fascinating, Akshita, isn't it? Name a terror organization, we'll find a link of it to terror attacks in India, and Indian forces have gone after each one of them.
And that's why we're putting out those details on your screens right now of why our forces chose to target Muridke. It's near Lahore, it's the LET headquarters led by Hafiz Saeed, who himself has visited this very mosque several times. He's the 2611 mastermind, but he's beyond that also. The parliament attack, the Pahalgam terror attack, he's had a hand in all of it. This is the Masjid Taiba that was hit, and this mosque has been linked to several LET terror activities. We've got statements on record, like 2611 attacker Kasabu confessed that he was trained in Muridke, that he visited this very mosque, met with Hafiz Saeed in this very mosque, and he described the complex as key to training, planning, indoctrination. It's here that David Headley also met with Hafiz Saeed. So that itself tells you how really crucial this particular mosque was to the operations.
A trivia here for the viewer. Osama bin Laden has reportedly invested about 10 million, at least when it came to Muridke, so that especially young men, 1,000 students could be radicalized, indoctrinated. That is what was happening in Muridke. That is what the Indian government has hit. So remember the crucial approach when it comes to hitting terror targets. Pakistan will make a victimhood narrative. Don't fall for that.
Let's talk about now what happened in Bahawalpur. The Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, much like what we saw in Muridke, much like what we saw with the LET, similarly with Jaish too. And let's put out those images really of what it looks like, this particular strike, and where exactly it happened. There are several hits, and we're highlighting one hit after another, a strike after another that took place against the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Jaish terror commanders associated with their Afghan operations visit this markaz for terror planning, for meetings. And images show the mosque completely blown up right now. So Jaish terror training pads completely destroyed, as a result of which Masood Azhar has lost 10 family members, all who were part of Jaish-e-Mohammed, all eliminated, along with 4 terror raids. So those are the pictures that you see right now of Bahawalpur. On the right are the pictures of the actual explosion, and then the aftermath, where you see a big hole in the ceiling and the mosque inside completely destroyed, Pooja.
Look at that. This is the evidence that you've needed. And remember, with this evidence, it's very clear. Why Bahawalpur? When we look at these images, Markaz Subhanallah, with a name so lovely, but remember, this was a terror operational hub. And there is a reason that this has been targeted. Jaish-e-Mohammed has conducted regular arms, physical, religious training for the cadres at this location of Markaz Subhanallah. So we are looking at how the situation has been, and look at these strikes that have happened. This is the operational hub. It's very clear. There have been enough evidence and information that have come in from the agency. Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur is the operational hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is where the main training, the indoctrination was being done. This was not simply a civilian area. This was the hub secured and protected by Pakistan military. It served as a terror training base for 2019 Pulwama attack. And this was the residence of key Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders. At least 600 cadre, according to our information from the agencies, were living. And this was quite a posh, massive area, a gymnasium, swimming pool, a therapy center, a riding ground, stables and more. This was a fully functional zone, not in secrecy at all when it came to Jaish-e-Mohammed, an organization that even Pakistan was forced to ban. Allegedly that Masood Azhar and Jaish-e-Mohammed cadre were taken in custody, but it was all very clear from the beginning that it was simply words when it came to Pakistan. India has now avenged the Pahelgam victims. Think of the 26 men on a vacation in Kashmir and how their family members were forced to watch the horror. Today, 9 terror hideouts have been destroyed by the Indian Armed Forces, among them, so to say, 3 mosques, 3 places of worship, but that were being used as hideout by Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen. Now, one of them, Sayyidina Bilal Markaz, is linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Remember, these are different areas, different camps, different locations. Sometimes, if not a main terror operational hub, they are used as transit camps for the terrorists as well. Look at that. This is Muzaffarabad, Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. This is where Jaish-e-Mohammed Sayyidina Bilal camp and Lashkar-e-Taiba Shawal Nala camp were targeted. These are not civilian areas. This is where the indoctrination and the radicalization was happening. Pakistani special forces were involved in training these young men and women. The facility, located in Muzaffarabad, and at least 50 to 100 active trained terrorists were then infiltrated into India.
So let's talk about why really we've seen this particular strike happening at the Sayyidina Bilal Markaz. Why it's been destroyed? This is located in POK's Muzaffarabad. It's again another hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. Terrorists are trained here. It's a mosque that's used as a transit camp by JAM terrorists before they attempt to infiltrate into Indian soil. So it's a transit camp of sorts where they kind of get the final round of training. Over 50 to 100 terrorists reside in this mosque, which is why it was on the agency's lens as well. The terrorists were trained by Pakistani special forces in this facility. Not really surprising, because repeatedly we've exposed how the Pakistani army helps in the infiltration of these terrorists, help in their training as well. Now, the JAM commander, the POJK chief, led these mosque operations. Now, it's brought down to a rubble. There's nothing left of this particular mosque, which is essentially serving as a terror hub for terrorists to come, take some rest, last round of training before they attempt to enter into India.
All right, so as we look at the details that are coming in, remember the deadly attack, the carnage, the massacre of 22nd April on innocent civilians with their family members in Pahalgam. India today now has access to exclusive information on why the operation was named Operation Sindoor. According to our information, sources have confirmed that the operation was given the name Sindoor by Prime Minister Modi himself. In the meetings that were clearly taking place over the past 1 week, there was a clear message that the terrorists have targeted our women, innocent women, and then men as much. Remember, men left widowed and men who were targeted, identified for their faith. Operation Sindoor is befitting when it comes to, when you ask those women, especially I remember Ashna Dwivedi, the widow of Shubham Dwivedi, were the first to be targeted. When she realized that the operation was named Operation Sindoor, she was in tears, and she felt that it was being taken at a personal level by Prime Minister Modi and the government. So this is what has happened, and the reason that Operation Sindoor, Akshita, is the name that has been chosen.
Very true. And, you know, we've got a lot of reactions from some of the survivors of the Pahalgam terror attack. Women who've been widowed because of this particular terror strike. And the Prime Minister therefore felt that when we talk about avenging the Pahalgam attack, it's about ensuring closure, a sense of peace for these survivors as well. And I want you to listen first to what the Prime Minister said last week, soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, when he vowed that there would be revenge, which is exactly what we're seeing now.
मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी।
Now let's get a perspective on this. Remember that 26 men means as many families, as many women, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a wife, and those deaths, as much of those men have been avenged today. Joining me now in the telecast, Lieutenant General KJS Dello. Now, he's been a former GOC 15 Corps. He has wide experience when it comes to serving in Jammu and Kashmir in border areas. Needless to say that. You tell me, sir, this morning when India woke up, realizing what had happened overnight, 9 targets from Punjab to Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Tell us about the precision that is needed to be able to carry out these strikes on terror outfits.
Thank you, ma'am. And these targets, the 9 of them, starting from Bahawalpur, Buridke, and going right up to Muzaffarabad, Kotli, including Chakamru in the Shakargarh Bulge, these targets are very, you can say precisely selected to hit the target terrorist base at its root. Remember, your viewers would know, Bahawalpur and Muridke are the hub centers or the epicenters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, respectively. So targeting these things inside Pakistan, and especially Punjab of Pakistan, there is a very clear signal which is being given. And then precision-guided ammunition or the precision ammunition which will have no collateral damage. And then India has, exercised utmost restraint and caution so that there is no civilian casualty, there is no attacking of the military installation. Pakistan attacked us through a terror module. We hit back on those terror modules. Now, if Pakistan retaliates by hitting our military installations or our civilian targets, I'm given to understand Pakistan has hit civilians in the Punch area, in the Tangdhar Baul area. I got visuals from Torbani village there, where the houses have been destroyed of innocent civilians. Now, this is an act of war. What India did was retaliation to terror act against the terrorist bases and their camps.
Yeah.
Now, hitting the civilians and military installation is an act of war. That means Pakistan is initiating the war. When Pakistan initiates the war, India has all the options to retaliate. India reserves the right to retaliate at time and place of its choosing. And that has to be very clearly understood. Nobody can initiate war against a country as strong as India. So our 140 crore public is entirely behind the government, behind the defense forces, and
100%.
this will be taken to a logical conclusion if Pakistan does anything to hit our civilians or military installations.
Which is why, General Dhillon, the next 48 hours perhaps is also crucial. It also signifies why the army in their first statement spoke about how we only targeted terror outfits, we only targeted terror hubs. Not a single civilian, not a single Pakistani army setup was targeted. The idea was to send out a message that, look, our fight is against terror. What Pakistan is doing, however, is something completely different. And General Dhillon, I'll come back to you for more on that. It's important to highlight really the messaging that India is putting out. Like I said, India has made it very clear that our fight is against terror, which is why no civilians being targeted, which is why also we have ensured that no Pakistani army setup is targeted. At the same time, when we name this operation as Operation Sindoor, when we also ensure that we have 2 women officers holding a news conference, the message is clear. We want to very much avenge the Pahalgam terror attack, and we want to ensure that the widows of the Pahalgam attack, the survivors of the attack, also feel a sense of closure, and they feel that, you know, there is some justice that's really happened, which is why perhaps the government has put a great deal of thought into every message that goes across, even after that 25-minute operation, the strike that took place at 1:30 this morning. 2 women officers came forth for the news briefing, and them leading that briefing is itself symbolic. It was a message being sent across that Operation Sindoor is about ensuring justice for the widows of the Pahalgam terror attack. What we saw was a briefing by these 2 women officers where they gave us great, elaborate details of how the strike was carried out, footage, proof of which, how these strikes happened, and also of the drones that were used, details of why this strike occurred as well, and also about how each of these locations were chosen. Let's get you some of those excerpts of that news conference in case you missed it.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
It's always been a normal for India, but at this juncture, there was a messaging here as well. 2 senior women officers, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh.
Okay, big breaking news that's coming in right now. The first message, Pooja, from the Prime Minister on our screens right now. In that cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has conveyed to all cabinet ministers that this is a proud moment for India. He said, and I quote, it's a proud moment for all of us. This is the message from the Prime Minister. The first one that we have, and we understand this was communicated to all of his cabinet colleagues right in the start of that cabinet meeting. And of course, it's a sentiment that every single Indian shares right now of how proud we feel of our forces, of the strike that they carried out, these precision strikes in a matter of 25 minutes. That's the message that's gone across from the Prime Minister as well. That
in
this
many
is a
ways,
proud
the first
moment.
message, isn't it? The first statement from Prime Minister Modi. It's a proud moment for all of us. Would there be an elaborate statement, a message, a video that could come in for the from the Prime Minister? But he's briefed his cabinet colleagues and he's very categorically told them about this successful operation. 9 targets. Remember, in time and at a juncture when Pakistan, though, was expecting a strike, but not of this nature, that Bahawalpur, Muridke, among other locations, will be targeted, and how? And to that, Prime Minister Modi telling his cabinet colleagues, it is a proud moment for all of us, and I'm sure all Indians agree to that.
Yeah, let's bring in Piyush Mishra for more details on this. Piyush, first message from the Prime Minister, and one that essentially is echoing the sentiment of every single Indian, saying that these strikes, Operation Sindoor, being conducted successfully, is a proud moment for all of us.
Well, absolutely, that's what the sources are indicating, Akshata. That Prime Minister was quoted where he said that it's a proud moment for all of us, and indeed it is a proud moment where we have successfully carried out Operation Sindoor. And what we're also learning is that in the beginning of cabinet meeting, Prime Minister was lauded for his leadership, the way Operation Sindoor has been carried out, and soon after that, Prime Minister also briefed all his cabinet colleagues about the Operation Sindoor. Remember that he was, Prime Minister himself was monitoring each and every development throughout the night, and today in the morning he chaired the cabinet meeting, and the kind of developments those have taken place about that itself. PM Narendra Modi briefed all his cabinet colleagues. He also applauded the kind of achievements those are there of all tri-services chief, and also all the services. Remember that soon after that, Prime Minister was applauded for his leadership in carrying out this operation.
There are some viewers watching. Like also tell us how Prime Minister Modi himself was tracking through the night. He was up all night tracking all the details, of course, then later briefed more by the Home Minister and the NSA. But tell us about the name Operation Sindoor, how Prime Minister Modi ensured he was tracking, and then, of course, saying this is a proud moment for all of us.
Well, it is a proud moment for all of us, and that's what Prime Minister has also echoed. It all happened during the beginning of cabinet meeting, which began at 11 a.m. Remember that just before the cabinet meeting, the meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security took place, and after that, when all cabinet ministers were present, Prime Minister was applauded for his leadership and the successful operation of Operation Sindoor. After that, Prime Minister briefed all his cabinet colleagues about this operation, and after that, the other discussions took place of cabinet. But yes, it is a proud moment for all of us, and Prime Minister was also heard saying, yes, it's a proud moment for all of us, not only for the cabinet ministers, for the Modi government, but also citizens across the country for this big retaliatory action against the Pak-sponsored terrorism.
You know, the morale of the nation right now, the sentiment of every Indian is exactly this, that we are feeling proud. We hail our forces for the precision strikes that they've conducted. And I want to bring in General Dhillon also on this broadcast. General Dhillon, first message from the Prime Minister, where he says this is a proud moment for the country, and it truly, truly is. For many of us, we really don't grasp how challenging this kind of an operation is, how challenging it is to actually hit 9 locations, precision strikes, all in a matter of 25 minutes.
Absolutely. It's absolutely a proud moment for the whole of nation. It's a proud moment for our leadership, and it's a proud moment for our defense forces. And also the name Operation Sindoor is a very much signifies the terrorists who have decimated the Sindoor of our young women in front of their eyes. It is a revenge for those women and those Indian citizens who lost their husbands in that cowardly terrorist attack in Pahalgam. I want to make one more point here. The point which I was making earlier, we retaliated to a terror strike and we hit the terror camps. And if Pakistan retaliates, that will be an act of war. Remember when 9/11 happened, Americans came and hit Abbottabad and took out Osama bin Laden.
Correct.
That was an attack on a terror, head, and it was not an attack on Pakistan. Similarly, our strikes are attack on terror heads. And our attack is not initiation of war as of now. But if Pakistan retaliates, that would be considered as act of war, and then India will reserve all the rights to retaliate. So we must draw a parallel within Pakistan, because all the terrorist activities happen within Pakistan. All the terror heads are sitting in Pakistan. When Americans took out Osama bin Laden, they avenged 9/11. When we took out Bahawalpur, Muridki and other things, we avenged Pahalgam.
Good
and
point.
If
Fair
Pakistan
point,
does
General.
anything against the civilians or military, that will be an act of war. That will be initiation of war.
And perhaps the reason that the world needs to unite with India when it comes to, at least when it comes to fight against terror.
Thank you very much, General Dillon. Can I also now introduce on this broadcast Aarti Menon? She is the daughter of N. Ramachandran, one of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. She's joining us live from Kochi. Aarti, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us. 2 weeks on, please allow us first of all to express our condolences to you and your family. I'm sure it's been a very, very difficult time. First of all, Aarti, what do you have to say about these strikes? There's a lot of talk about avenging the Pahalgam terror attack, of a sense of closure for you and so many other families. Do you feel that today?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, we felt that today. Today morning, when we wake up and came to know about this news, like all the 9 terrorist camps were attacked in Pakistan. So it was kind of a relief, a comforting moment for all of us in the family. And I was also thinking, like, this is India, right? How courageous, like, none of the civilians, none of the locals were attacked in that. Only the terrorist camps were attacked, while what they did was such a coward act where they came to our soil and attacked the disarmed normal tourists there, 26 of us. So I think this is the way the India will react, and in India would react, and I'm very proud, and it's a sense of relief to all of us.
Know that each one of us, all Indians, have stood by you and your family. We've cried with you. Of course, we cannot possibly understand the level of grief you must have faced and the horror that you were forced to face in Pahalgam. But tell me this, when you heard of Operation Sindoor and the name that was chosen, then 2 women officers addressing the press conference, did you think in some ways this was more personal this time? The name, did it in any way make a mark with you, Aarti?
Yes, obviously. The thing is, as a normal woman like me or my mother or any of the other victims or the people in this encounter, this unfortunate incident, we are not in a position to go in up front or in front and fight to them. So what we can do is trust the system and trust the government, trust the forces we have in India. And when the name came up, Operation Sindoor, my mother's first reaction was, there is no other better name than this. And I felt it is a reply by the Indian forces and the government for the women of India, for the women who encountered this, for the women who is under this trauma, for the women who shed tears for their father, their son, their brother, and their husbands. So I'm really moved with this.
Aarti,
and a big salute to the person who have named the thing Operation Sindoor. A big salute and big thank you. There is no other name better than this.
We're told it's the Prime Minister, Aarti, who came up with this name because he felt that, it would then ensure truly justice for so many of you, for your family and many others. Aarti, I know this is a very difficult question to ask of you, but you were there in Pahalgam when this happened, and you lost your father. You had your sons with you. You protected them through the course of this terror attack. And so when you see these kind of actions of, these terror launch pads, these terror hideouts, hubs being destroyed, do you feel full closure, full justice, or do you believe that this should be the first of many steps because you've seen these terrorists in the flesh?
Yeah, what as a citizen, I trust the system, as I said before. So when I see this, it's always bringing a sense of relief and comfort. and building up the trust with the system. So whatever the steps the government is taking and further steps they would take, I believe in it.
Aarti, one final question. If Prime Minister Modi is watching you right now, any message for the top leader of the country? Because all eyes, all hope were precisely from him, that he has to now take a step and avenge these deaths. Aarti?
Yeah. Then if he's watching, I would first like to thank you from bottom of my heart and from my whole family, that I have seen my father's death in front of my eyes. And I don't think it will never get erased from my mind or eyes in my whole life. And I'm living with that. So this, what you have done today, is feeling us proud. And I'm in this moment, I would like to say I'm a very proud Indian. And this should be the message to all the others, any terrorist group, that this is India and India will act back. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
It's a beautiful, beautiful message. More power, more strength to you, Aarti. And please know that the entire nation stands with you through this very, very difficult time. And we hope that with this operation, with this strike, you get some sense of closure over the demise of your father. Thank you very much, Aarti, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. Big news break coming in. Let's cut across live to that. And Prime Minister Modi is likely to meet with the President in a short while from now. After the cabinet meeting, we are being told that the Prime Minister could also meet with President Murmu in all likelihood for a protocol briefing on Operation Sindoor, Pooja.
Prime Minister Modi told the ministers, this is Naya India. He congratulated the armed forces for their precision, the short time in which the targets were hit. 9 targets. Remember, especially when it came to 2 in Muzaffarabad, 2 in Kotli. So 7 locations, but double strikes in Kotli and Muzaffarabad and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which have become terror hubs. So in just a short while, expect a meeting. Remember, this is part of protocol as much. Prime Minister Modi will be meeting the President of the country and will, in a short while, there will be briefing on what exactly unfolded in the past few hours. Cabinet meeting where Prime Minister Modi told the ministers, this is new India. It surely is. When you hit Bahawalpur, when you hit Muridke, remember that the level of precision that is needed to be able to hit the exact terror target is immense. The preparedness that was needed has been pulled off, and how. And therefore, Prime Minister Modi congratulating the armed forces for not only the precision, but the short time. 25 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, when all these 9 targets were simultaneously hit early this morning. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen. Name a terror attack that has happened in India in the past 3 decades. It will have a Pakistan link to it with these terror outfits and with launch pads, literally, supported and secured by the Pakistani military that were in the country. And that's where India's armed forces have hit and how. And there is ample evidence now. The satellite images on your screen. There have been, of course, the visuals coming in from Pakistan. The country, remember, that has been in denial, has been only putting forth allegations, however, has been forced to accept what happened this time. Among the camps destroyed were Bhimbar in POJK, Kotli Abbas camp again in POJK, Sarjal, for example. Markaz Taiba was the most important when it came to Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba's hub. Markaz Subhan-e-Allah in Bhawahalpur for Jaish-e-Mohammed hub, and similar camps, 9 in total. So Foreign Secretary briefed the media and highlighted how the United Nations failed to rein in Pak's terrorism, and then came in a special moment. Operation Sindoor, of course, a symbolic message for the women of this country, widowed and how, whether they were, remember, mother, sister, wife, forced to watch in horror that the men of their family were identified at point-blank range and shot dead. And then came in the press briefing. Now, this is a normal for India, but this was an important moment of that as well. And that was 2 senior women officers, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyamika Singh, addressing the press conference, detailing the operation that happened, Operation Sindoor. And in many ways, this was a message that our women, whether in uniform or whether as widows, will always stand brave and how.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जिकल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। तीसरा आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट। ओके, दिस इज टुवर्ड्स द लेफ्ट लग रहा है सर।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। पीओजेके के टारगेट्स मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तोयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप भिंबर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation.
So the Indian Armed Forces are prepared for any eventuality. You heard both the speakers there along with the Foreign Secretary. Big story coming in this cabinet meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was congratulated by cabinet ministers for the successful Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave details of the operation to cabinet colleagues. The Prime Minister said it's a proud moment for all of us, and indeed, not just for the cabinet, it's a very proud moment for the entire country.
The images on your screen reflective of the conversations that have happened, but I can tell you, remember, not just the cabinet colleagues, but the whole of country. Proud as we stand at this moment. Remember the locations that have been chosen and the images there on your screen from the Union Cabinet meeting. This discussion, Gaurav, wouldn't have been possible without the constant meetings that were happening. The precision, the short time, 25 minutes, all done.
And look at the details, the manner in which the armed forces planned this to perfection. The Prime Minister held a series of meetings with the Air Chief, the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, with the Chief of Defence Staff, with National Security Advisor, with the Raksha Mantri, with the Home Minister. And here you see images, the entire cabinet very proud of the achievements. And the Prime Minister said, proud moment for all of us. This is the first time that 9 targets, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but in Pakistan's Punjab province, in Bahawalpur and in Muridke were targeted. Now, I just want you to just imagine in your minds the kind of effort that went in. Pooja, when you imagine when Balakot was targeted, 12 fighter jets were sent in and another 24 were on standby to protect the flanks and ensure that all the 12 came back safely, and they indeed did. Now, 9 places have been targeted in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and in Pakistan's Punjab province. Imagine the kind of effort that was put in with their mid-air refuelers, with the AWACS, with the drones, with the UCAVs, ensuring that the adversary does not target you.
And Gaurav, also remember the multi-layered approach, the intelligence agencies, research analysis wing, the RAW giving out detailed locations with other agencies pitching in, of course, to identify, to ensure that these are precision targets. Remember, Pakistan will try to play a victimhood narrative to say that they have been targeted, but the fact is, the precision shows that these are terror outfits, terror areas where there was indoctrination that was being done, terror operations as well. Piyush Mishra joins me for the latest on that. Piyush, with the image on our screen, an applause, a clap on the table as is protocol, and then Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that that we are all proud of this moment. Clearly, all Indians are.
Well, absolutely, Pooja. Every Indian is proud of the achievement of Indian Armed Forces and successfully carrying out Operation Sindoor. And we are now also getting these visuals coming in from inside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg of the cabinet meeting, in which every cabinet minister is seen applauding when Prime Minister and the Defence Minister both are seen briefing them about the Operation Sindoor. Sources have also said that Prime Minister said it's a proud moment for all of us. While Prime Minister was also talking about the successful operation of this Operation Sindoor, every cabinet minister was feeling proud, and many of them, including the likes of Chirag Paswar, Ram Mohan Naidu, Jitan Ram Manji, Lalan Singh, they are the one who are witnessing the capability, the achievement, the efficiency of leadership of PM Narendra Modi for the first time as after becoming cabinet minister. They are seeing all this happening under the leadership of PM Narendra Modi for the first time. So it was also a good experience for them, and every minister is seen applauding while the briefing on Operation Sindhu took place. Sources
It's
have
a
told us that
game-changer response to Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, Piyush, isn't it? And this is the time for not just the government and the cabinet to know about it in detail, but the government is also taking the opposition along. Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, they will be briefing the opposition. There's an all-party meeting at 11 tomorrow to discuss details as far as not just India's response to Pakistan terror is concerned, but the retribution, the whole of the nation approach that's required, Piyush. So India is gearing up for the next phase. Pakistan state-sponsored terror cannot be permitted to have an upper hand, Piyush.
Well, certainly, Gaurav, sources have confirmed to us that tomorrow an all-party meeting has been called in, and that all-party meeting would be, briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, and Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju there at Parliament Complex. Every political party will be briefed about Operation Sindoor, the successful 9 targets hit under the Operation Sindoor will also be told them. You would remember, Gaurav, that soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, the government had briefed all political parties about the Pahalgam terror attack, the involvement of Pakistan, and the kind of evidence which the security agencies had also gathered, which indicated the clear involvement of Pakistan. So at that time also the all political parties were briefed, and after the Operation Sindoor, what we are now learning is that tomorrow the government is going to brief every political party, and this meeting will take place in Parliament, where the leaders will be briefed about the successful Operation Sindoor.
And there is enough evidence, satellite images, ground evidence from Pakistan that is this time present, and perhaps a reminder that Pakistan also cannot deny what happened. Piyush, stay on with me. Gaurav, tell me about the statement of Prime Minister Modi. This is Naya India. How is it different from how we responded after Uri, after Pulwama? What strike do you think this makes it absolutely different? Is it the locations? Is it the precision? Is it the target strike timing? Tell us more on that.
Everything about this strike is very different from any strike in the past. And look at the gradual scaling up. India's response each time has been different. In Uri, after the Uri terror attack, the surgical strikes, there were shallow incursions in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to target some of the terror launch pads and training camps. Now, after Pulwama, India did the Balakot airstrikes, where fighter jets entered the Pakistani territory, entered the line of control, crossed the line of control, and hit across the international border. So that was again a major game changer at that time. But that too, while it may have deterred some Pakistani generals, unfortunately, General Asim Munir is quite a radical. He still chose, he knew there would be a response in case they used terror as an instrument of state policy, and yet he did. The response this time is an absolute game changer. Never before have you had 9 places being targeted simultaneously from air and ground. This is absolutely a game changer, including targeting the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke and Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, and of course the Hizbul Mujahideen in Sialkot. So 3 major terrorist organizations that operate in India based out of Pakistan, the headquarters of each and the launch pads of each, the terror training camps of each have been decimated in the strikes that took place.
But also, we know Pakistan and we know this may not be the final deterrence. Perhaps more needs to come at regular intervals for them to realize India can hit Bahawalpur, India can hit Muridke, and these terror outfits will not be able to now stand in the way of India's progress and prosperity. Jammu Kashmir was witnessing normalcy, was witnessing change, and then Pakistan managed to carry out this massacre. But India this time has proven, you kill our innocent people, we'll come after your terror launch pads.
The terror launch pads, the terror training camp, the terror headquarters, hitting Bahawalpur is something that nobody could have fathomed. And that is why terrorists like that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, had multiple family members, terrorists under training, terrorists who are under training, living in that area. The casualty figure, which is unofficially available, is huge as far as Bahawalpur and Muridke are concerned, because never in their wildest thoughts did those terrorists and their backers think that India would actually go and hit Bahawalpur and Muridke. The fact that India did just shows a paradigm shift in India's response to Pakistan's state-sponsored terror. Now, you're absolutely right, Pooja. There still could be retaliation from the Pakistani side. As far as the escalation ladder is concerned, Pakistan would want to climb a couple of notches, and that is where India's next response may not just be restricted to some of these terror launchpad training camps and centers of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. In case Pakistan were to target our military installations, the response would be even more severe, Pooja.
All right, so now joining us in this telecast, Lieutenant General Ashok Shivani, retired defense expert, but also someone who's had wide range of experience when it comes to at least the decisions that are being taken. Tell us this, General Ashok Shivani, about the precision that you think has been implemented here. In 25 minutes, 9 targets. This, in such a short time, I can only imagine the effort that the armed forces with the government have put in.
Firstly, thank you very much for getting me on the show. I hope you can hear me and see me.
Go ahead, sir. We can.
Yeah. So at the very outset, let me say that it is a golden day in the history of India, 7th May, because it has showcased the nation's resolve and the political will to fight the war on terror with a strategy of hit hard, hit where it hurts, and hurt where it lasts. It's a professional approach of the defense forces using niche technology. It's not a tit for tat, but it is a hammer out of the hat. Because not only have we targeted the traditional training camps and terrorist infrastructure across the line of control, but for the first time after 1971, we have targeted Punjab across the line, across the international border in terms of Bahawalpur, which is a known Jaish training camp, which was never expected, I think. They never thought of it. The next thing I'd like to mention to your viewers, it's time, and we need to be proud of that all instruments of national power have been synergized. You've seen the political, you've seen the diplomatic, you've seen the economic instrument playing up in terms of IWT, and you've seen the military instrument being played up. So for those who are talking about the delay which is taking place, and often hearing us to say it'll be at the time and place of reckoning, I think it's very important to understand that there was an element of planning, selection of time and date. There was a
General, when the army targets, General, I want to understand from you, and very quickly, please, I want to understand, India's done a hit. What would Pakistan do next? Because Pakistan cannot take it on the chin and not respond. You remember after Balakot, then Imran Khan, Pakistan's Prime Minister, had made it very clear, it is not if, but that Pakistan will react, and Pakistan did mount swift retort. So that was one Balakot and one swift retort. This time 9 targets have been taken down by India and multiple packages launched. What would the red team be doing? What would the adversary be doing?
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind that Pakistan will respond more as a face-saving measure for their own population so that they don't look frigid as such. But having said that, please understand what is the Pak's response challenges. What is the target selection they can do? We had a target selection of terrorist camp. Do they have in the international fora or in the global view a target of India? Will they have been covertly targeting through artillery duels this morning on the civilian target. It's a sign of desperation. 2, do they have the wherewithal to extend the war and continue to escalate it, and more so across the international border and violate the LC and line of control international border? Thirdly, do they have the war endurance, the economy, the capacities to wage war for a longer duration? So my short and tall of it is, yes, response will come. Their defense minister has already indicated that it may not be escalatory. Voices in the army will raise the nuclear and saber rattling, which is absolutely, to my mind, sorry for the word, but it's bullshit, because we don't differentiate between tactical and strategic nuclear weapons, and we have our nuclear doctrine well in place for a massive retaliation.
However,
Pakistan
within the conventional umbrella, sir, Operation Swift Retort showed that they have an opportunity and a window to strike back, and they did. In this instance, do they have the ability to scale up and yet keep it under the nuclear umbrella? Are we then willing to scale up to target, in case they were to target any of our military locations, a battalion headquarters, a brigade headquarters, any other location within our country, a vital asset, a vital point, a bridge, a roadhead, some of those targets? But we'll talk about that in just a moment. But Pooja, the all-party meeting remains a
big
very
news coming in on your screens right now. The government has called for an all-party meeting tomorrow, 11 a.m. This is huge. Like Gaurav and I have been discussing, this is not just about the government. This is about all Indians, irrespective of political differences. Government wants to ensure that the opposition is as much in loop on Operation Sindoor. And at a time like this, satellite images, ground visuals on the screen, and from on the ground in Pakistan, 11 a.m. there will be opposition leaders who will also be part of this discussion. They will also be briefed. Piyush Mishra joins us on that. Piyush, this is significant because at this juncture, it must be said that there were most opposition leaders who were supportive of whatever decision the government would take. Why do you think the government also ensuring that the opposition will be in loop this time, and how? Tell us about the meeting tomorrow.
Well, Pooja, tomorrow at 11 a.m. this meeting has been called in. They are at the Parliament complex where all political parties have been asked to join, and the government is going to brief them about the Operation Sindhu. The sources are indicating that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will be there from the side of government, where they are going to brief all political parties about the Operation Sindoor. JP Nadda, in the capacity of BJP's national president, will participate, and all leaders of other political parties will be participating in this. You would also remember that when Pahalgam terror attack had taken place, soon after that itself, the government had briefed all political parties, and the government had told them about the kind of involvement of Pakistan and how the government intends to carry out a retaliatory action against Pakistan. After carrying out the Operation Sindoor, it is now imminent for the government to brief all political parties and take them in loop about the operation. You would also remember, Pooja, that when the government had briefed the political parties, every opposition political party had extended their support to the government, saying that they are standing in unison with the government, and they will be supporting whatever action the government is going to take. So the actions those have been taken, these actions will be told to the political political parties by the government, and that briefing will be led by Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah. Pooja.
Stay with me, there's more breaking news coming in. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has hailed the armed forces, the Army, the Navy and the Air Force at this cabinet meet. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed the cabinet for 4 minutes on every aspect of the strike that has taken place at 9 different locations, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but in Pakistan's Punjab province, including in Muridke and Bahawalpur, which is the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province. As many say, striking the heart of the adversary in combat. And this is before war is officially declared by either side. Rajnath Singh gave out information of Operation Sindoor. It's a very, very critical name that strikes a chord in a very emotional sense, because it was pain when those Pakistani terrorists singled out Hindus in that group in Pahalgam and then massacred them. Husbands were killed in front of wives, fathers were killed in front of children, because that was a chilling message that those radical Islamist terrorists wanted to send out, as they said, "Jao, Modi ko batao." And now India has responded in Bahawalpur, in Muridke, in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, in Sialkot. So it isn't just in POJK, it is also in Pakistan's Punjab province. And the Defence Minister gave details about various aspects of this strike that has taken place. The Prime Minister also made it very clear this is something that had to be done. The whole country was looking at the Narendra Modi government. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said, "We are proud of our armed forces." All members of the cabinet welcomed the action. They were thumping tables, as you see in those images. I want to bring in Piyush once again into this conversation. Piyush, the cabinet and the government, just sending across that message that this isn't just a CCS decision. It may be a CCS decision, but the entire cabinet is on board. A decision where India is sending across a message to Pakistan. Enough is enough. Piyush.
That's right, Gaurav, and sources are telling us that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed all cabinet ministers for at least 4 minutes. Even PM Narendra Modi, spoke about the Operation Sindoor. During that briefing, what we are now learning is that Rajnath Singh was heard saying that the entire nation was expecting us to teach a strong lesson to Pakistan, which we have done so. Remember that a couple of days back during a program, Defence Minister had categorically highlighted that what you expect will be done, and that's what has been done, and that was also being briefed to all the cabinet ministers. We also have got these visuals, Gaurav, where every cabinet minister is seen, patting on the table during the cabinet meeting while the briefing was also going on, and this briefing went on for 4 minutes. So PM Narendra Modi and Defence Minister both have briefed their cabinet colleagues about the Operation Sindoor, which has been successfully carried out.
So Operation Sindoor is one part of the story. There is clear and present danger, not just of a Pakistani strike that may or may not happen, but Pakistan may continue to use terror as an instrument of state policy and send in more terrorists into India, or use some of the sleeper cells, or use the Nepal route to send in terrorists into our country. So every eventuality has to be war gamed. And big story coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called a high-level meeting in about 25 minutes from now, about 2 in the afternoon. This is a high-level meeting on internal security. He will chair a meeting with chief ministers of states along the India-Pakistan border and the India-Nepal border. This is through video conferencing. Do keep in mind, there is clear and present danger. Conventionally, Pakistan knows India is a far superior military might. But Pakistan may continue to use terror as an instrument of state policy, because all analysts are of the same opinion. 1 terror strike or 2 terror strikes or 3 terror strikes are not enough. Pakistan has to bear the costs repeatedly and relentlessly for it to get embedded in the minds of the military, jihadist generals and their deep state, that terror is no longer a low-cost option for Pakistan to continue to bleed India. Of course, India too pays a very high cost in dealing with Pakistan state-sponsored terror in terms of 25 lives that was sadly lost, 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen. But this high-level meeting that will take place in about 25 minutes from now in North Block is very, very important, because the porous border, whether it's the India-Nepal border, things need to be strengthened, sleeper cells need to be checked, they need to be weeded out. And if we were to talk about India-Pakistan border, you need to be on a state of highest level of alerts, because remember, the nature of warfare is changing. So Pakistan may use drones to send in weapons, explosives, improvised explosive devices, drugs, more guns for sleeper cells in our country, and then try to burn India from within. I want to bring in Piyush Mishra once again into this conversation, because Piyush, internal security remains a huge challenge even today as India protects flanks and keeps an eye on Pakistan across the border.
Well, certainly it's a duty of the government to protect not only our borders but also our soldiers, and for that we are now learning is that the Home Minister Amit Shah is going to chair a meeting with various state governments officials, and this meeting will take place at 2 p.m. at Ministry of Home Affairs, in which they are likely to be briefed about the further course of action the government mulling to take as far as protecting borders and our soldiers are concerned. Remember that throughout the day, a series of meetings have taken place. PM Narendra Modi was monitoring each and every development of Operation Sindoor. He himself chaired a cabinet meeting, and after which, a few decisions have also been taken. Prime Minister has also briefed his colleagues, and now after 2 p.m. Home Minister Amit Shah is going to chair a meeting with various state governments, and these are the state, those are there on the border areas, which includes Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, now the big story coming in after the cabinet meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reached Rashtrapati Bhavan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will meet President Draupadi Murmu and apprise her of the details of Operation Sindoor. I'm just getting you those images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief President Draupadi Murmu about action taken. The President is the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and the Prime Minister will give details of the action that has been taken. The Indian Navy is keeping a hawkeye, a high vigil along the North Arabian Sea, not just with a large flotilla of warships, from its aircraft carrier to the guided missile destroyers to the frigates, including the stealth frigates that have just coming, and submarines, including the nuclear-powered submarine. There you see images of the Prime Minister's cavalcade en route to Rashtrapati Bhavan, climbing the Raisina Hill as the Prime Minister reaches Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief President Draupadi Murmu. I quickly want to cut across to India. Today's Mosmi Singh for more on this story. Mosmi, a day of fast-paced developments as Prime Minister now arrives at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Crucial, briefing the President, and tomorrow this all-party meeting that will take place, Mosmi.
Absolutely, Gaurav, we've seen a flurry of press briefings and meetings. The cabinet meeting just took place, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived at Rashtrapati Bhavan. His cavalcade just moved across the Raisina Hills. Remember earlier, before the entire counter-offensive that India did launch, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi had come to meet President Draupadi Murmu, and this time round, right after the cabinet briefing, as a matter of protocol, he is here at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief about the entire successful, spectacular operation of the Indian Armed Forces. And of course, the President is the Chief of the Indian Armed Forces. So a detailed briefing by the Prime Minister there to President Draupadi Murmu.
So the President briefs, the Prime Minister briefs the President, the Supreme Commander. Are we also to understand, Mosmi, the response that is coming in from the opposition, because there's an all-party meeting tomorrow? It becomes important. The Home Minister will be there, and the fact that the Home Minister is there, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and Minority Affairs Minister is there. Is internal security top on the government's mind, as Rajnath Singh, of course, also briefs this all-party meeting? But the focus, as far as Defence Ministry and Defence Minister remains, is the threat, the clear and present danger that India continues to face on the India-Pakistan line of control and the international border, Mosmi.
Gaurav, it assumes paramount importance. As you said, you know, the Defence Minister, the Home Minister would be there for that all-party meeting, along with, of course, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. But look at the way the government has, bit by bit, one by one, made sure that it's addressed all the audience and the messaging is loud and clear. We had a press briefing of the government where the Foreign Secretary and two firebrand officers of the armed forces were present. They detailed it out how Pakistan was at fault. And secondly, then you had the cabinet briefing where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was heading that, and the Defence Minister in fact lauded the armed forces. And then you had this meeting, and of course now reaching out to the political class. The Parliament has, in a consolidated manner, in fact all parliamentarians and in fact the top echelons of all parties, the top brass, have stood by the government on this one. Not so long ago, Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh had briefed the opposition parties that please be with us. We know there has been some lapses, but we will make up for more than that. And they had abided by the promise that the government and assurances. So this time round, they're going to the political class, the opposition parties, and the all-party meeting will in fact elaborate about Operation Sindoor. So here, the Modi government putting its best foot forward in this entire, turn of events, which is truly historic, Gaurav.
It indeed is historic. As we look at these images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Rashtrapati Bhavan, do keep in mind that this entire Operation Sindoor was planned meticulously to the T, and the Prime Minister was repeatedly briefed by the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff, the National Security Advisor, who in turn was briefed very extensively by the RAW and Intelligence Bureau Chiefs, the Research and Analysis Wing, India's Counter-Intelligence or External Intelligence Unit, and of course the Intelligence Bureau. Why does this become very crucial? Do keep in mind, Pakistan is a nuclear weapon state. Do keep in mind, Pakistan is led by a general who's seen as a radical Islamist, who sees himself as a soldier of his religion, who's not just fighting for Kashmir, but fighting for his cause. Some of his speeches have been extremely radical, and he's taken a big hit when 9 places across Pakistan have been targeted, and when every inch of Pakistani territory is on the radar of the Indian forces. He will react, is the understanding as far as India's defense analysts are concerned. It's not if, but when. It's the nature of the attack that remains a big question, whether it would be a strike. Because remember, India chose non-military targets. India chose to target Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen launch pads, training centers, logistics nodes. Extremely important, the bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Bahawalpur and Muridke. But how did India manage to target these locations despite Pakistan Air Force and Army being on a state of highest alertness? India kept everyone in the dark on when the target would take, the strike would take place. Now, Pakistan, we are told, fell for India's smoke screen. This civil defense drill, we are told this played a very critical role in the thinking that India is preparing for something. It will take some time to prepare. And Pakistan, it kind of also got misled by that notice to airmen or a NOTAM that was issued by India, and of course the Indian Air Force drills that were carried out, that were announced in the southern Rajasthan border belt. So Pakistan's entire focus was on these drills and the NOTAMs and the kind of missile firing exercises that India may carry out. Pakistan, we are told, and this is what sources are telling India today, was actually preparing for a strike to take place somewhere in the Sindh region and did not anticipate an attack that would take place in Bahawalpur and in Muridke. It was taken off guard when missiles started hitting, and not one but multiple missiles started hitting the main Lashkar-e-Taiba center, the Markaz at Muridke. That was when Pakistan was taken aback. I once again want to bring in Piyush into this conversation. And Piyush, India still needs to be really prepared, because Pakistan, through its defense minister, may be signaling that in case India doesn't up the ante anymore, Pakistan will not do anything. But that is something Pakistan lies through its teeth and cannot be taken at face value. If Pakistan says we will not do it, be assured that they will do something, and that is why utmost vigil is required, Piyush.
Well, certainly it is required, and Gaurav, for that we have seen meetings also taking place. PM Narendra Modi in the last 2 weeks has ensured that if there is any kind of eventuality from Pakistan, we should be very much ready. And after the operations also, we have seen a cabinet meeting taking place. Before the cabinet meeting, the meeting of a cabinet committee on security also took place. So it is very much important for India to be very much ready for any kind of eventuality. And like our armed forces have also during the briefing made it very clear that yes, we will deal and tackle with any kind of misadventure carried out by the Pakistan. So we are very much ready for that. A series of meetings are also taking place at 2 p.m. today. Gaurav, Home Minister Amit Shah is also going to hold a virtual meet with chief ministers of various border, various states who share border with Pakistan. So it's going to be very hectic a day for government officials, for government ministers to ensure that we are very much on our toes, and we have to ensure that our vigil there at the border areas, because Pakistan has also threatened to carry out actions after the kind of retaliatory actions we have carried out against Pakistan following the Pahalgam terror attack.
Stay with me for a moment. For the benefit of viewers joining us, I want to explain the significance of the missile strikes that have taken place, the air and ground operations that were mounted by the Army and the Air Force, and the operations undertaken by the Indian Navy in the Arabian Sea. Take a look at every target that the Indian Armed Forces spoke of after having successfully taken them down. You had Indian Armed Forces officials who gave details of the strikes. Colonel Sofia Qureshi, a Signals Regiment officer, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, they gave details, and she's a flying pilot herself. Vyomika Singh, they gave details of the steps that had been undertaken. I want to show you images, and these are very telling images. For somebody who's covered Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror for decades, images accessed by India today before and after show the significant strike and damage to the buildings. For example, the chief of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, the mastermind of 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and multiple other terror attacks in our country, the mosque, that mosque that was targeted in Muridke. These, of course, are images that you see of Bimbar in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I want to run you through all those targets, those 9 targets acquired by the Indian Armed Forces. The Savai Nala, target number 1 was Savai Nala in Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. That was a major Lashkar-e-Taiba training center. And when India was targeted in the past on the 20th of October 2024, and then again on 22nd of April 2025, the terrorists had not only stayed but also trained at the Savai Nala in Muzaffarabad. The second image that you just saw on your television screen a moment ago was that of an unmanned combat aerial vehicle that was going in, actually one to target. There you see the unmanned combat aerial vehicle drops the cargo or the explosive to take the terror training camp down. This is the one in Sarjal in Sialkot, which is just about 6 kilometers from the international border. And this is opposite the Samba and Katwa area. The Mehmoona Joya terror training camp, and this is in Sialkot. This is one of the biggest Hizbul Mujahideen camp. Again, the terrorists who struck in Kathua, they had not only trained here, they had also lived here, including the terrorists who were a part of the Pathankot airbase attack. Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, perhaps the biggest and the most important along with Murid K is the Markaz Subhanallah that's been targeted in Bahawalpur. This is the headquarters, a satellite image of the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's a UN-designated global terrorist organization that was targeted. The mosque linked to the indoctrination, the terror activities, that has been taken down. I must also tell you at this point of time, as you look at these images of Kotli, Gulpur in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, that the Murid Ke center of Lashkar-e-Taiba was struck not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 missile strikes to take it down completely. Do remember, 26/11 Mumbai terror attacker Ajmal Amir Kasab confessed he was trained at this Murid Ke center. Also, Kotli Abbas in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Very, very crucial terror training center and launch pad at Kotli Abbas in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Sayyid Bilal camp. Now, you'd also be wondering why Murid Ke was targeted. Why Murid Ke near Lahore? And when you've been a victim of Lashkar-e-Taiba-sponsored terror attacks in your country, whether it is the attack on the Indian Parliament, whether it's the attack on the Akshardham Mandir, I must also tell you there are some attacks that weren't even mentioned, like the attack that took place at the Kaluchak military base, when Pakistani terrorists not only entered an army cantonment, an army base, they not only targeted soldiers, they also targeted their wives and their children. And the youngest victim of Pakistan's state-sponsored terror attack at the Kaluchak military station was a 6-month-old child. That is how dreaded these Pakistani terrorists are and have been. Retribution of this scale, never before. And Murid Ke was that terror base. Remember, for decades we used to say, when you kill a terrorist in your own country, it's like pruning the leaves and branches of the terror tree with roots in Pakistan. This strike that has taken place overnight at 1:44 a.m. was striking at the roots of the terror tree at Murid Ke and at Bahawalpur and Sialkot and Kotli. These are some of the biggest terror training centers, launch pads, indoctrination centers. So Murid Ke is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, that professor of terror, lives in Murid Ke. His family lives in Murid Ke. Now, the Masjid Taiba was targeted. That's the indoctrination center. That is where terrorists actually even live, at that complex. Ajmal Amir Kasab. You and I would never forget who Ajmal Amir Kasab is. He was the lone Pakistani terrorist who was caught alive during the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, where Tukaram Ombole, that brave assistant sub-inspector of the Mumbai police, made the supreme sacrifice of his life, taking a hail of bullets to his chest, but he caught hold of Kasab, did not let go, even as Kasab emptied his entire AK-47 into his chest. Tukaram Ombole, the entire nation owes him a debt of gratitude for catching that Pakistani terrorist alive. Otherwise, 26/11 was also going to be branded a Hindu terror attack. Imagine, these Pakistani terrorists, they kill Hindus and then They brand that terror attack as a Hindu attack like they attempted to do during 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. So it's only because of Tukaram Omble that Pakistani Kasab was caught alive. He had trained at this Murid Ke camp. And that's not the only information that we have about this Murid Ke facility of terror. David Coleman Headley, that Pakistan-born American terrorist, he had also visited Murid Ke. He'd met Hafiz Muhammad Saeed here. Now, this is that complex where terrorists are trained extensively, indoctrinated before they are launched into India. India has now taken one very crucial step. But perhaps many more will need to be taken in case Pakistan were to respond militarily to this situation. India has destroyed some of the biggest terror training camps and launch pads in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. 9 terror bases have been taken out. What is extremely significant is the Markaz Said Bilal was linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed's top commander. The mosque again served as a major terrorist training camp and transit camp. Pakistani special forces would visit this place and train terrorists. Now, this facility is actually located in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir in Muzaffarabad, not very far from the line of control. So the Pakistani forces would train these terrorists in jungle warfare and then launch them across the border to across the LC to target Indian security forces and civilians. Now, this camp was used to train between 50 to 100 terrorists, and this camp has also now been taken down. Operation Sindoor. It's a very important step that India has undertaken. Operation Sindoor was not just retribution for the 25 Indian and 1 Nepali citizen was killed, but it was also a message. Because the Pakistani terrorists, they had come to send a message when they singled out Hindus and shot them at point-blank range in cold blood. They made the children watch it. They made the wives watch it. And we spoke to some of the widows. It was heartbreaking. It was painful. But one of them, Shubham Dwivedi's widow, she told us today she feels at least her sacrifice, the fact that she lost her husband was the first to be killed. His life wasn't in vain. She says, today I can once again stand up and say, yes, I am Hindu without being scared. She said she owes a debt of gratitude to Prime Minister Narendra Modi because when he named this operation as Operation Sindoor, she instantly felt this was justice for her and women like her who'd lost their suhag. You're watching that image. We will get you to listen to what she told us just a short while back. She said she wants to thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally. She wants to thank the Indian Armed Forces for undertaking this operation, for sending across a message that it is not okay to target Hindus. It is not okay to target Indians. Radical Islamist terror is completely unacceptable. India has now taken step 1 towards retribution. Do keep in mind, this is retribution not just for Pahalgam, it's actually retribution for the Parliament attack, for the Mumbai 26/11 Mumbai attack, for the Ahmedabad attack, for the Akshardham temple attack, and for multiple such attacks where Pakistan has bled India and it got away scot-free under that nuclear umbrella, thinking that it's a nuclear weapon state and there would be no retribution. There is no window. But this is the 3rd time that the Narendra Modi government has sent across that message. Under that nuclear umbrella, there is a threshold for conventional operations. First, the surgical strikes in 2016, then the Balakot airstrikes in 2019, and now the biggest of them all, Operation Sindoor of 2025. 9 terror training camps, centers and hideouts taken out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we are told, was monitoring this operation through the night and virtually non-stop. The families are speaking out. They've thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi for taking this decisive action against Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. They say, yes, the Prime Minister had assured them action would be taken. They were patient. They're very glad that action has been taken. The fact that it's been called Operation Sindoor adds another layer to the balm that's been applied on their pain.
What is your first reaction? The airstrikes have been conducted by the government. Are you satisfied?
I am satisfied, and the moment I read the operation name Sindoor, I went and I saw Shubham's photo and I was crying because it is actually a very personal thing. ये नाम रख के मोदी जी ने या जिन्होंने भी ये नाम सोचा है उन्होंने ना बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हम जितनी 26 औरतें उनसे कनेक्ट किया है और शायद कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको ये लग रहा है कि ये पर्सनल लेवल पे उन्होंने जाके हमारे लिए बदला लिया है.
I remember interviewing you a few days back. You said that the action is not enough. Do you think it's enough now? Or more needs to be done?
That time also I said कि आतंकवाद खत्म होना चाहिए जहाँ पे भी हैं जो भी हैं जैसे भी हैं. मेरा किसी देश या किसी कहीं से भी किसी मजहब किसी से नहीं, मेरा था आतंकवाद खत्म होने चाहिए. उन्होंने 9 आतंकवादी स्पॉट को टारगेट करके मारा है. 9 आतंकवादी स्पॉट, वहाँ पे जितने और आतंकवादी ट्रेनिंग ले रहे होंगे, नए बन रहे होंगे, शायद पल रहे होंगे, उन्हें खत्म किया है. एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल. थैंक यू सो मच.
Terrorists told you after killing Shubham that go and tell your government that we did this. Now the government has taken a step. How do you see this?
I feel really proud to be an Indian. I'm really proud कि वापस मेरे अंदर वो हिम्मत है कि मैं शायद फिर किसी को पलट के बोलूँगी कि मैं हिंदू हूँ.
We had a discussion last time about the community, the Hinduism and everything. Now the terrorist outfits have been targeted. The locations of terrorists have been targeted in this very particular attack. So as you said that the terrorism should be finished. Do you think that this is the crackdown on terrorism by the government? Do you think that it's enough or more needs to be done in the upcoming days?
I don't know this is enough, but I just know that this is the starting of the end of this terrorism. ये शुरुआत है आतंकवाद खत्म होने की.
लगातार रात 2 बजे से हम लोग लगातार टीवी से जुड़े हुए हैं और लगातार हम लोग देख रहे हैं. मैं देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और देश की सशक्त सेनाओं को सलाम करता हूं जिन्होंने आतंकवाद के समूल नाश का काम शुरू किया है और पाकिस्तान में बैठे हुए आतंकियों के आकाओं के अड्डों पर प्रहार किया है और जबरदस्त प्रहार किया है. सारा देश आज गर्व से है और सारे देश में जो गुस्सा था, जो देश की मांग थी, जो हम सब लोग की मांग थी, हमने पहले दिन से मांग रखी थी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से और मैंने ये भी पहले दिन से कहा था कि मुझे हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे पूरा भरोसा है. उस भरोसे पे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी पूरे देश की जनता.
And these are live images that are coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs. That's the Union Home Secretary speaking. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is presiding over this meeting on internal security of all the states that border not just Pakistan but also Nepal. So these are initial images of that meeting which is just about to begin in the Ministry of Home Affairs. The Union Home Secretary is introducing the meeting, introducing the aspects that will be discussed. The Home Minister is meeting Chief Ministers on India-Pakistan border situation, and also this is a virtual meeting of Chief Ministers with states that border Nepal. Internal security is a very, very critical aspect right now as India deals with Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. We talk about this in greater detail. I'm Gaurav Sawant. It's 2 o'clock on a very, very important day when India has struck 9 targets inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Let's begin with the headlines at 2. India avenges Pahelgam terror attack. India hits Pakistan terror targets. Kills between 80 to 90 terrorists, according to initial information filtering in. Images of decimated Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba terror training centers and headquarters on television. Real-time images of Operation Sindoor videos show how India fired missiles on the terror launchpad training camps and headquarters. 9 terror camps struck in just 25 minutes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose the name Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor is a name to avenge the victims of Pahalgam. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message was, "Will avenge every wrong of Pahalgam." Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauds Operation Sindoor in the Union Cabinet meeting, calls it a proud moment for the country. The Prime Minister also briefs President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Maulana Masood Azhar loses 10 members of his family in the strike. The Jaish chief loses close 4 aides. Masood skin killed in Bahawalpur. Masood skin killed in Bahawalpur. Take you to Rashtrapati Bhavan. These are images coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Rashtrapati Bhavan meeting President Draupadi Murmu as he briefs the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and the President of India about Operation Sindoor. This was a pledge of the Narendra Modi government to ensure there is justice for those who were killed by Pakistan-backed radical Islamist terror in Pahalgam. Action has been taken.
All right, so that's the latest images coming in. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting, in many ways briefing the President of the country, Draupadi Murmu. This is important, remember, because after a successful operation, 9 targets, 7 locations, where specifically Muzaffarabad and Kotli, where 2 strikes have happened at different locations. There was a meeting with the cabinet, an applause on the table from the cabinet colleagues, and then as part of protocol, Prime Minister Modi ensuring that he does go and brief the President of the country as well. What a moment you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. The Prime Minister of the nation, President of India, in many ways acknowledging each other's support as well. What has this Operation Sindoor reflected for India? A political will, of course, the precision, the effort, the valor, the courage of primarily the Indian Armed Forces. Then whether it comes to our intelligence agency, the Intelligence Bureau, the Research and Analysis Wing, that basically provided the exact locations, the details, the status of those locations, where Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar's terror hideouts have been, so that the armed forces can hit, which had an operational freedom directive given by Prime Minister Modi. This was coordination at multiple levels. 25 minutes, Operation Sindoor, all done. Piyush Mishra joins me for the latest on that. Piyush, I bring you in here. So there is clearly a meeting after meeting that has happened, and I'm looking at all these images that are coming in. A cabinet meeting, a CCS meeting, and now as part of protocol, interacting with the President of the country.
Well, absolutely. Cabinet meeting, Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs meeting, and after that, a separate meeting with Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, and JP Nadda. And after these series of meetings, Prime Minister, met with the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, and this meeting is also part of protocol, Pooja. Whenever you carry out such operations, it's important to brief President of India because she is head of the state. It is also important to highlight that whenever Prime Minister comes back from any foreign tour, he goes and briefs President of India about the happenings there on his foreign tour. So in its part of protocol, the Prime Minister has briefed President of India also about the Operation Sindoor, the success of this Operation Sindoor, and before that we also saw how during the cabinet meet, Prime Minister along with the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed all their cabinet colleagues and they also applauded the valor of our armed forces, the manner in which the operations were carried out, and all the 9 targets were successful. That's what also has been told to all cabinet
Stay
colleagues.
on
And
with
now,
me.
tomorrow,
So after the Operation Sindoor, I'll come back to you, Piyush. After Operation Sindoor successfully implemented, now it's time to inform, brief the cabinet colleagues, the ministers, the president of the country, and of course the opposition tomorrow. You're looking at the visuals on your screen. One of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the President Draupadi Murmu, but also simultaneously there's been a meeting that has been going on. Home Minister Amit Shah getting more inputs about what exactly unfolded, details as well, and then of course remember taking that message ahead to other leaders from the government and their opposition as well. I bring you in, Piyush, here, like you're telling me as we're looking at these images coming in from the Home Ministry, from the President's house. Tomorrow there's also a meeting, an interaction with the opposition leaders, 11 a.m.
Well, not only opposition leaders, Pooja, but all parties are going to be briefed about the Operation Sindoor at 11 a.m. tomorrow. All parties have been invited, but the government is going to brief them. Government is going to tell them about the success of Operation Sindoor. You would remember that when the Pahalgam terror attack had taken place, at that time also the government had briefed all political parties, informing them about the terror attack, the involvement of Pakistan, and also the kind of evidences the government agencies were able to collect. At the time, we also got to know that the government had given a sort of hint to all the political parties as to how the government is planning to carry out the retaliatory action against Pakistan. And when this action has been taken, the government is going to brief all political parties about the Operation Sindoor. What we are told is that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, they are going to lead the talks. BJP's National President JP Nadda will be participating in the capacity of the National President of BJP. Kiran Rijiju will also be there because he is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister as the meeting is taking place at Parliament Complex. So all political parties, all constituents of NDA, India Alliance have been called in and they will be briefed about the success of Operation Sindoor.
Tell us about this meeting of Home Minister Amit Shah as well, and stay on with me, Piyush. Visuals on your screen. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Murmu on Operation Sindoor. Simultaneously, meetings that are happening at the Home Ministry as well. Remember that this has been a successful operation when it comes to hitting the terror targets. But can this be a complete deterrence when it comes to Pakistan? Let's also remember, a nation that thrives on terror camps, Pakistan possibly will not take a step back right away. And that is why this is where the Indian government, the armed forces, cannot simply sit back. And therefore will have to ensure that we are also prepared in different ways on how the Indian government goes ahead in case Pakistan decides to hit. Coward Pakistan, however, is targeting civilians. This is very important. This is important. India Today, line of control, exclusive coming in right now. Look how Pakistan establishment, its military, are now targeting civilians on the line of control. India, while is bleeding Pakistan terror machinery, Pakistan is going after our innocents. Take a look at this, viewer. Look closely. India, despite all the distress and anger, only hit the terror targets of Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. What did Pakistan do in return? It's damaging houses, it's damaging and again hitting innocent people. This is artillery shell being reported from the border, from the line of control, international border. Remember how they are targeting our innocent people. I have a ground report from my colleague Shivani Sharma. Let's take a look at this.
After the biggest ever strike in Pakistan on the terror outfits, we are now at the LOC. India Today is the only channel at the LOC right now where the shelling has been happening since last night and the ceasefire violations continued for 13 days. But yesterday there was heavy fire from these posts that you see. This is the zero line at the line of control in Uri sector where Pakistan has been firing shells. Heavy artillery gunfire was reported through the night yesterday in multiple sectors, and this was one of those sectors. And in this area, a number of houses have been damaged, though there is no casualty reported. But in Poonch sector, there are 10 casualties that have been reported. Big damage to the houses. The Indian Army has responded befittingly, implicating big damages to Pakistan's army, the military assets out there. But this area has become the epicenter of the escalating situation of tensions between India and Pakistan. I have the locals with me. I have Mr. Mir who stays here. I'll talk to him. Mir साहब सबसे पहले ये बताएगा कि इस वक्त ऑपरेशन सिंदूर चलाया है भारत ने, पाकिस्तान के जो आतंकी ठिकाने हैं उनको नेस्त नाबूद किया है, बहुत सारे आतंकी खत्म हुए हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर रात में क्या हो रहा था और यहाँ से थोड़ा हमें ज्योग्राफी समझाएगा कि कितनी दूर है हम पाकिस्तान से।
तो 2 बजे के आसपास जो है पाकिस्तान ने हैवी जो है शेलिंग यहाँ पे की, जिसकी वजह से हम लोग बहुत दहशत और डर में पैदा हो गए हमारे लोग। वैसे हम डरने वाले नहीं हैं, हम अपने बॉर्डर के ऊपर रहने वाले लोग हैं, हम डरने वाले नहीं हैं, लेकिन फिर भी जो उन्होंने जो है बिना इश्तियाल जो है आर्टी शेलिंग यहाँ पे की है, उसके लिए हमारी इंडियन आर्मी ने उनको पूरा जवाब दिया है। पाकिस्तान की पोस्टें आप यहाँ से सामने देख रहे हो, ये जो आपको सामने रिज दिख रहे हैं ये पाकिस्तान की पोस्टें हैं, और उन्होंने जो है यहाँ पे जो है आज रात को जो है बिना इश्तियाल फायरिंग की, जिसकी वजह से हमारे लोग थोड़े से दहशत में हैं।
We'll try and see the damage of the shelling that has happened through the night here. As the situation is still evolving and escalating, we've been hearing that India is still into deliberations onto what is to be done after this ceasefire violation is being done by Pakistan at the borders, because after the Operation Sindoor was conducted in multiple locations, in fact 9 terror outfits, India has decided to go on with retaliation after the ceasefire has been violated. So we'll try and show you how these heavy artillery gunfires have damaged these villages, their properties. So one of these houses here in this village has witnessed heavy gunfire and heavy fires from the artillery guns of Pakistan. You can see the broken mirrors and broken glasses of this house, and there are multiple other splinters that have hit this place, and there are shell marks on the trees also. So this is how these people have been witnessing heavy gunfires of the RT guns from Pakistan last night, and since 13 days the ceasefire violations have been on. आप यहाँ पे रहते हैं, ये आप ही का घर है?
ये हमारा घर है।
तो आपने कल रात को क्या देखा, क्या हो रहा?
जनाब हमने देखा रात को 2 बजे के बाद जब फायर की आवाज आई, हम उठे तो बस फिर शलंग हो रही थी 2 तरफ से, एक तरफ से नहीं 2 तरफ से हो रही थी, तो फिर हम भागने में नहीं बराबरी आई।
कहाँ पे ये निशान हम देख रहे हैं, पेड़ों पे कुछ निशान आए हैं? और
ये तो सामने निशान है ना, उस वक्त तो हम तो छुपे थे, कहीं जंगल में जाकर कहीं पहाड़ी में जाके थे, छुपे थे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे उनको लेके छुपे थे।
So this is one family in Uri sector that has witnessed the ceasefire violations with heavy gunfire of Pakistan. You see the broken glasses and broken tree branches here, and they are in fear that if the tensions escalate between India and Pakistan, the situation will get serious and grave, and they do not have any place to go if this situation escalates, because Pakistan has been violating ceasefire since last 13 days after the Pahalgam attack. And yesterday, when Operation Sindoor was being conducted, Pakistan started firing heavy artillery in this whole region. And this is an exposed area from Pakistani post. This is zero line at the border, India-Pakistan border in Uri sector, where these villagers remain exposed. And in Poonch, 10 lives have been lost in this shelling from Pakistan's side. Pakistan is actually not sparing the Kashmiris too, and this is how Pakistan has been reacting after the Pahalgam attack, when action was taken and demanded against terror. But India has been quite clear that it will keep its war against terror on, and here if the shelling continues, the villagers might have to look for a safe place. Many villagers have left these places already, and many are looking for safe place, and they want that peace should be there in this area, especially because this remains exposed to Pakistani posts that have been shelling on these areas, and their houses are now damaged. This is Shivani, camera person Nasir Aziz Khan for India Today from Zero Line at India-Pakistan border. This is another hit of the arty fire by Pakistan Army, and this house has been damaged. There are several houses that have been damaged in this village right on the border. We'll try and show you how these people have been trying to save their lives, managed to keep these boulders out here. So this is the arrangement that they have done amid the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, where they have witnessed not only the small arm firing but also heavy shelling of the RT guns. So this is how they are now keeping themselves safe. These are the boulders which they have collected to keep and make a shield out of these boulders out here in this border village. They have been witnessing small arm firing. They've been witnessing heavy shelling amid the Operation Sindoor was happening inside Pakistan by the forces. And when Operation Sindoor was being carried out, Pakistan was firing heavy arms. And here you see these villagers at the India-Pakistan border, the last villagers have been witnessing the tensions, the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, and the ceasefire violations continue from Pakistan side. Indian Army has been giving befitting response to these ceasefire violations, but still these villagers are in fear and they do not want the escalation of situation. They are also leaving this place to safer places, but there are some people who do not have any other abode or any other place to go, so they are forced to stay here. They are actually afraid that if this kind of situation keeps on going on and it continues, then the situation can get worse in these border areas especially. This is Shivani Sharma with camera person Nasir Aziz Khan for India Today from Zero Line, India-Pakistan border.
As more and more images that are coming in from on the ground, I want to take you through one by one. If you're tuning in right now, what exactly has happened with regard to evidence that there is of how India has hit Pakistan. As India avenged the victims, look at that. Jaish-e-Mohammed Mosque in Bahawalpur. This was the epicenter, the terror operational center of Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's a visual evidence. India rained terror and how. This is Bahawalpur, remember, exclusively accessed by India today. The Subhanallah Mosque, a mosque that was being misused as an operational terror center for indoctrination, reduced to rubble now. This is incredible work done by our Indian Armed Forces. The roof of the place of worship otherwise, but remember how this was misused as an operational center, has now formed craters on the ground due to impact of the airstrike. This exactly was the epicenter where, if you read the dossier of the government that India Today has access or will tell you how this was used consistently for radicalization and terror training. In other video, let's take a look. Again, Bahawalpur. A compound of a launch pad collapsed after the impact of a missile strike. The compound was used again to train, to indoctrinate the young active terrorists who would then go ahead and cause mayhem and kill innocent people when it comes to India. This is Muzaffarabad, Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and this is where we have visuals coming in. Remember, 2 strikes happened in Muzaffarabad. There were 2 different camps that were targeted. This video is again a ground evidence of the trail of destruction. This is not a civilian area. The roof and wall of the structure, which is otherwise used as operational center, people were seen taking stock of the situation after the damage. So this is what has happened. Saidna Bilal camp, Shawal Nala camp, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed camp. These are 2 different locations from Muzaffarabad. Lashkar terror camps in Muridke. This was huge. Muridke basically means, remember, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hafiz Saeed's hub, protected, secured by Pakistan military. The proof here of ambulances arriving outside the attack site. Complex that was struck by the Indian forces have been ideological operational heart of terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba. This is the location, ladies and gentlemen, where Ajmal Kasab received the indoctrination training. He was at the mosque, and then later David Coleman Headley, Tahawar Hussain Rana, according to our agencies, also visited the same location in Muridke. So the location of the Lashkar chief, the mastermind of attacks, for example, attack like the 26/11 Mumbai terror carnage and the Pahelgam attack as well. That markers, so to say, a mosque, but served as a headquarter for Lashkar, has been completely destroyed in strikes. This is perhaps the most significant locations on your screen. The mosque linked to the terror activities, terror planning. Masjid Taiba as well was the center of ideological training, radicalization and arms training as well. 4 missiles hit this location in Muridke. 2611 attacker, who we all remember, Ajmal Kasab, had confessed that he received his final days of training. It's the Ribat training that is more ideological, brainwashing, motivational, so to say. All of that happened in this location in Muridke, where the terror hub is located. Kasab described the complex as a key place to plot terror attacks and indoctrination. And this is the location. It isn't just about the Pakistan terrorists. Osama bin Laden is reported to have invested at least 10 million to construct this mosque, the guest house around it, within the Markaz Taiba complex. And remember, when we talk about these structures, it's not just one building. It's a complex area, 80 acres to 100 acres, fully functional, fully protected. So if you're wondering, amid all of this, why Muridke? It's a name that you may not have otherwise heard. But make no mistake, Muridke is the Lashkar-e-Taiba hub. That is where Hafiz Saeed and all his terror cadre have been receiving training, pushing forth younger ones as well into the terror camps. Lashkar-e-Taiba, led by Hafiz Saeed, the 2611 mastermind, Masjid Taiba here was the focus. Now, this was directly linked to the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror activities. Not only Ajmal Kasab had confessed to be trained in Muridke, but the meetings with Hafiz Saeed, with Kasab, describing the complex as a key to training, planning, indoctrination. David Coleman Headley, Tahawar Hussain Rana, according to agencies, also visited Muridke. That is how important this location was. But it was very difficult to hit. Because in many ways, remember, in Punjab, in Pakistan, in many areas of cities around it, it had to be a specific exact precision that Indian armed forces, with operational freedom from the Indian government, managed to achieve. This is unprecedented and historic in so many ways, especially for the precision that it managed to hit with. Another key terror hub, remember, from Lashkar-e-Taiba, let me take you to Jaish-e-Mohammed, Bahawalpur. Again, one location that otherwise at one juncture was believed to could have never been penetrated into. That's what the Indian missile strikes have done. These are images accessed by India Today. Cannot get more clear with evidence than this. The before and after to show significant damage to the buildings. The visuals of the Markaz, the mosque that served as the terror training pad in Bahawalpur. Think of the Pulwama terror attack where CRPF Jawans were killed in how with the IEDs. Pulwama terror attack 2019 has a direct link to Bahawalpur. The Jaish-e-Mohammed terror coordinators and commanders associated with Afghan operations also visited this Markaz to plan terror attacks against Indian innocent people. These are the latest images on your screen now. Look at the craters on the ground, the before and after, so you help understand. This was a fully functional area, again protected and supported by Pakistani military. This is despite the fact that, remember, that these locations or these organizations, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, allegedly banned by Pakistan because of international pressure. But they were fully operative. And now India has ensured you kill our innocent people, we'll destroy your terror hubs. Now, otherwise standing locations are reduced to rubble, windows and doors blown up. Main operational base of Jaish, we are told, had gymnasiums, stables, fully functional recruitment centers and training camps. As more and more images continue to come in, remember at this juncture, it is significant to understand what locations are we talking about. So why Bahawalpur? Let me explain it to you. Markaz Subhanallah, name of the mosque, so to say, an otherwise place of worship, but was the terror operational center. That is what the dossier by the government that India Today has accessed, that Manjeet Negi accessed for us and helped understand what precisely is happening. This was hit, the operational hub of JEM, the main training and indoctrination center. And this is no secret, no surprise. This has been long in the knowledge of the agencies of the government, of the armed forces, and of course of Pakistan. Jaish-e-Mohammed served as a terror training base for 2019 Pulwama attack. This is the residence, in fact. This and the nearby buildings are the residence of the key Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders. And when I talk about the cadre, what is the number? At least 600 that I can confirm to you. 600 over cadre living, where they have a gymnasium, again, similar to how it was in Muridke, swimming pool, therapy center, stables, and a riding ground. How was all of this fully functional if Pakistan authorities have no knowledge about it? So that is the level of support that Pakistan military and establishment has done. Let me tell you now about the third hideout. 9 in total, but amid them, remember, and it's also a reminder of how mosques constructed on the surface were actually being used for indoctrination and terror training. Both, whether it was Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba or Hizbul Mujahideen. I want to take you to Saidna Bilal Markaz, Jaish-e-Mohammed commander base. This again serving as a major transit camp. So some are operational hubs, some are the headquarters, some other transit camps for terrorists. Pakistan Special Forces were involved in training them. This is Muzaffarabad, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 2 camps, 2 locations were hit here. Terror camp actively used to train at least 50 to 100 terrorists. And what was their focus? To kill, identify, attack innocent people in India, even in Jammu and Kashmir. So again, Saidna Bilal Markaz, let me tell you more about it. In Muzaffarabad, Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, center of Jaish-e-Mohammed used as transit camps, 5,200 terrorists, active terrorists who resided. These are not operatives. These are not training that is happening. 5,200 trained active terrorists resided in this mosque premises. Terrorists trained by Pakistan's special forces in this facility. So not just terrorists on the surface, Pakistan military support. Jaish-e-Mohammed commander and POJK chief led the operations in this. On the surface, looking like a place of worship, but clearly an operational center for terror activities. India has managed this, and now just think of the effort that has gone in, the precision to ensure that the terror targets are hit and how. For many victims, for the women especially left behind, mocked and taunted, India has avenged the death, especially when it came to remember innocents being targeted. But it's not just Pahalgam. Think of 2000, 2001 Parliament attack, Pulwama attack, the Uri attack, the recent attacks in Riyasi and Poonch, where innocent people, even children, 2 children in Riyasi, were shot dead point blank range. Pakistan does not really differentiate when it comes to innocent civilians, women and children. And that is why India had to hit this time its terror targets. But in the latest now, Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar has said as many as 10 members of his family and 4 aides have been killed too. It's a statement released by Jaish-e-Mohammed, saying that Azhar's elder sister and her husband, Azhar's nephew and his wife and other niece and 5 members have also been killed in the strike. But also I want to add here, the details from the government, the agencies, with the details of how the operation was carried out will tell you that it was his younger brother, nephew, who were often part of the events that Masood Azhar was recently organizing in whether in Bahawalpur or other areas. Munish Pandey joins me for the latest on that. Munish, tell me more about what Masood Azhar's statement says about the family members.
Well, Pooja, what is important here is to point out that how precise the intel was collected by the Indian agencies based on this. This particular target was carried out by the Indian military. Now, as far as this particular place is concerned, there was specific input which was received by the intelligence agencies that, the family members of Masood Azhar was staying, and that is why this was a high-value target for the Indian agencies. Now, not only the family members of Masood Azhar, but also the close relatives of Masood Azhar, who were also the commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Apart from that, it was a training camp for many Jaish-e-Mohammed commanders. All those activities were happening at this place from a long time, and that is why this was very important. But 2 things, Pooja, are extremely important. First of all, gathering that particular specific information, and second, with the precise, this entire target was carried out, because we have not seen, not even from some of the best military agencies in the world, but this was very precise, in which not only this particular structure was targeted, but also now this is undeniable proof that indeed Masood Azhar and his family members were staying in this particular complex. Pooja.
Munish, stay on with me, because I also want to quote here, for example, as recent as 30th November 2024, Maulana Masood Azhar addressed the Jaish-e-Mohammed cadres at this Markaz, Subhanallah, in which it was attended by Maulana Talha Saif, younger brother of Masood Azhar, and other nephews also who have been part of this operative cadre. This is what has happened, but think about the family members, the innocent people in Pahalgam, who were butchered and how by outfits like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. I have a ground report coming in. Pakistan is still attacking Indian civilians, innocent people along the line of control in Uri, in the Kashmir Valley. Shivani Sharma gets us this report.
After Operation Sindoor, Pakistan has been firing heavy artillery on the line of control, and here we are at Islamabad, where you can see the houses have been damaged by these shells of RT gunfire by Pakistan from the Pakistani posts. And Pakistan has been violating ceasefire since last 13 days, but yesterday Pakistan was agitated as Pakistan was being hit hard by the Indian armed forces in Operation Sindoor, where at 9 locations the terror outfits were destroyed, damaged. They were hit with precision strikes by the Indian armed forces, including the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. And Pakistan has retaliated by firing artillery gun shells at the border areas where innocent villagers also lost their lives in Punch sector, but where we are reporting from in Uri sector, this is Islamabad area, where you see this house completely gutted in fire after the shelling. And fortunately, there have been no casualties in this area, but a lot of damage to the property has been caused. The fire is still on, and you can imagine how Pakistan has been severely hitting Indian targets, Indian villagers close to line of control where we are reporting from. And after Operation Sindoor, this is another attempt of Pakistan to escalate tensions with India. India has been responding appropriately to Pakistan, not only the small arms fire, but also the artillery gun shells that Pakistan has been hitting. India is responding it befittingly, but it seems that the situation is escalating along the line of control at various sectors where Pakistan has been violating ceasefire and it has been hitting these targets of civilians. This is what you see, a damaged house, totally gutted in fire. This was an attack from Pakistani post in the middle of the night when the Operation Sindoor was on. You see the utensils here, the broken mugs, and totally this property is destroyed. And there are many other houses in this location which have been damaged due to Pakistan's shelling. There are houses that have been damaged above this area also, where we visited earlier at the line of control. And this particular area is seeing severe damages. People are worried. They stand with the forces in its action against terror, but they are definitely worried about this kind of escalation that Pakistan has been taking ahead. It has been firing from Pakistani posts. Initially, it was resorting to small arms firing, but now it has initiated the heavy gunfires, and India has been retaliating to this. This is Shivani Sharma with camera person Nasir Aziz Khan for India Today from line of control, India-Pakistan border.
We're getting you all the details of the big developing story that we're tracking very closely at this hour. Look now at Sunil G. Bhatt's report from Rajouri, where he gives us a sense of how houses have been damaged by Pakistan shelling. Let's take a look.
Right now we are in Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir, and in the wee hours today Pakistan violated ceasefire and resorted to heavy shelling in the border villages. In this border village in Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir, you can see that what Pakistani army has done. They have targeted the innocent villagers, they have targeted the innocent people living near the line of control, both in Rajouri as well as in Punch district. Look at the extent of damage that has taken place. This is a concrete house and the walls are broken. You can see what has happened. Mortar shell, landed here, and Pakistan created havoc here. You can see the scenes of destruction here. There were 3 to 4 people inside this house when Pakistan resorted to heavy shelling. All of them are injured and they were immediately rushed to Government Medical College and Hospital here in Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. And look at the extent of damage that has taken place. See, there are cracks on the walls. You can also see the splinter marks. So heavy mortar shelling has been reported from Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu and Kashmir. As per the information that is coming in from Poonch district, 10 people have lost their lives in Pakistani shelling, while more than 30 people are injured in Poonch district, and in Rajouri district 4 people are injured. We are exactly at ground zero, and you can see the extent of damage that has taken place. Concrete walls are totally broken. This was the bedroom of this house, and look and see what has happened here. All the belongings of the people here are totally damaged and scattered on the floor. Imagine what must have happened here late last night in the wee hours. People were targeted here, innocent people were targeted here. Pakistan was rattled by India's retaliatory action after the Pahalgam terror attack. In the wee hours today, late last night, Indian Army carried out surgical strikes under the Operation Sindoor. Terror hideouts, terror launch pads were targeted by the Indian Army, and the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab province and headquarters of Lashkar terror organization in Muridke were targeted and totally decimated. India carried out major strikes on the terror hideouts and the terror hotspots in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So Pakistan is rattled after Indian Armed Forces Operation Sindoor, and that is why Pakistan is now resorting to ceasefire violations. Pakistan is targeting innocent villagers here along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri and Poonch districts. See the extent of damage that has taken place here. See what has happened here. These are concrete walls, totally damaged. So heavy shelling was reported from the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch in the wee hours today. The injured have been rushed to the hospital. They are battling for their lives there. 10 people have lost their lives in Pakistani shelling in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, while more than 30 people are injured. Here in Rajouri district also, border villages have been targeted along the line of control. Heavy mortar shelling was reported here, and I will just ask my camera person to show you the pictures. See what has happened here. These are the splinter marks. One can just imagine what must have transpired here in the wee hours. What people must have faced here. Innocent people have been targeted. Look at the splinter marks here. So Pakistan is resorting to brutality. Pakistan is targeting innocent people. And Pakistan is rattled after Indian Army's Operation Sindoor. Terror hotspots, headquarters of terrorist organizations in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir have been totally damaged in India's retaliatory action after the horrific Pahalgam terror attack. We have avenged Pahalgam terror attack. We have taught a lesson to Pakistan, but Pakistan is not mending its ways. Pakistan continues to target the innocent people in Jammu and Kashmir. With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Rajouri district in Jammu and Kashmir for India Today.
यहाँ पे 4 से 5 लोग थे, इस घर में सो रहे हैं जब पाकिस्तान का यहाँ पे गोला यहाँ पे गिरा और एकदम दहशत का माहौल था। लेकिन उसके साथ जहाँ के लोग जो हैं इस टाइम उनकी एक ही आवाज है कि अब हम जान माल का नुकसान सहन कर लेंगे, बर्दाश्त कर लेंगे, लेकिन अब की बार आतंकवाद का जो है सर्वनाश होना चाहिए और पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाए।
देखिए, रात को जो आपने पता ही है कि जो जैसे हमारी भारतीय सेना ने कल सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पाकिस्तान के ऊपर किया है, जहाँ पे वो टेररिस्ट कैंप थे उनको बिल्कुल नस्ते नबूद किया उसे बौखलाहट में आकर उसने यहाँ पे आकर जो हमारी मोटर शेल की है, जिसके कारण हमारे जो रजौरी के जो ये हमारे मकान थे 2-4, वो मोटर शेल की वजह से डैमेज हुए हैं।
कितने लोग यहाँ उस समय थे?
3-4 लोग अंदर वो थे, घर के अंदर
जख्मी हैं 4।
उनको जीएमसी में रेफर किया गया रजौरी में।
अभी क्या हालत है उनकी?
अभी हालत ठीक है, अभी ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है उनका।
And we have some news coming in at this point in time. 10 people have been killed, 33 have been injured. Many are critical. In Pakistan shelling in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, Indian Army has responded effectively, causing major damage, we understand, to Pakistan Army posts. Now, even as shelling on the part of Pakistan continues, there have been reports of 10 people who've been killed, is what we know. 33 people have been injured. Many are critical. In Pakistan shelling. This is in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch. Indian Army has responded effectively, causing major damage to Pakistan Army posts. On your screens at this point in time, pictures from ground zero, where the shelling was reported, where the shelling was seen, causing major damage to these houses here, and 10 people have been killed, 33 have been injured. Indian Army has retaliated, destroying Pakistan posts, is what we are learning, when counter shelling on the part of Pakistan that continues, with 10 people have been reportedly killed, 33 people have been injured. There are many critical in the shelling that has been seen in Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. Pictures on the right side of your screens are from Uri coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. These are details that we have with us at this point in time of the Indian Army responding effectively, is what we're learning at this point in time, causing major damage to Pakistan Army posts. Remember, there's been intense firing and cross-firing between, in fact, at the LOC for days and weeks together now. In the wake of the attack, in the wake of India's Operation Sindhu, there's been a counter-attack on the part of Pakistan. Pakistan here clearly is retaliating, destroying Pakistan posts. I'm going straight across to Kamaljeet, getting in more details. Kamaljeet Sindhu is joining in from Rajouri at this point in time. Kamal, this was but expected. Unfortunately, civilians are being systematically targeted here by Pakistan, which was not India's strategy, isn't it? I understand that 10 people have been killed. There are 33 plus who've been grievously injured. What more details do you have at this point in time?
After calibrated response from the Indian Army, especially a surgical strike part 3, what we see is a response coming in from a frustrated Pakistani army targeting the civilian areas, and that is where Poonch has borne the brunt of it all. What we know is 10 people have been killed and there has been heavy shelling. Now remember, in November 2003, that is when there was a ceasefire pact between India and Pakistan. That seems to have been completely violated, because it's not just short-arm fire, this is proper shelling, and that is where houses have been destroyed, people have been injured, at least 10 people have died in this particular shelling. And remember, Poonch itself comes right directly in the line of fire as far as Pakistan is concerned. There are areas where we're standing at this point of time like Rajouri, Naushera, all this come under the area of Pakistani shelling. So this is where there's also an anticipation that the next 24 hours could be extremely crucial as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. There could be a response coming in from Pakistan, and particularly the civilian population. Now, several of the people we spoke to are planning to either move immediately or move in the next couple of hours before the nightfall takes place, because this is where they have a worry that things may escalate between India and Pakistan, and especially those who've been living at the borders and line of control are the ones who've actually seen the shelling in the past few years, but particularly now when the tensions have escalated. So there have been a long sense of peace as well, but post 2019, where people were thinking about having life back on track, 2025 and April 22nd have changed things, because after that there has been a strike done by India. And remember, this is a very specific, targeted, precise precision attack being done, especially on the target sites, terror target areas. But here it is where Pakistan is responsible for not only opening fire across the line of control, but also impacting the civilian areas. And that is why the fear looming large in these particular areas where people are looking for cover, looking for shelter, and also planning to have a calibrated response in terms of moving out from the area which are in direct line of shelling to perhaps a safer place.
This is cross-border shelling that we're reporting on at this point in time, clearly in retaliation, Kamal, that you're telling us about. The Indian Army says they've given a befitting response, essentially. Indian Army not stopping at anything, saying that we're responding effectively to all of these misadventures in the part of Pakistan where civilians are getting targeted in residential areas like this one.
Absolutely, as we pointed out, is the civilian areas, be it Uri, be it Kupwara, be it the ones across Pir Panjal, which is in the Rajouri Poonch area. So there is a heightened sense of alert. And remember, as far as BSF is concerned, the IB remains largely peaceful and calm. But what we know is there is a heightened sense of alert there also. At line of control, where we've seen heavy exchange of cross-arm fire, there's also shelling which has taken place, houses being blasted. Now remember, as far as a small arm fire is concerned, there is an intermittent exchange, but here it is when shelling is used. This is a big artillery sort of guns which have been put into practice. That is where it really impacts, because not only does it blow away houses, the impact of it is much more in terms of magnanimity. And this is where what we know is that there have been attacks coming in, and the next couple of hours to 24 to 48 hours could be extremely crucial. What we know is the Union Home Minister has already got in touch with the Chief Minister, particularly of those of border states, right from Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat. All these areas which share borders with Pakistan is something which is going to be under scrutiny, but particularly those who are staying in Jammu and Kashmir, because in the past few days, we've seen the sort of preparation being done. We've seen the sort of response coming in from India. And now what we see is the way Pakistan has responded by targeting civilian areas. So this is going to be extremely crucial, as I mentioned to you, the next couple of hours to a couple of days.
Kamaljeet Sandhu, I'm going to thank you for the moment, getting us those details and telling us about how Pakistan is resorting to cross-border terror, once again shelling civilian areas and causing death and damage in these residential civilian areas that Kamal is telling us about. Telling you a little about India and how we have hit back at Pakistan after the horrific Pahalgam terror strike. India has now avenged all 26 Pahalgam terror attack victims by targeting not one, not two, but 9 terror hideouts in Pakistan, not too far away from the international border. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we've been given to understand, was in fact monitoring Operation Sindoor very closely. The Pahalgam families, victims' families, are speaking out, thanking the Prime Minister and the military forces for the decisive action. Families say they were assured a response would come and they would be proud, and they are proud today. They stand tall as proud Indians. They called Operation Sindoor extremely personal by the choice of the name of the operation as well. It reminded them of their loved ones. In fact, victims' families, kin, are responding to Operation Sindoor, a phrase which has been coined for the operation that was carried out. 9 terror targets. Basically, this was terror infrastructure not too far away from the international border in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir that were systematically targeted. In fact, reactions coming in from the family members of those people who were killed brutally 2 weeks ago in Pahalgam. Listen in.
जो आतंकी मॉड्यूल थे उनको नेस्तो नाबूद किया है।
मैं यही बोलना चाहूँगी, मेरे हस्बैंड ने he had joined the Indian Defence Forces because he wanted to make sure that there is peace and end of terror in this country. Of course, he is not here physically, but through this operation, his spirit stays. And I hope, and I really hope and pray to God that his soul is at peace and is satisfied to see that people who have done wrong और जिन लोगों ने मासूम लोगों की जान ली, मासूम लोगों के परिवार खराब करे, क्योंकि एक इंसान के साथ वो इंसान नहीं बहुत जाने जाती हैं, तो उन लोगों को आज सख्त से सख्त सज़ा मिली गई और मैं ये भी चाहती हूँ कि ये सिर्फ यहीं पर ख़त्म ना हो, टेररिज्म पूरी तरीके से ख़त्म हो जाए ताकि कभी भी जिस दौर से मैं गुज़र रही हूँ किसी दौर से किसी भी और इंसान को ना गुज़रना पड़े। बस मैं यही कहना चाहती हूँ। और
इस ऑपरेशन को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम दिया गया। जिस तरह से वो 26 बहनों के 27 बहनों की मांग का सिंदूर उजड़ा, मोदी जी ने स्पेशली इस चीज़ को लेकर इनिशिएटिव लिया और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को नाम दिया गया। क्या कहेंगी आप इसको लेकर?
आई थिंक द नेम इज़ वेरी करेक्ट बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली आई मीन एटलीस्ट मैं तो इससे बहुत ज़्यादा रिलेट कर सकती हूँ बिकॉज मेरी तो अभी शादी हुई थी लिटरली। एंड जब आपकी शादी होती है आप बहुत चीज़ें, और मेरा तो लिटरली मेरी लाइफ ले ली गई मेरे से, लिटरली मेरी लाइफ मेरे से ले ली गई। एक सेकंड में मेरी लाइफ अपसाइड डाउन हो गई। तो और सिर्फ जो मैंने सहा है वो सिर्फ मैंने नहीं, बहुत लोगों ने सहा है। जितने भी लोग वहाँ पर मरे, उनकी बीवी, उनकी बहनों, उन सब ने बहुत कुछ सहा है। तो ये ऑपरेशन सिग्निफाइज दैट इन द फ्यूचर nothing like this can or should happen again, where women have to go through something like this, or even men, relatives, father, mother, sister, किसी को भी इतने दर्द से नहीं गुजरना चाहिए।
हिमांशी, इस ऑपरेशन में 2 महिलाओं को भी शामिल किया गया, कमांड में वो भी शामिल थी, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को कमांड कर रही थी। क्या कहेंगे इसको लेकर आप?
It is a very good initiative by the Indian Defence Forces and of course लड़की और लड़कों दोनों को हर जगह मौका देना चाहिए। और एक लड़की शायद एक लड़की का दर्द सबसे ज़्यादा समझ सकती है। So obviously सब दर्द सबका अलग है, आप दर्द को कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते। बट what I've been through or what other women have been through, I think it's only a female who can understand that and they can show the rage on the other party. So I think it is a very, very good initiative and I really hope that in the future more and more female defense forces are engaged in these operations.
मैं 22 अप्रैल की बात करना चाहूँगा हिमांशी। काफ़ी खौफनाक वो मंजर था। 2 घंटे तक आपने और उन 26 लोगों ने, उनके परिवारों ने युद्ध लड़ा था। क्या लगता है कि जो आज एयर स्ट्राइक की गई है वो जख्मों पर मरहम लगाने के लिए एक बड़ा कदम साबित हो रहा है?
Honestly, what I have been through or the pain that I am in right now, nothing can bring peace to that. But obviously, it provides me some kind of relief that at least, you know, through this, if nobody else in the future has to go through something like this and there is an end to terrorism, then I really hope it provides me some relief.
हिमांशी, आप पर हमें पूरा गर्व है, पूरे देश को आप पर गर्व है। जिस तरह की आपने हिम्मत दिखाई पहलगाम में, कहीं ना कहीं पूरे हर देशवासी को गर्व है आपके ऊपर, आपके परिवारों के ऊपर। आपने एक बयान भी दिया, आपके उस बयान को किसी और तरह से पेश किया गया, काफ़ी कुछ लेकर आपको कुछ कहा गया। एक वीरांगना के साथ इस तरह का बिहेवियर आप कैसे समझती हैं?
मैं किसी की सोच नहीं बदल सकती। मुझे पता है कि मेरी इंटेंशन क्या थी और मेरी इंटेंशन बस ये थी कि कोई भी मासूम इंसान के साथ गलत नहीं होना चाहिए। देयर शुड नॉट बी एनी हेट्रेड, बट येस, जो लोग हेट्रेड फैलाते हैं, दे डू नॉट हैव द राइट टू लिव and they do not have the right to be on this earth. And I request and I'm really thankful to the government that this is the start, and I really hope that this is the start of end of terrorism in our country and I hope in the world as well.
आपने यही कहना था कि किसी और भारतवासी को परेशान ना किया जाए इस हमले को लेकर। जिस तरह की कार्रवाई आज मोदी सरकार ने और इंडियन आर्मी ने की है, उसी तरह की कार्रवाई की मांग आप शुरू से करती रहेंगी?
Yes, of course.
क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगी इस एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद? ये सिलसिला यहीं थमना चाहिए, क्योंकि पहले भी 2 एयर स्ट्राइक हो इस तरह से, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया था, फिर हमने बालाकोट पे स्ट्राइक किया और अब एयर स्ट्राइक किया है। क्या लगता है कि कार्रवाई को जारी रखना चाहिए मोदी सरकार को, कि फिर कोई टेररिस्ट अटैक करने की हिमाकत ना कर सके?
Of course, as I said, this should be the start of the end of terrorism in our country. Nobody should have to go through what I am going through, or other people, the family members of the 26 people who have passed away in that incident are going through. It's traumatic. It's literally traumatic. And so obviously ये दोबारा कभी भी किसी के साथ ऊपर वाला करे किसी के साथ ना हो. And I pray and I request the government that this they should not stop here. They should make sure that every person who wants to attack peace, who wants to create terror, who wants to spread hatred should be erased.
अच्छा, कुछ लोग ये भी कह रहे हैं कि जो आतंकी हमले में वो 26 लोग
हमारे भाइयों को
मारे गए थे, जिनकी निर्मम हत्या की गई थी, कि उन्हें शहीद का दर्जा दिया जाना चाहिए. आप समझती हैं कि जिन परिवारों की गलती नहीं थी, निर्दोष थे, निहत्थे थे, और कहीं ना कहीं सरकार को भी ये सोचना चाहिए कि उनको शहीद का दर्जा दिया जाए?
Of course, absolutely. I mean, क्या बोलते हैं? सबसे पहली बात, they were cowards because वो तो people who did not have weapons, they came और वो उनको मार रहे थे. Had my husband been equipped with some weapons because he was trained also, they would not have been alive, right? And the very fact, मैंने सबसे पहले यही बोला, the very fact that he joined the Indian Defence Forces, उसी दिन उसने सोच लिया था that he had to protect this country, and he is, right? It is because of him that these airstrikes have happened, and it is because of this that terrorists are being erased. So of course he deserves the highest honor in this country.
अच्छा, तमाम वो महिलाएं थी वहाँ पे उस आतंकी हमले के दौरान, आपने क्या जो आतंकवादी थे उनसे कहा नहीं कि शादी को 4-5 दिन हुए हैं, रहम किया जाए, बाकी जो और लोग थे उन पर रहम किया जाए? उनका क्या एटीट्यूड था इस पूरे मामले को?
So when my husband was shot, immediately I protested. Immediately I told them that what is this that you've done? But they were incensed. They are not humans, right? They are not humans. What I was told was that our parents were also killed in front of our eyes the way we are killing your husband, right? And मैंने उनको यही बोला था कि हमने तो आपके साथ कुछ नहीं किया ना, बट देन ऑफ कोर्स दे हैव अ लॉट ऑफ हेट्रेड. और आप इंसान को, जिस इंसान के अंदर आत्मा ही नहीं है, वो इंसान किसी की भावना कैसे समझेगा?
तो ये हिमांशी नरवाल हैं, इनका साफ तौर से कहना है कि जिस तरह से इंडियन आर्मी ने और मोदी सरकार ने इस पूरे आतंकवादी हमले को लेकर कड़ा रुख इख्तियार किया है, करारा जवाब दिया है, ये यहीं नहीं रुकना चाहिए. फिर किसी का सिंदूर ना उजड़े, इसके बाद फिर कोई ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नहीं चलाया जाना चाहिए. कैमरामैन परवीन कुमार के साथ नीरज वशिष्ठ, गुरुग्राम, आज तक.
That's exactly what retribution looks like. The victims, the family members of those who were mercilessly murdered. Remember, today the forces have even detailed upon how the civilians, innocent civilians, were shot in the head by the terrorists. And India has avenged these horrific killings from 2 weeks ago with Operation Sindoor that continues to be a top focus story right here.
यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी. Terrorism snatched their Sindoor.
Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
Now Modi takes Sindoor ka badla. The widows of Pahalgam avenged.
मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था.
Prime Minister Modi's Operation Sindoor.
It's Nyaya and justice which has been delivered. India clearly avenging the Pahelgam terror attack is what the forces detailed upon. We're calling it Operation Sindoor. The government has coined this Operation Sindoor. That is our top focus story right here. A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani. As always, the headlines at 3. India avenges Pahelgam terror attack. India has hit Pakistan terror targets, killing 80 to 90 terrorists. Images of destroyed Jaish and Lashkar terror camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Real-time images of Operation Sindoor. Videos show how India fired missiles on Pakistan terror hubs. 9 terror camps were struck in 25 minutes. Prime Minister Modi chose the name Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor name was to avenge Pahalgam widows. The Prime Minister's message will avenge widowed women. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauds Operation Sindoor in the Union Cabinet meeting. Calls it a proud moment. Meets President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Jaish chief loses 10 members of family in strike. The chief loses 4 close aides in Indian strike. Masood Azhar's kin have been killed in Bhawalarpur strike. Coward Pakistan targets civilians. 10 civilians killed at Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. India bleeds Pakistan terror machinery. Pakistan goes after innocents. And we have some news coming in at this point in time. National Security Ajit Doval has spoken with NSAs of several countries. The NSA of India in conversation with his counterparts is what we're reporting on. National Security Advisor there in conversation. Now he's also focused strikes on, soon after the focus strikes on terrorist and terror infrastructure at 9 sites in Pakistan and POJK on 7th of May as part of Operation Sindoor. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke with NSAs of several countries, including his counterparts in the US, also UK, Saudi Arabia as well. The details that we have at this point in time is that he's spoken to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, UK NSA Jonathan Powell, Saudi Arabia NSA Masood Azhar, UAE NSA Sheikh Tahnoon, Secretary General of NSC of UAE Ali Al-Shamsi, and NSA of Japan Masataka Okano. That's the information that we have in this conversation that has happened between National Security Advisor of India Ajit Doval briefing his counterparts in other countries like in the US, UK, and Saudi Arabia, also UAE and Japan, where he's briefed them about India's Operation Sindoor. Strikes against Pakistan terror and infrastructure. The operation that was carried out in 25 minutes were targeted. In fact, killings also took place. There were 9 spots that were looked at where Pakistan has built terror infrastructure. These were targeted. There were Jaish sites and also sites of the LET. These were details of the operation that have been shared by the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who has spoken with his counterparts, NSAs of several countries. Soon after the focus strikes on terrorists and terror infrastructure at 9 sites in Pakistan and POJK on 7th of May as part of Operation Sindoor, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has briefed his counterparts in several other countries, including US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, UK NSA Jonathan Powell, Saudi NSA Masood Azhar, UAE NSA Sheikh Tahnoon, and Secretary General of the NSA of UAE Ali Al-Shamsi, and NSA of Japan Masataka Okano. I'm going straight across to Piyush for more details on that. Piyush, give us a sense of when these conversations with his counterparts, the NSA's counterparts, have taken place. I understand this is obviously to brief and give details about Operation Sindoor.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. The conversation took place soon after the Operation Sindhu carried out by India, and the opportunity was also issued by the government regarding this, that yes, NSA Ajit Doval has informed about the operations those have been carried out by India against Pakistan. So it's an important step which NSA Ajit Doval has taken, and not only him, but not only Ajit Doval has briefed his counterpart in the US, but also he was briefing to Narendra Modi, and each and every development was being briefed to Prime Minister about the operation which was carried out against Pakistan.
Well, absolutely. I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Piyush getting us up to speed with those details, telling us about the fact that NSA of India, Ajit Doval, has had a word with his counterparts in various other countries today, briefing them about Operation Sindoor. Let's get you the very latest as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. The government continues to closely monitor the situation and remain on alert mode. After the cabinet meeting, Prime Minister Modi has reached Rashtrapati Bhavan and briefed President Draupadi Murmu on Operation Sindoor. During the cabinet meeting, Prime Minister Modi told his ministers that this is the new India. He congratulated the armed forces for their precision and the swift execution of the strike, praising the minimal time taken to hit the intended targets. Union Home Minister Amit Shah hails Operation Sindoor, calls it Bharat's strong reply to the Pahalgam killings, says he's proud of the armed forces. According to sources in the Home Ministry, Home Minister Amit Shah has instructed the Directors General of all paramilitary forces to cancel all sanctioned leaves. The forces have been ordered to remain on high alert. And Indian forces conducted a precision strike on Pakistan terror targets, their infrastructure, destroying terror camps of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Mujahideen. The armed forces, in a special media briefing, detailed on the operation, and our forces selected targets and destroyed 9 terror camps in a span of 25 minutes. That's precision. Among the camps destroyed were Bhimber in POK, Kotli Abbas camp in POK, Sarjal camp in Pakistan, Sialkot, Mehmoona Joya camp in POK, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Markaz Toiba camp in Pakistan's Murikke, Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur in Pakistan, and Kotli Gulpur camp in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has been destroyed by the Indian forces. Foreign Secretary earlier briefed the media and highlighted how the United Nations failed to rein in Pakistan's terrorism. This was followed by a briefing from 2 women officers of the armed forces, Colonel Sofia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, who gave out the details of the operations.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक